Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the madness behind Nurgle's Plague Wars. Before we get into that, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for your support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
Purity is a lie the untested tell themselves. Given time, all that lives decays. I exist to grant them that time. The words were etched along the inner curve of the bridge, like a sermon carved into bone. Each letter had been scored deep into the corroded metal, the cuts stained dark with age and with older, fouler things. Rust-filmed censers swung from the vaulted ceiling, spilling coils of incense smoke that stank of mildew and sweet rot. Flies crawled in the grooves of the script as if they worshipped it. Mortarion stood beneath his own blasphemy and watched the scourge stars turn. Beyond the broad viewing arch, reality boiled. This region of space was a rotting wound in the firmament, a bruise where the veil between the galaxy and the garden of his god had thinned. The stars here had a sickly hue, fat and yellow as lanterns seen through disease-clouded eyes. Nebulae lay across the void like smeared mold, their colors wrong, too wet, too alive. 3 worlds hung in the hololithic display before him, each a hovering orb of corroded light. Servo engines thrummed somewhere in the gloom as the projections rotated slowly, showing continents, seas, and the dull glow of cities that were not entirely dead. "Noxias!" Mortarion rasped. The name fogged the air, his breath a miasma that curled across his rebreather grill. The first world swam closer in the projection. Oceans churned, not blue but the green of old bruises. The seas were veiled by drifting slicks of oil and spore. Great vortices spun slowly across the surface, not storms of wind, but whirlpools of suspended filth, the atmosphere thick with aerosolized contagion. Rotgrave. The second world turned. What had once been mountain ranges now sagged like rotten teeth, subsiding into valleys filled with choking fog. Hive cities, once upright towers of plasteel and adamantium, had slumped under the weight of their own infestation, their spires bent and slouched like disease stalks. Every light on the surface was a furnace of infection, refineries laboring to brew toxins instead of promethium. And Verminox. The third orb glided into prominence. Its surface was almost entirely obscured, wrapped in a shroud of cloud so dense it looked solid. Within that shroud, lightning flickered in colors that did not exist outside the warp. Shadows moved behind the clouds, too vast and too slow to be mere storms. His lord stood behind him, an honor circle of ruin. Plague marines of the Death Guard, hulking in their swollen plate. Their armor was a museum of failures and punishments. Cracked ceramite bound by rust, horns pushing through pauldrons, bells hanging from hooks, Nurglings clinging to battle plate like barnacles. The stink of them weighed on the air, a familiarity so old that Mortarion barely noticed it. These were imperial systems, one of the lords said. His vox grill crackled, voice thick with phlegm and amusement. Once, Mortarion agreed. Memories stirred in him, unbidden. Fleets of clean, white vessels bearing the sigils of the Great Crusade. Worlds brought to compliance, the air filled with incense and prayers of gratitude as new citizens knelt to swear oaths to the Emperor of mankind. He remembered the lies they told themselves about order and permanence, about civilization holding back barbarity and decay. Now those same systems were his, not through treaty, not through the Emperor's sterile ideal of compliance, but through inevitability, through rot. They are seeds, Mortarion said. Noxias, Rotgrave, Verminox, each one a bloom in the garden, each one a cauldron. He lifted silence, the great polearm that had once reaped lives in the Emperor's name, and now reaped them for the grandfather of plagues. Filth dripped from its crescent blade, hissing silently where it struck the deck. He pointed the weapon at the central orb. From these, contagion spreads, so it shall be with Ultramar. The word tasted bitter. Reboot Gilliman's realm was a cancerous revision of the Imperium they had shed, a parody of order and rationality. Mortarion had watched his brother's work from across the abyss. Civic reforms, restructured tithes, shining cities in the shadow of the Great Rift, clean lines drawn on dirty parchment. He wanted to smear those lines until they were nothing but stains. He turned his head slightly, lenses flickering as they focused on the nearest hololith projector. The scene shifted with a grinding of servos, the 3 plague worlds shrinking, replaced by a wider view, warp storms rendered as swirling veils, shipping routes like veins, pulsing with distant light. At the edge of it all, like a blue-white sigil of denial, lay the spread of Ultramar. He listened. There was no sound in the void, but he felt it in his bones, the slow drum of approaching contagion. The warp storms of the scourge stars were billowing outward, their miasma probing toward the cleaner currents that lapped against Ultramar's border. Demonic tides rode that pollution. Plague fleets slid within its fetid shadows, hulls cloaked in overlapping storms of spore and psychic smog. The infection had already begun. Far from Mortarion's bridge, on a world that was more vat than planet, a cauldron rolled and bubbled like a diseased sea. The sky above the cauldron world was a color that did not belong in nature. It was not green, not entirely, but a slick, unhealthy hue that suggested bile and bruised fruit and the sheen on mold. The air trembled with heat and with the endless drone of buzzing, chittering things. At the center of the world sat the cauldron. It was not metal. It was not stone. It was both and neither. A titanic basin sunk into the crust, its lip formed from fused bone and slagged rock, its depths lined with the petrified flesh of dead gods. The broth within it rose and fell like a breathing thing, sending up waves that slapped against the lip and slopped over in glistening cataracts. Kugath Plaguefather lounged at its rim like a corpulent idol. The great demon was a mountain of filth and glee, his bulk sagging over the stone. Rolls of rancid flesh folded over one another. His skin was the color of old parchment and swamp water, veined with lines of crusted filth. Legion upon legion of tiny Nurglings clambered over him, diving into rents in his skin, bobbing in the broth, giggling as they dissolved and reformed. In one massive claw, Kugath held a great ladle made from what had once been a titan's spinal column. He dipped it lazily into the cauldron and lifted, letting a sluice of plague stuff pour back in a slow cascade. Each drip that fell birthed something. A fly with too many wings, a worm that sprouted teeth mid-air, a screaming human face that sank and was gone. Around the cauldron's edge, chained to iron stakes driven into the living stone, mortal prisoners writhed. They were officers, soldiers, adepts, men taken from worlds Mortarion had gifted to the plague god. They wore the remnants of uniforms once proud and bright. All had been altered. Limbs had been opened, chests cracked, organs rearranged with the experimental glee of a child disassembling toys. Lesser demons fussed over them like surgeons, stitching new organs into old cavities, dosing them with ladlefuls of cauldron broth, observing carefully as each new strain worked or failed. One prisoner strained at his bonds as a mass of crawling things slopped into his opened mouth. His eyes bulged. He choked, spasmed, and then fell still. His skin slowly darkened, hardening into a crust like the surface of a burnt loaf. Kugath watched, his huge tongue squelching over cracked lips in thought. "Too swift," he boomed. His voice rattled the cauldron and sent ripples across its surface. It takes the flesh, but it does not linger. No time for the tallyman to count. No time for the song of coughing to ripen. We must have art, my darlings. Art. He shifted his bulk, reaching out with his free hand. From a dais of warped stone beside the cauldron, He picked up a smaller vessel. It was a fragment of pottery, black as sorrow, its surface etched with sigils that hurt the eyes. Even the broth recoiled slightly when he dipped the fragment into its depths. The air grew colder. The stars overhead dimmed. Kugath lifted the dripping fragment and regarded it with something close to reverence. Godblight, he crooned, the grandfather's special gift, a plague to unmake the false sons. Imagine, little ones, a Primarch coughing his lungs into his helm, a demigod brought low, not by blade or bolt, but by the truth of what life is. A Nurgling squealed with manic joy and dove from his shoulder into the cauldron, vanishing in the roiling stew. Kugath laughed, a noise like a landslide of offal. Soon, he promised. The recipe is almost perfected. The Master of Plagues watches. The garden hungers for a new statue. Far away, in the cold void between the Scourge stars and the realm of Ultramar, a ship the size of a mountain slid through the dark like a diseased knife through old flesh. The Terminus Est was old when the heresy was young. Time had not dulled it. Its prow was a rotted skull with jaws gaped, its flanks overgrown with tumors of spiked armor. Rusted bells swung along its spine, tolling silently in the emptiness, their sound carried instead upon psychic currents. Clouds of spores clung to its hull, giving it the appearance of something moving underwater, trailed by clouds of silt. Within its pestilent heart, Typhus paced. He moved along a corridor that had once been clean steel. Now it was a tunnel of weeping metal and creeping mold. Poxwalkers shuffled out of his path, their motions jerky, guided by faint echoes of life they no longer possessed. Servitors, their flesh long since embraced by corruption, tended to engines that throbbed like diseased organs. Typhus himself was a towering figure in cataphracti plate, his armor heavy with chains and trophies. His man-reaper rested across his shoulders, its demonic edge whispering to him in voices only he could hear. Flies circled his horned helm in a constant buzzing halo. "Course report," he growled. A robed figure at his side flinched, clutching a data slate. The thing was more corpse than man, its eyes a milky film, its lips ulcerated. It wore the tattered remnants of a navigator's house sigil, half obscured by parchment prayer strips inked with fly symbols. "We skirt the outer routes, Lord," the shade whispered. "Minor lanes, little traffic. We release, they drift." Typhus grunted. Ahead, the corridor opened into a cavernous hangar bay. Rows of ships hung suspended in docking clamps. Some were sleek merchant vessels, their hulls pitted and stained with recent infection. Others were pilgrim barges, hulls decorated with frescoes now peeling under, creeping lichen. In each, lights flickered erratically. The Vox channels were a constant background buzz of sobbing, coughing, pleading. "Refugees," Typhus said. "Humanity in its billions, always fleeing something. The wars, the warp storms. They think there is safety somewhere ahead of them." He liked that thought. Running, always running, never stopping to realize that corruption was not a place, but a principle. "How many have we turned?" he asked. "Dozens of hulls, Lord," the shade murmured. "Scores more seeded. The plagues you gifted them flower well." On the decks of those ships, hidden spores had already hatched. A coughing pilgrim here, a feverish child there. Contamination spreading from breath to breath, from touch to touch, from shared cup to shared cup. In the confined air of a void ship, there was nowhere to run, no open sky, no fresh wind. When the first turned to mindless, shambling carriers of disease, the captains would scream for help. They would broadcast distress calls along every channel. Nearby patrols would answer. Port masters would grant them docking permission. Hospices would open their gates. And Ultramar was generous. Ultramar did not turn the desperate away. "Let them run," Typhus said softly. "Let them flee into Guilliman's embrace. We shall see what his perfect worlds make of my gifts. A vox chime sounded, a dull tone like a bell tolling underwater. Bridge, intoned a rotten voice over his helm speaker. My lord, a summons has come, from the master. All vectors must align. Typhus smiled inside his helm, a slow, unpleasant curving of lips, split by old scars. Good, he said, about time. On the command deck of the Terminus Est, a dozen hololithic displays flickered. One showed the plague fleets, blotches of green light moving through a wider map of the region. Another showed a rough model of Ultramar, its many worlds picked out in cold blue. A third, newly activated, weighted a figure in rusted plate. Helm weighted a figure in rusted plate. Helm crested with a tuft of withered flesh. One side of his cuirass was swollen outward into a cyst the size of a man's torso, its surface pulsing slowly, as if it were trying to breathe. Guron the Cystborn turned as Typhus entered, dropping to one knee in a clatter of corrupted metal. First Captain, he rumbled. His voice sounded as if it came from deep underground. You called. I answer. Typhus regarded him for a moment, weighing the champion as one might an unusually vicious hound. You have served well, Typhus said, on Noxias, on Rotgrave. You have a talent for spreading the faith. Guron's grin was a cracked thing behind his helm grill. Rot takes root where the ground is soft, he said. There is much soft ground where the Imperium believes itself safe. Typhus gestured to the Tartella display. Then you will go there, to Tartella and the northern reaches of Ultramar. We have seeded the void. You will seed the soil, cults of corruption, shrines in the sewers, blessings whispered in the infirmaries. I want their worlds singing our litanies before they even know we have arrived. Guron's cyst throbbed, as if in approval. A thin stream of pus leaked from it, steaming where it hit the cold deck. It will be done, Guron said. They will choke on their own denial. You will take frigates and plague barges enough to transport the faithful, Typhus continued. You will spread word of a new faith, a kinder God who embraces all the refuse the Emperor throws away. The poor, the sick, the forgotten, the ones who realize that decay is not an enemy, but a truth. And when the time is ripe? Guron asked. Typhus's laugh was a low, rasping thing. When the time is ripe, he said, Mortarians. Legions will fall upon them. The veil will thin. The garden will flower. Until then, sow. Guron rose, bowed his horned head, and turned away, already voxing orders for boarding. The hololith shifted, tracing projected paths from the Terminus Est to Tartella and beyond, green lines worming their way along trade routes and pilgrimage paths. Tartella itself was a cluster of hives on a marginally habitable world. It had never been important enough to warrant heavy fortification. It lay on the fringe of Ultramar's northern territories, more a way station than a jewel. That made it perfect. In the hive of Vardos Prime, a guardsman named Jeren leaned his shoulder against a sandbag parapet and tried not to cough. The air stank. It always had, in Vardos Prime. Thousands of chimneys belched smoke around the hive, and inside the walls the press of bodies and machines made the atmosphere an old, stale thing. But this was different. The smoke had a wetness to it now, a sweetness that clung to the tongue. A fog had rolled in days ago and never left, clinging to the hab blocks, pooling in the low streets. Jeren's squad had been ordered to hold a junction that led to one of the lower transit hubs. They had not been told who they were holding it against. The order had come down with unusual haste, the Vox operator pale as he repeated it. Civil unrest, they whispered. Quarantine breaches, isolated riots. Behind Jeren, the other men shifted and muttered. One had his rebreather mask hanging loose around his throat. He had taken it off to scratch at a rash along his jaw and never put it back on. Red sores had blossomed under his fingers. Sergeant, Jeren said. He should see a medicae. The sergeant, a barrel-chested man whose name Jeren had never bothered to remember beyond Sarge, barked a humorless laugh. "Medicae are busy, soldier," he said. "Hospices are full. You want to stand in line while something claws through that fog? Be my guest." As if on cue, a sound rose from the streets below. It was a murmur at first, then a roar. Voices, thousands of them. Some cried out, some moaned, some chanted words Jeren could not make out. Shapes moved in the mist, just at the edge of sight. Staggering figures, a tide of them, rolling toward the junction. The fog parted in fleeting glimpses, showing faces slick with sweat, and worse, eyes bloodshot, mouths working compulsively as if chewing pulp. "Hold the line," the sergeant snapped. "Fire on my command." Jeren raised his laser gun, sighting along the barrel into the soup of fog and bodies. His finger trembled on the trigger. "Emperor," someone breathed. "Emperor, preserve us." The first shambling forms emerged into the open, and Jeren had a heartbeat to notice they wore the same uniforms as his own regiment, before the sergeant's shout whipped through the air. "Fire!" Lasbolts slashed into the oncoming mass. Bodies jerked and fell, but more trampled over. Them. Some did not fall at all, flesh charring and peeling, but limbs still driving them forward. They hit the sandbags, clawing, biting, reaching with fingers tipped with split nails. Jeren fired until the barrel of his weapon glowed. At his side, a comrade screamed as a hand closed on his face, nails digging into his skin. The man went down, vanishing beneath a heaving knot of bodies. "Pull back!" the sergeant bellowed. "Back to the secondary line!" They fell back through streets slick with something that was not just water, firing in staggered bursts, stepping over their own dead. Vox traffic drowned in panicked screams. Somewhere above, the distant thunder of artillery suggested that someone had finally realized the scale of the outbreak and was trying to burn it out. It would not be enough. Not on Tartella. Not anywhere. On Eax, far from the screaming hives and the cauldron worlds, the gardens were still green. The hospital world's air was crisp, scented with pine, resin and medicinal herbs. Walled gardens and manicured groves surrounded gleaming spires of white stone. Wounded from half a segmentum came here to heal under the care of Ultramar's finest medici and chirurgeons. Brother Astartes walked the paths in simple robes, their wounds swathed in bandages instead of plate, their bolters left in armories as they recovered. Colonel Odremeyer walked between rows of cots in one such garden, hands clasped behind his back. His greatcoat was neatly pressed despite the journey. Medal ribbons glimmered on his chest in the fading light. The refugees from Tartella lay before him. They filled the cots, overflowed onto blankets spread across the grass, crowded under the branches of carefully pruned trees. Men and boys, some barely old enough to have seen more than a year of war. All were pale, sweating, eyes sunken. They coughed into their hands, apologizing, muttering thanks each time a medici passed with a cup of water or a dose of thinned antiseptic. "Too many," Odremeyer said under his breath. At his side, a junior officer nodded, face tight. "Tartella was not supposed to fall," the colonel went on. "It was a way station, a mark on the map. They fed us the orders, we fed them men. And now this." He watched a medici as the man wrapped a bandage around the arm of a young guardsman. The skin beneath the cloth had a faint greenish hue, a mottling that looked like bruising. The medici frowned, but only for a moment. There were too many patients, too many wounds, too many infections. He moved on. Odremeyer's eyes narrowed. "Do you see it?" he asked quietly. "See what, Colonel?" "The color," Odremeyer said. "The pattern of their fevers. I have seen it before, in different guises. It follows battle, yes, but it spreads without contact. It lies quiet, and then it blooms." He thought of worlds where men had died in their thousands, from plagues no one had been able to name, where the enemy needed no bullets because the air did the killing for them. Those memories tasted of ash and regret. Send a report to the administrators, he said. Request isolation protocols for Tartella veterans. At once. Yes, Colonel. He knew the report would be read. He doubted it would be acted upon in time. On Macraga, capital of Ultramar, the War Council chamber hummed with quiet tension. Hollow tables projected images of the realm, neat layers of data overlaying the spinning stars and world glyphs. Officers of the 13th Legion stood in a ring around the central dais, their blue armor polished, laurels and battle honors glinting in the lumen glow. Decimus Felix rested his gauntleted hands on the edge of the table and frowned down at the projections. Reports from Tartella are fragmentary, an astropathic liaison was saying. There are riots, quarantines, local governors request reinforcement, but the causative vectors are unclear. Plague, someone said dismissively. There is always plague in the shadow of the rift. Their worlds are crowded, their habits lax. Provide them with medici supplies and curfews. They will cope. Felix's scarred features tightened. Fields of plague, he said, do not usually form in neat arcs along our northern shipping lanes. A brief murmur. One of the captains inclined his head. You suspect design, brother, he asked. I suspect, Felix replied, that our enemies are not idle. The scourge stars seethe with warp storms. It would be naive to assume that the followers of the plague god are not working within that cover. We have no confirmation that any traitor legions move in this region, another countered. We cannot redeploy forces based on rumor and fever songs. The Lord Commander left us with precise dispositions. We must not unbalance the realm each time a governor sneezes. Felix thought of Gilliman, of his brother's cold clarity and relentless, for now. Place Tartella and its neighbors for now. Place Tartella and its neighbors under watch, he said. Restrict unnecessary travel. Tighten customs on Ajax. It is a hospital world, and thus a perfect route for contagion. Revisit those measures if we receive further reports of unusual activity. The other officers shared looks, but none openly opposed him. For all their faith in order, they were not fools. They had seen too much of the galaxy to dismiss the possibility of subtle threats. Very well, the senior among them said. We shall monitor the situation. There are more immediate concerns. Resupply of Fleet Primus must remain our priority. The talk turned back to tonnage and logistics, to shipyards and tithe calculations. Felix listened with half his attention, gaze still on the northern arc of the map, where flickers of data marked Tartella and its kin. Somewhere beyond those glyphs, in the darkness of the scourge stars, Mortarion smiled behind his mask. In the foetid gloom of his flagship's bridge, he turned from the hololiths to face his gathered lords. Their eyes gleamed behind lens and grille, watching him with the devotion of the damned. Ultramar is proud, he said. It thinks itself clean, ordered, rational. It prizes its perfect worlds and its shining cities, its law and its measured tithes. Silence hung heavy. Even the flies seemed to still. We will show them what lies beneath that polish, Mortarion went on. His voice carried easily, every rasping word sinking into corroded metal and corrupted flesh alike. We will peel back their order and show them the inevitable truths. Flesh rots, metal rusts, empires fall, all roads lead to the garden. He lifted silence, the blade whispering as it cut through the smoke-laden air. From the scourge stars, the storms swell. From the plague fleets, the void chokes with pestilence. From the cults and cauldrons, their own people will rise against them, coughing our praises. 3 vectors, 3 directions, 1 infection. His lords growled their approval, the sound like boulders grinding together in a grave. Robut Gilliman believes he can rebuild the Imperium in his image, Mortarion said. He believes in numbers and laws and plans. I will show him that all his work rests on diseased foundations. I will turn his realm into an extension of our father's garden, I will hang his skull among the branches when I am done. Outside the viewing arch, the scourge stars seethed. Warp storms twisted like veins of bruised light, threading outward. The plague worlds of Noxias, Rotgrave, and Verminox glowed faintly, their diseased atmospheres bleeding into the void. Ships like Terminus Est moved unseen within those fumes, while on distant worlds, cultists whispered new prayers in the shadows of hives and in the wards of hospitals. Slowly, inexorably, the three strands of contagion began to draw together, creeping across the gulf toward the cold blue light of Ultramar, as patient and unstoppable as rot beneath painted wood. The skies over Ultramar were clean when I lay down to rest. When I woke, they tasted of ashes and rust. I knew then that the war had arrived. Extract from the final log of an Ultramar Auxilia captain, origin world unknown. The first warning came on Macragga when the skies bled. Cato Sicarius stood on the bastion's upper rampart as the storm rolled in. The fortress of Hera rose behind him in tiered walls and shielded towers, its gun emplacements manned, its banners snapping in the high wind. Below, the capital's great city spread out in concentric circles of stone and steel, every avenue planned, every plaza precise, every district laid out according to Robert Gilliman's Codex of Order. Tonight, that ordered world looked as if it were growing sick. The clouds had come from nowhere. Macragga's climate engines were disciplined machines, their cycles mapped decades in advance. But these clouds had formed in the span of a single watch. They bulged and crawled across the sky, a mass of dark vapor veined with an unhealthy green. Lightning flickered inside them, silent and slow, like the blink of a dying eye. Signal Corps reports no weather manipulation on this schedule, a surf officer said at Sicarius's side. The mortal's voice shook despite his effort to keep it steady. Orbital augurs show anomalies. Define anomalies, Sicarius said. He did not turn. His gaze remained fixed on the clouds. The wind tugged at the laurels on his helm. Tactical displays flickered across his visor. Data runes scrolling. Vox channels cracked with 100 different voices, each reporting something different, and yet, to Sicarius, all of it part of the same shape beginning to emerge. Spore signatures, my lord, the serf stammered. Faint. Yet, and warp echo. The librarius confirms demonic resonance at the upper limits of the atmosphere. Sicarius' jaw tightened. Sound full alert, he said. Activate void shields. Bring every defense laser to battle readiness. I want gun crews at their stations and every company on immediate standby. Yes, my lord. Klaxons began to shriek, their sound knifing through the night. The fortress's lights shifted from calm white to hard amber, bathing stone and steel in the color of old parchment. From the city's streets came rising murmurs, then shouts, as citizens looked up and saw their sky curdle. The clouds tore. Something vast and insectile punched through, wings buzzing so fast they blurred. A plague drone dove toward the fortress, its corpulent rider cackling, rusted blade held high. Behind it came more, a swarm of rot flies born the size of a tack craft. They shrieked, trailing curtains of filth that smoked where they fell. The defense lasers spoke. Lances of coherent light stabbed upward, carving the sky. One plague drone vanished in a flash, its carcass tumbling from the air in smoking fragments. Another took a beam through its swollen thorax and burst, releasing a cloud of chittering, half-formed things that fluttered for a moment before burning away. There were too many. Sicarius keyed the Vox. Second company, redeploy to Defense Grid Sigma, he barked. All reserve squads to the inner bastions. Target priority is flying demons and anything that crawls out of them. No survivors. They are not citizens. They are not to be taken alive. An acknowledgement chorus answered, the voices of battle brothers he had drilled until they were as precise as the machines that armed them. The first bombardment fell. It was not shell and rock from orbit, but rain turned malevolent. Drops the size of a man's fist, fat and glistening, hammered into the outer districts. Where they struck stone, they hissed and smoked, leaving pits and craters that frothed with bubbling scum. Where they struck flesh, men and women dropped screaming, clutching at faces that already sagged and sloughed. Mortarion does not waste his main effort here, Sicarius said quietly. These are probes, harassment. He wants us bleeding resources while his real blades find softer flesh. He watched as squads of armed cultists, their bodies daubed with fly sigils and rotting scripture, boiled from the lower habs. They threw themselves at the bastion approaches, heedless of the fire that cut them down. Behind them, the first plague marines strode from the fog, bulky in corroded plate, bolters barking, breathing corruption with every step. Then we shall disappoint him, Sicarius said. He leapt from the rampart, landing among his gathered honor guard in a thunder of ceramite. Power swords hummed into life. Bolters were raised, the symbol of Ultramar bright on their casings. Overhead, defense guns tracked and fired, burning. Strips of clean sky back into the diseased storm. Mortarion's touch had found Macragga, but this was not the world he intended to drown. Not yet. Here he tested. Here he bled them, cut by cut. Elsewhere in Ultramar, the knives went in deep. On Espandor, the night became a plague. War had come to that world in a series of overlapping disasters. First came the warp storms that chewed at the edges of the system, making translation dangerous and resupply haphazard. Then came the plagues, slow at first. Whispers in the manufactoria and worker habs. Men carried off to isolation wards and never seen again. Whole refinery districts placed under quarantine. Finally, the sky ignited. Bombardment rained down across Espandor's continental hives. These were no ordinary munitions. Plague shells burst in the upper atmosphere, scattering clouds of invisible death that the winds carried into every open vent and broken window. Those who breathed it began to cough. Those who coughed spread it. Further, each exhalation a new weapon. When the traitor Astartes made planetfall, they landed amid an enemy already weakened and confused. Death Guard spearheads hit the primary fortress lines in waves of rusted armor and demon engines. Their tanks were not mere machines. They were things swollen with meat and metal, their hulls oozing, their tracks leaving trails of slime that corroded rock. Their infantry pressed forward through las fire and artillery, unbothered by losses, confident that any gap they left would be filled by the dead rising behind them. On the hive spires, Ultramar Auxilia held the walls. Men in blue and white flak armor fired until their weapons overheated. Vox operators screamed for air support that could not break through the filth-choked sky. Apothecaries worked with shaking hands, their medici-packs overrun, their knowledge outmatched by the sheer perversity of the diseases they faced. Ardium fared little better. That world's proud bastions, built to standard patterns and maintained according to codified schedules, found themselves assaulted not just by enemy guns, but by their own air. Mist rolled in from seas that had always been mild, carrying with it spores that clung to armor seams and seeped through filters. Entire battery crews collapsed at their stations, bodies warping, limbs twisting, armor splitting, as new shapes pressed outward from within. For every fortress that held, two more faltered, without their Primarch, without the full might of fleet primers. Ultramar's border worlds buckled under too many fronts. Macragga called for reinforcements. Espandor cried out for salvation. Ardium's governors begged for relief fleets that could not be spared, and all the while, in the calm green heart of Ajax, men tried to pretend they still lived in a sane galaxy. Colonel Odremeyer watched the transports arrive until his eyes hurt. They came in endless succession, fat-bellied void ships descending through the clean air on pillars of fire. Their hulls bore scars of recent combat. Their pennants fluttered, stripped and stained. On their flanks, the sigils of 100 different regiments marked hastily reassigned duties. The landing fields outside the primary Medici citadel had been expanded twice already. Now they were a sea of metal and smoke, vehicles and bodies crammed into every available meter. Barracks had been converted into triage wards, monasteries had become infirmaries, orchard groves had been stripped of their trees to make room for prefab wards. Odremiah's boots crunched on gravel as he walked the edge of one landing strip. He kept his posture straight, his uniform immaculate, because if he let those standards slip, then something fundamental inside him would go with them. A transport ramp ground down in front of him. The air that billowed out from within carried the stale, close stink of many men in too little space for too long. The first of them stumbled down, blinking in the daylight. Their uniforms were torn and filthy. Bandages peeked from under armor plates. They leaned on one another as they walked, some coughing, some shivering, despite the mild weather. "Name and designation," barked a Medicae officer, clipboard in hand. "3rd Tartella Rifles," their captain rasped. "What is left of us?" The man's eyes were bloodshot. Sweat shone on his brow. He wore a rebreather mask slung loose around his neck, forgotten in his fatigue. Odremiah stepped forward. "Welcome to Ajax," he said. "You will be treated. You will be rested. Then, if the Emperor wills it, you will fight again." The words felt thin, even as he spoke them. It was what he was supposed to say, the script that kept the machine turning. He watched the men file past. Their gait was wrong, not merely tired, but heavy, as if they carried more weight than their bodies should. A medic moved along the line, touching foreheads, taking pulse readings, directing some to isolation wards and others to general triage. "Colonel!" A robed administrator approached, data slate clutched in one hand. "You asked to be informed when the next quotas were issued," the man said. His head was shaved, his skin pale from years under artificial light. "Orders from Macraga. EX is to be converted fully into the primary hospital world for the northern marches. Additional regiments are en route. More will follow." "Of course they are," Odremiah muttered. He took the slate and scanned the orders. Increased intake, expanded capacity. No mention of plague vectors or unusual symptoms, numbers and logistics, tonnage and schedules. "Have any of our requests for stricter isolation protocols been approved?" he asked. The administrator hesitated. "Not yet, Colonel," he said. "The Lord Commander's staff, they are occupied. The war goes ill. The reports from Espandor and Ardium, from elsewhere, they are dire. We must treat who we can, as fast as we can. There is no time for thorough screening." Odremiah looked back at the Tartella Rifles. One man had sunk to his knees, coughing so hard he shook. His comrades tried to lift him, but their hands were trembling. "There is always time to prevent contagion," Odremiah said flatly. "If this is simple exhaustion and battlefield sickness, our current measures will suffice. If it is something else..." He let the thought hang. They both knew the implications. Ajax was a hub now. Everything that passed through it could, in time, touch every other world. "Very well," he said finally. "I will not argue doctrine with Macragge from half a sector away. But we do what we can on the ground. Quarantine any regiment with unexplained fever patterns. Restrict their movement to their own wards, and bring me every report of unusual symptoms, no matter how minor." "Yes, Colonel." Odremiah turned away, his gaze drawn to the spires of the great Medicae Basilica. Rising above the gardens, somewhere within, a different battle was being fought, one of words and faith rather than orders and logistics. In one of the basilica's central courtyards, under a ceiling of painted stars, militant apostolic Mathieu faced a sea of faces and tried to remember when preaching had not felt like lying. The pews had been removed to make room for cots. They stretched from wall to wall, a patchwork of rough blankets and stained sheets. Men lay on them or sat hunched at their edges, heads bowed, hands clasped. Some had bandaged stumps where limbs had once been. Others bore wounds that wept through their makeshift coverings. Many simply stared, eyes glazed with pain or dull with shock. Mathieu stood on a raised dais that had once held reliquaries. The relics were still there, though covered now by cloths. Incense burners hung cold and empty. The air smelled instead of sweat and antiseptic, and the metallic tang of blood. He gripped the lectern so tightly, his knuckles ached. "Brothers," he began, voice echoing off pillars carved with saints and martyrs, "you have bled for the Imperium. You have given more than most men could imagine. You have seen horrors. You have seen death. But you are here. You endure." "Here and now," he told himself. "Here and now, speak the words, doubt later." "The Emperor watches," he said. "He does not forget your sacrifice. He does not abandon his sons." A murmur ran through the crowd. Some faces lifted, some eyes closed in prayer. Others remained fixed on the floor. "What of Tartella?" a man called out. His voice cracked. He lay with his chest bound in stained bandages, his skin clammy. "We called on him. We prayed until our throats bled. The sky fell anyway. Where was he then?" Mathieu swallowed. "He was there," he said. "In every man who held his post, in every act of courage, in every soul that did not give in to despair. The Emperor is not a storm to be called down at will. He is the light by which we see our duty." "And Espandor?" another voice demanded. "And Ardium? We hear the whispers, worlds burning, plagues there and here. We hear that the Lord Commander himself is far away, fighting some other war. If even a Primarch is dragged from war to war, what hope is there for us?" The militant apostolic felt sweat under his collar, despite the cool air. "The Lord Commander will return," he said. "He has not forgotten Ultramar. He cannot. It is his home. Until then, it falls to us to hold fast. Faith is not the absence of doubt. It is the choice to stand in spite of it." He saw the skepticism in some eyes, the desperate hunger in others, the simple, exhausted indifference in most. He went on anyway. As he spoke, one of the men in the front rows began to cough. At first, Mathieu barely noticed. Coughing was the constant background of Iax now, a rough music echoing in every courtyard and ward. But this cough grew sharper, almost. Barking. The man doubled over, hands pressed to his chest. "Brother," a comrade murmured, reaching to steady him. The coughing man convulsed. A harsh, wet sound tore from his throat. He fell back onto his cot, choking. His eyes rolled. Foam, tinged a sickly yellow, flecked his lips. The flesh around his neck seemed to darken, veins bulging. "Medicae," someone shouted. The nearest orderly pushed through the crowd, kit clutched in white-knuckled hands. He reached the cot just as the man arched his back, spine bending in an unnatural angle. There was a sound, like branches snapping under ice. The man's limbs jerked, fingers clawing at the air. Mathieu's words died in his throat. The man's skin mottled before their eyes. Blotches of green and purple spread across his face, swelling, bursting, smoking. His features distorted, nose collapsing, mouth stretching into a wide, gaping slit. One by one, his eyes turned milky, then dissolved into weeping pits. The body swelled. The cot creaked. Bandages split. Armor seams burst. The medici stumbled back, any training he had overwhelmed by naked terror. The dead man sat up. Where a guardsman had lain, something else now hunched. It was hunched and rotting, its flesh hanging in folds, its posture crooked. One horn jutted from its skull. A single rheumy eye peered balefully from the center of its face. Flies crawled in and out of its cracked skin. It opened its mouth, and a long, whining note poured out, a sound like a rusted bell being struck again and again somewhere deep underwater. A demon. Someone whispered, "By the throne, a demon." Panic detonated. Men scrambled from their cots, tripping over blankets and each other. Some dragged themselves along on their elbows. Others tried to lift weapons they no longer had. The plague-bearer shambled forward, its sword appearing in its hand as if grown from its own arm, dripping with foulness. Mathieu did not remember drawing his sidearm one moment. His hands were empty. The next, the pistol was in his grip, its weight solid, its muzzle tracking the demon's center mass. "In his name!" he shouted, more to make himself move than out of any conscious plan. He pulled the trigger. The bolt round took the plague-bearer in the chest. The demon staggered. Rot and filth exploded outward, spattering nearby men with stinking slime. The thing did not fall. It smiled a slack, humorless smile, as if amused by the attempt. The air grew heavy. Mathieu felt it, the way the light dimmed, the way colors leached from the frescoed ceiling. The painted saints seemed to flinch. The floor under his boots quivered, as if something vast had stirred below. The first great unclean one forced its way into reality in the gardens, just beyond the basilica walls. Its bulk pushed through a rent in the air, splitting blossom-laden branches, crushing carefully tended herbs under its weight. Statues of gallant Medici saints toppled as its belly rolled across the lawn. Flies poured from its open sores in thick clouds. It laughed, a sound of delighted disgust, and began to wade toward the main buildings, each step leaving a crater of slime and dying grass. In the basilica, Mathieu fired again and again, each shot punching temporary holes in the plague-bearer that closed a heartbeat later. Men screamed as the demon's sword bit, wounds festering almost as soon as they were made. The militant apostolic's prayers tumbled from his lips without thought, fragments of litanies learned as a boy. For a moment, as he saw the shadow of the great unclean one slide across the stained glass windows, he wondered if the Emperor truly listened. On Espandor, Guron the Sistborn did not wonder about such things. He waded through a tide of corpses and laughed. The plains outside Hive Talessa had become a graveyard. Thousands of bodies lay where they had fallen, some still in tight drill squares, others scattered in chaotic heaps. The battle had swept back and forth over this ground for an entire day, artillery turning men and machines alike into mangled piles. Now the guns had fallen silent. The living had withdrawn to reorganize. The dead lay under a low, filthy mist. Guron walked among them, his boots squelching in mud that was not entirely soil. His armor was a patchwork of bulging plates and seeping rents. The massive cyst that had given him his epithet throbbed wetly, its surface shining in the dim light. Flies orbited him like a personal halo. Around him, the plague engines pulsed. Half-buried machines, their true shapes obscured by rust and barnacle-like growths, shuddered and chimed. Pipes protruded from their housings, plunging into the heaps of dead. A faint, greasy light glowed within their core vents. As they labored, an invisible pulse ran out from them, a rhythm that matched the slow beat of Guron's unbeating heart. The corpses twitched, fingers curled, heads jerked, spines arched, one by one. Then, in clusters, the dead began to rise. They moved with the awful irregularity of broken marionettes. Limbs dangled at wrong angles. Mouths hung open, dribbling dark fluid. Eyes stared without seeing. Where wounds gaped, no blood flowed. Whatever animated them did not bother with such details. Plague zombies. Guron drank in the sight. "There," he said softly. "Look at them. Look how they answer even now." He imagined the defenders on Espandor's inner lines, looking out from their fortifications toward the killing fields they believed they had cleared. Imagined the horror as they saw the slain climbing to their feet and beginning to shamble back toward them. "This is grace," Guron said. "This is mercy. Even in death, they may still serve. The Emperor would have wasted them, Our father does not. He turned his head, looking toward the hazed horizon. Espandor's distant cities were smudges of smoke and flame. The sky above them seethed with clouds not unlike those that had bruised Macraga's heavens. Guilliman is away, Guron said. His precious Ultramar fights without its shepherd. Let us see how neatly his codex covers this. He laughed then, a cracked grinding sound. Up above, in the cold void, the officers of Ultramar's star forts watched the warp and saw it watching back. On one such bastion guarding the Konor system, Master of the fleet Varin paced the command deck, hands clasped behind his back. The viewing ports before him showed the familiar glitter of stars and the steady glow of Konor's primary. Augur runes floated in his sight, projected by cranial implants. "Report," he ordered. "Warp disturbance at the very edge of our monitoring net," a junior officer said. Not a full storm, more eddies, swirls, as if something large is moving just beyond the curtain. "Vague poetry does not help me, Lieutenant," Varin snapped. "Translate it into threats." The younger man swallowed. "Significant fluctuations in the empiric medium along projected ingress routes," he said, forcing his voice into the clipped tones of doctrine. "Patterns match those observed before prior Death Guard incursions in Espandor and Ardium. There are no confirmed signatures of traitor vessels yet, but the currents suggest something is pushing against the veil." Varin frowned. "Signal Macraga," he said. "Flag this as urgent. If Mortarion means to push here in Konor, we must know. The system is not yet fully fortified. The star forts are strong, but the ground defenses lag behind projected schedules." "Aye, Lord." He stared into the depths of the augur display, tracing the faint swirls of distorted reality. To a layman, they would mean nothing. To a trained naval officer with decades of experience, they were as loud as thunder. Something was gathering out there. Something big. Something patient. On Macraga, in the fortress of Hera, Marneus Calgar listened to yet. Central table. The realm's many worlds central table. The realm's many worlds glowing as blue spheres with runic tags hovering beside them. Around the table stood captains of the Ultramarines, officers of Ultramar Auxilia, representatives of the Mechanicus, and a custodian from the Emperor's own guard. Each bore bad tidings. "Espandor is bleeding out," one Auxilia general said. "If we cannot reinforce within a handful of days, their outer lines will collapse. The Death Guard will be in their inner cities before the week is out. Ardium's governors report that their manufactoria are failing," an adept from the forge spoke. "Contamination has spread to ore silos and fuel reserves. Without cleansing rites and replacement stock, the world will become a loss." "Iax reports demonic manifestations," another officer added, reluctantly. "Limited. Contained for now, but the very fact that they have occurred on that world is alarming." From the periphery, Varin's hololithic form flickered into being, vox projectors giving his voice a faint echo. "And Konor," he said, "feels the enemy testing the warp at its door. If we cannot bolster its defenses, it may become the next spear point." Calgar listened to them all, the weight of the chapter's command mantle heavy on his broad shoulders. His armor creaked faintly as he shifted, gauntleted fingers resting on the edge of the display. The laurels on his helm seemed darker than usual in the Strategium's light. "Macraga itself is under attack," he said at last. "Plague assaults and cult incursions strike at our own heart. The fortress of Hera has been tested more harshly in these last days than in many years. I will not strip it for parts to feed a dozen other fires." No one dared contradict him outright, but their expressions, their stances, spoke of uncomfortable truths. Decimus Felix stepped forward. "Yet if we keep everything here," he said, "we risk losing everything out there. Espandor falls, and the enemy has a staging ground for deeper strikes. Ardium falls, and our supply chain buckles. Ajax falls, and we lose not just a hospital world, but a symbol of civilization within this turmoil. Connor falls, and our entire flank is torn open. Calgar looked at him. The two warriors had stood together through too many wars to count. Felix's face bore new lines now, new scars, but his eyes were as steady as ever. "You speak truth, brother," Calgar said, "as do they. That is the curse of command. Every voice brings a different truth, and all of them require men and ships we do not have." He gestured at the hololith. Red runes pulsed over Espandor, Ardium, Ajax, and now Conor. Macragge's glyph remained blue, but a faint shadow haloed it, the mark of ongoing conflict. "We cannot be everywhere," Calgar said. "We cannot save everyone, yet we must choose where to stand." "The Lord Commander could choose," one of the younger captains said before he could stop himself. "He could see the larger pattern. He could—" He trailed off as Calgar's gaze settled upon him. "Yes," Calgar said quietly, "he could, but he is not here. He fights another war, carving a path through the darkness that has swallowed half the Imperium. We cannot call him back for every crisis. We must hold in his absence, or his work is meaningless." Silence fell. Varin's hololith flickered again. "There is one more matter," the master of the fleet said. "An astropathic echo, fragmentary. It cut across the warp storms like a knife, unheralded, almost torn apart by interference. We have not yet fully decoded it, but the gist is clear." Calgar's eyes narrowed. "Speak it," he said. "The Indomitus Crusade's first phase is complete," Varin said. "Fleet Primus is turning. The Lord Commander is coming home." For a moment, the Strategium seemed to breathe again. Shoulders straightened. Even the Mechanicus Adept's monotone took on a faint edge of something like hope. "How long?" Felix asked at once. "Warp translation paths are uncertain, with the cicatrix still raging," Varin replied. "Storms flare and die without pattern. It could be weeks, it could be longer, it could be less. Time is difficult to measure in such a sea." Calgar looked back at the hololith. Red runes pulsed, blue ones flickered. The great wound in reality that bisected the galaxy was rendered as a jagged scar of shadow, its influence reaching even here, into Guilliman's carefully tended realm. "We hold," Calgar said. "We hold Macragge. We send what we can to Espandor and Ardium, enough to stiffen their spines, but not to strip our own armor bare. We reinforce Ajax with men we can ill spare, because if that world falls to full, demonic occupation, we will never wash the stain away. We prepare Conor as best we may. We bleed and we endure until the Lord Commander returns." He straightened. "And when he does," he said, "we will make Mortarion choke on every life he has taken from us." Far away, beyond the ordered worlds of Ultramar, the scourge stars seethed and smiled. Between them, fleets and plagues and demons moved in slow alignment. The infection that Mortarion had seeded crept on. Its spread measured not in days or weeks, but in the continual erosion of hope. The message that Guilliman was coming had reached Macragge. Whether it would reach Espander, Ardium, Ajax, and Conor in time was another matter entirely. Duty is not measured in victories, but in the weight of lives spent with purpose. If worlds must burn that the realm endures, then we mourn them in our ledgers and move on. Robuta Guilliman, Lord Commander of the Imperium. The universe snapped back into shape with a soundless wrench. Fleet Primus tore free of the warp above Ardium in a flare of light and residual madness. Translation storms crawled off the prows of its warships like reluctant ghosts, dissolving into the cold void. Sensor masts unfolded. Auspex arrays drank in raw data. Vox masts screamed as they reconnected with real space. On the command deck of the Macragge's Honor, Robout Guilliman watched Ardium appear in the main Strategium hololith and felt something in his engineered heart harden. Ardium had been a jewel once, a fortress world that wore its bastions like a crown, its manufactoria humming with productive order, its defense grids calibrated to the last shell and second. At this distance, he could not see its walls or its cities, only the whole. The whole was sick. Poisonous clouds swaddled the planet in thick bands. They glowed a faint, malignant green, veined with bruised dark storms. From orbit, one could always see patterns. Trade routes picked out in light, agricultural belts traced in subtle color shifts, tectonic plates as abstract geometry. Now the patterns beneath the clouds were broken and smeared, as if a diseased hand had dragged across the surface of the world. "Report," Guilliman said. His voice was calm, even. It carried easily in the vastness of the strategium, where mortal officers moved like ants among the looming presence of Astartes. An Auspex Magos bowed, mechanized limbs clicking. "Primary Auspex confirms extensive atmospheric contamination," the tech adept rasped. "Toxin saturation beyond baseline categorization. Readings suggest layered deployment of multiple plagues. Surface thermal output indicates widespread fires in the equatorial hive belts. Defense grids operating at reduced capacity." "Enemy presence?" Guilliman asked. "Affirmative." The adept manipulated a control wand. The hololith zoomed in, overlaying Ardium with a mesh of glowing lines and sigils. Multiple clusters of heretic, Astartes, Armorium signatures match the Death Guard. Significant concentrations around these loti. The loti pulsed in sour yellow, a ring of points around major population centers and key bastions. "Those patterns," murmured another voice. Marnius Calgar stepped to Guilliman's side, armor whispering against the deck as he moved. His gaze tracked the pulsing points. "They are not random." "No," Guilliman said. He could see it now. The ring was not complete, but it was growing. Between each Death Guard concentration, Auspex ghosted with faint anomalies. Places where the dead outnumbered the living, places where something else thrummed beneath the noise. "Enhance ground return on this cluster," Guilliman ordered, pointing with one gauntleted finger. The image deepened. Ardium's surface swam up to meet them. A ravaged plain studded with trenches, a line of bunkers, the curving bulk of a fortress gate. Corpses lay in heaps before the walls, little shadows, littering the approaches. Their heat signatures were absent. They should have been inert. They were not. As they watched, the shapes moved, limbs jerked, heads twitched. Bodies that had once been loyal soldiers began to shamble, rising with grotesque inevitability. In the middle distance, a mass on the horizon pulsed with energy. A structure squatted there, half buried, its form occluded by the interference of the plagues. Vents on its flanks glowed a dull, furnace red. Cables and tendrils ran from it into the piles of dead. "Plague engines," Guilliman said softly. "Constructs to harvest the fallen and send them back at their former comrades." "It is an efficient obscenity," Calgar said. Guilliman's lip curled. "Order the fleet," he said. "We break their air supremacy. We crush those engines. Then we cut the Death Guard out of Ardium root and branch." He turned his head slightly. "Summon Captain Justinian Paris," he added. "It is time the Primaris cohorts fought for their own realm." The words rippled outward. Command echoes carried them from ship to ship. Within minutes, Fleet Primus shifted formation, attack craft screaming from launch bays, bombardment vessels moving into firing solutions. The void between the fleet and Ardium filled with light. On the strike cruiser that bore his banner, Justinian Paris knelt in the armory chapel and let the machine spirits take the weight of his warplate. Servo arms moved with practiced precision, lowering ceramite and adamantium into place piece by piece. History whispered from every plate. The armor was new, yet old, forged upon Mars to patterns born in another age, blessed by the Adeptus Mechanicus, refined under Guilliman's direct oversight. He felt the lock seal at his gorget, the helmet lowering over his scarred features. Vision shifted from bare sight to the data-rich clarity of his autosenses. Runes flickered into life at the edges of his vision, displaying squad vitals, ammunition counts, mission parameters. The chapel's incense-scented gloom sharpened, every detail thrown into crisp relief. A serf presented his bolt rifle. Paris took it, feeling the familiar balance, the slight difference in weight that marked it as a Primaris pattern. In his other hand, he clasped his power sword, the blade a simple, straight length of killing edge, its generator purring faintly. "Captain," voxed the ship's master, "we have our orders. The Lord Commander wishes your company to spearhead the ground assault on Ardium's southern bastions. You will deploy alongside a strike from the 2nd Company of the Ultramarines." "Understood," Paris replied. He rose and turned. Before him stood his company, Primaris Astartes in the blue of Ultramar, shoulders bearing the sigil of their gene father. They were taller than many of the veteran brothers they now fought beside, enhanced by the work of Belisarius Cawl, their gene seed refined, their organs augmented. They had bled in the Indomitus Crusade. They had seen demon worlds and fallen sectors, had reclaimed worlds that should have stayed dead. But this was different. This was Ultramar. "Brothers," Paris said. His voice carried through the squad link and across the armory, steady and clear. "We return not to rest, but to war. Our home burns. Ardium's skies are poisoned. Its dead rise at traitor command. We are the sons of Guilliman. We will not let this stand." He lifted his bolt rifle. "Make ready," he said. "We will show Mortarion what his plagues buy him here." Moments later, the strike cruiser's launch bays blossomed with fire. Drop pods hurled themselves into the void, their engines roaring as they knifed through Ardium's upper atmosphere. Interceptor fire reached up to meet them, tracer lines burning through the clouds. Some pods vanished in mid-descent, torn apart by corrupted munitions or swallowed by sudden blooms of warp filth. The rest fell like a storm of iron. Paris felt the brutal vibration of entry through his harness. Red runes flickered as turbulence clawed at the pod. His squad's vitals glowed steady green in his helm display. He keyed the external auger. The air outside was a maelstrom of toxins and ash. The pod's machine spirit spat warnings as its hull was caressed by corrosive winds. Paris ignored them. The pod knew its work. Impact came with bone-shaking force. Explosive bolts blew the hatches outward. The world leapt in. Ardium stank of burning metal and slow death. Paris stepped out into a trench line that had become a charnel ditch. Bodies lay in layers at his feet, their uniforms marked with imperial sigils. Many bore the marks of last fire or shrapnel. Some had bloated in unnatural ways, their skin split by internal growths. Something moved. A hand, flensed of most of its skin, clawed at the edge of the trench. A soldier dragged himself up, eyes clouded, jaw hanging loose. He reached for Paris with fingers that oozed corruption. The Primaris captain put a bolt round through the man's skull. The corpse snapped backward, falling into the heap. It twitched, then lay still, for now. "Advance," Paris ordered. His company surged from the pod impact zone, bolt rifles thundering. The trench ran ahead toward the looming shape of a bastion wall. Silhouettes moved on the parapets, some in familiar helmets, others in pitted, horned plate. Last fire and heavy stubber rounds raked down. Bolter shells detonated, chewing trenches into the mud. Paris threw himself forward, moving with the disciplined momentum that had been drilled into him since the day he had awoken in a gestation casket. Primaris and firstborn, new sons and old. Up on the ramparts, the blue of the 2nd Company of the Ultramarines blazed amid the smoke. Their tactical markings were older patterns, their armor bearing the scars of wars fought before most of Paris's men had existed. They fought with a familiarity that came from centuries of battle, bolters firing in controlled bursts, movement coordinated by nods and short vox phrases. The Death Guard came down to meet them. They were swollen things, bloated torsos encased in cracked plate, daubed in the pallid colors of decay. Rusted chains hung from their armor, ringing with each lumbering step. Bolters coughed shells that trailed smoke. Some bore weapons that had once been flamers, now vomiting gouts of reeking slime. Paris met the first of them at the base of the wall. The Plague Marine raised his bolter. Paris shot him through the chest, the bolt round punching into the corroded breastplate and detonating within. The traitor staggered, ichor spraying from the wound, then swung a rusted cleaver. Paris stepped aside and answered with his power sword. The blade hummed as it sliced through the Marine's arm at the elbow, then cut up under the helmet's grill. The Death Guard fell, leaking filth. "Hold the breach," Paris barked. "Clear the ramparts. We cut a corridor to that engine." He pointed beyond the wall. On the far plain, visible in glimpses between bastion towers, the Plague engine loomed. It was a tower of twisted metal and fused flesh, cables buried in the ground around it, its upper platforms crowned with spinning arrays that crackled with warp lightning. Vents along its length belched vapors that crawled in visible curtains toward the massed dead. Where those vapors touched, bodies shuddered and began to rise. If that engine fell, the tide of the dead might at last slow. Above Ardium, the Macrage's honor shifted orbit. Guilliman watched the battle unfold from the heart of the strategium, his gaze taking in 100 feeds at once. Ground-level picked captures from helmet cams, orbital auspex sweeps, vox transcripts, data overlays, every piece a fragment of the wider picture. He saw Paris carving forward, Primaris cohorts moving with relentless precision. He saw Second Company brothers holding a breach against waves of traitors and zombies. He saw pockets of Loyalist Guard still fighting in inner lines, their banners ragged, their vox traffic reduced to hoarse snarls and whispered prayers. He calculated. "Current projections?" he asked. A data savant looked up from his console, eyes flickering with the reflection of his screens. "If we maintain current bombardment and commit reserves along Vector Gamma, we estimate clearance of Death Guard forces around the southern bastions within a day cycle," the man said. "However, the Plague engines continue to generate fresh enemy bodies at a rate that exceeds standard attrition models." Guilliman turned his head slightly. "What is the fulcrum?" he asked. The savant hesitated. "My lord?" "The central point upon which this engagement turns," Guilliman said. "Patience a thin thread. In plain terms, savant, what must we remove to collapse their line?" The man swallowed. "The engines, my lord," he said. "The constructs animating the dead. Without them, the Death Guard's numerical advantage decreases sharply." "Then we do not wait a day," Guilliman said. He reached for the Emperor's sword, where it stood in a slot beside the hololith. His gauntleted hand closed around the hilt. Power ran down the blade in a shiver of gold. For a heartbeat, the strategium was lit, as if by dawn. "Lord Commander," said a voice. Calgar stepped closer. His tone held concern, though he tried to keep it masked. "Your presence is needed here," he said. "You command a crusade, not a single war zone." "I command the Imperium," Guilliman said. He lifted the blade, feeling its weight, its familiar draw upon him. "And sometimes that means I must remind the galaxy what that command looks like." He looked to the golden figure at the edge of the strategium. Tribune Colquan of the Adeptus Custodes inclined his head slightly. "The Emperor did not create you to sit in orbit while lesser men die in your stead," the custodian said. "He made you to lead from the front. It is proper that you go." Calgar grimaced, but said nothing more. Guilliman turned to the officers. "You will hold the fleet," he said. "Coordinate continuing strikes on secondary targets. Maintain pressure on Death Guard landing zones. I will remove the nearest engine personally." He stepped from the dais, etiquette servitors hurrying to open the strategium doors before him. The Emperor's sword burned softly in his hand. When he descended to Ardium, the world shook. Thunderhawks roared through the toxic sky, their hulls shedding plumes of burning contamination. Guilliman stood in the forward bay, hand on a restraining bar, boots braced against the deck. Around him, members of his Victrix Guard made their final checks, shields locking into place on their forearms. The gunship jolted as flak shells burst close by. Warning runes flashed and died. The pilot's voice came sharp and clipped over the internal vox. "Lord Commander, we are approaching the drop zone. Plague engine locus ahead. Ground fire is heavy." "Take us in," Guilliman replied. The ramp dropped with a scream of hydraulics. Heat and filth washed in. Guilliman strode down into it, the Emperor's sword blazing. His boots struck churned earth and ash. The air was a soup of toxins and smoke. Through his helm filters, it tasted of copper and old sickness. The plague engine towered above him, a silhouette of blasphemy against the clouded sky. Traitor lines encircled it, plague marines and mortals and demons intermingled, firing toward advancing ultramarines. Guilliman did not slow. He moved like a spear. Traitor bolter fire hammered against his armor, spent shells pinging from ceramite. A corrupted shell from a plague mortar burst nearby, its foul payload splashing against his battleplate and evaporating in a hiss of gold light. The Emperor's sword cut arcs through the air, each swing burning demons from existence, slicing through rot-swollen plate and rusted chains alike. An elite knot of Death Guard moved to intercept him, their leader, a champion whose armor had grown into a throne of horn and bone. He raised a weapon that had once been a scythe, its edge dripping with substances that had no place in nature. "You come at last, Robout," the traitor rumbled, voice muffled by his corroded grill. "Too late, always too late." Guilliman did not answer with words. He stepped into the champion's guard, seizing the haft of the scythe with one hand and tearing it aside. His other hand drove the Emperor's sword into the center of the traitor's breastplate. The blade went through armor and flesh as if they were parchment. Light flared, incinerating whatever unnatural endurance had kept the traitor walking this long. The Death Guard fell, armor collapsing inward as if emptied. Guilliman wrenched the blade free and pressed on. Victrix Guard fought at his flanks, their storm shields locking into a wall, their blades cutting down any who came too close. Ultramarines surged in their wake, taking advantage of the breach he carved, bolters tearing into the faltering enemy. The plague engine loomed ever larger. Up close, it stank not only of decay but of something worse, a purposeful corruption, a design. Runes crawled across its surfaces, some carved by mortal hands, others grown into place like malignant script. At its base, a mass of organic matter pulsed slowly, beating in time with the rise and fall of the dead around it. Guilliman saw faces in that mass, half submerged, eyes closed. Some might still have been alive. "It ends now," he said. He drove the Emperor's sword into the engine's heart. Light exploded outward, a blinding, burning sun that washed across the battlefield. The engine's runes flared and went dark. Its vents choked, the cables that linked it to the piles of dead blackened and snapped. Across the plain, the reanimated corpses staggered. Some collapsed like puppets with severed strings. Others froze, heads turning as if listening for a command that no longer came. The Death Guard howled. High above the ruined plains of Ardium, in a place where light did not travel by any rule humans would understand, Mortarion felt the loss. The bridge of his plague vessel was quiet, save for the drip of condensation and the distant tolling of bells. Hololiths flickered before him, showing a representation of his war as it spread through Ultramar. Lines of infection, nodes of corruption, currents of warp power. One of those nodes flared and died. He turned his head slightly, lenses contracting. "Ardium," he said. A lesser demon, hunched at the foot of his throne, cringed. "The engine there has been unmade, Lord," it simpered. "The tally dips for a moment. It will recover." "By whose hand?" Mortarion asked. The demon hesitated, then spread its filthy claws. "The reports are confused," it said. "There is much light, much fire. The dead do not describe their killers clearly. They babble of a tall figure, of a blade that burns, of order." Mortarion's fingers tightened on Silence's haft. "Robauta," he breathed. For a heartbeat, old memories flickered through him. Two brothers standing side by side in gleaming plate, absorbing the Emperor's grand designs. Robaut, with his endless schemes and codes and metrics. Mortarion, with his ragged worlds and bitter pragmatism. Guilliman had always moved swiftly once his decision was made. That much, at least, had not changed. "He wastes his strength on a single world," growled one of Mortarion's demon lieutenants. "Let him. The plague spread regardless. We will take Espandor. We will bleed Macraga. We will let Ajax ripen." "He is already cutting into the rot faster than you anticipated," Mortarion said. "Do not confuse wish with analysis." He regarded the hololithic representation of Ultramar. The infection was advancing, but so was the scalpel. "Accelerate the work on Ajax," he said. "The cauldron there must be prepared ahead of schedule. Kugath will complain, but he will obey, and send word to Typhus. The plague fleet is to shift its pattern. The trap at Conor must be ready when our dear brother arrives." Back on Ardium, among the smouldering ruins of the plague engine, the Imperium took a breath it had not realized it had been holding. Justinian Paris stood with his helm unsealed, the toxic air of Ardium filtered and scrubbed within the suit, his expression visible to those around him. The sweat on his brow had nothing to do with heat. His company had taken losses. Brothers lay cooling in their armor among the bodies of the enemy, their gene seed already being recovered by solemn apothecaries. He watched as tech adepts picked through the wreckage of the engine. Their mechadendrites clicked and hummed, sampling residue, scraping runes into data stores. One figure among them was different. The Dark Magos had once been red-robed and loyal. Now his robes were the color of bruises, his augmentations latticed with bubbling growths. They had found him half fused to the side of the engine, his flesh and metal both bitten into by the Emperor's sword. He still lived, barely. "Speak," snarled the interrogator crouched beside him, a robed inquisitorial agent detached to Guilliman's retinue. "You will answer before your end." The Dark Mago's voice was a whisper of static and phlegm. "You do not understand what you have broken," he rasped. "This is not a mere machine. It is a conduit, a finger on a hand you cannot see." The interrogator drove a symbol-etched blade a little deeper into the Magos' withered flesh. "Name it," he demanded. "Name the artifact Mortarion wields." "Hand of Darkness," the Magos coughed. "A relic of the War Master's design, gifted, bargained, stolen. What does it matter? Its touch reaches across the tides. The engines are only its nails. You have broken one. There are others. There will be more." His eyes rolled, servo lenses whirring. "Every corpse is his clay," he whispered. "Every battlefield a shrine. You cannot kill what is already dead." He died with a gurgle, systems sparking, flesh slumping. Paris felt a chill that no environmental seal could banish. Not far away, word of the victory on Ardium reached Ajax like the echo of a distant storm. Mathieu stood in a shadowed cloister, listening to the Vox relay crackle. The voice on the other end was thin with distance and interference, but the meaning was clear enough. Ardium's southern bastions had held. A plague engine had been destroyed. The dead had fallen. "That is good news, father," said the young mediari who had brought him the receiver. The man's face was drawn with lack of sleep, but his eyes held a flicker of hope. "The Lord Commander has returned. He fights for us. The tide turns. Perhaps, Mathieu said. He lowered the vox set, its weight suddenly heavy in his hand. Outside the cloister arch, the gardens of Ajax were full of cots. The sick had spilled from the basilica into every available space. Medici moved among them like ghosts, their white robes stained. The coughing never stopped. The prayers never ended. For every man healed, 3 more arrived. "Does it change anything here?" Mathieu asked quietly. "Does Ardium's deliverance make these fevers break? Do fewer men gasp their last in our halls because a demon engine fell on a distant world?" The mediary hesitated. "It means the enemy can bleed," he said. "It means the Lord Commander walks among us again. That must mean something." Mathieu looked at his own hands. He had spoken those same sorts of words so many times. Faith, he knew, was not a ledger of miracles and interventions. It was a stance. Yet he could not help but feel the imbalance. He had begged for relief for Ajax. He had prayed for the plagues to pass here. No shining blade had fallen from the sky to cut the sickness from his wards. "Go," he said finally. "Spread the news. Let them take what comfort they can from it." When he was alone, he closed his eyes and whispered a prayer that tasted more of exhaustion than hope. On the Macragge's honor, under cleaner air and harsher light, Guilliman convened his war council. Hololiths displayed the updated situation. Ardium's glyph flickered from crimson toward amber, its emergency runes dimming. Espandor still burned. Macragge still fought off probing strikes. Ajax now carried a faint, unpleasant shadow of demonic incursion. Conor, on the maps, remained mostly blue. Mostly. Espandor cannot hold indefinitely, Calgar said. Their lines are stretched. Their commanders send increasingly frantic messages. If we do not reinforce them in strength, they will fall. Conor is under siege in all but name, Varin's avatar reported from a distant star fort. The warp about the system writhes. There are signs of something pushing against the veil. If Mortarion gains a foothold there, he can drive directly at Macragge's flank. Ajax is more than a symbol, Decimus Felix added. It is our primary hospital world now. If it is corrupted beyond recovery, we will pay the price for every campaign yet to come. Tribune Colquhoun listened, golden mask unreadable. Guilliman heard them all. "You present me with a constant truth," he said. "Every world you name is vital. Every front is critical. Every sector needs more than I can give." He moved around the hololith slowly, gaze fixed on the map of Ultramar, like a general examining a wounded limb. "Mortarion is not a blunt instrument," he continued. "He does not simply smash. He probes, infects, and waits. He chooses his points with care. Ardium and Espandor bleed us. Macragge distracts us. Ajax ripens as a garden. Conor..." He extended one finger, touching Conor's glyph. "Conor sits astride the routes we must use to move from one theatre to another. If it falls, or if it becomes a plague pit, our maneuver options diminish drastically. We are locked into slow, costly redeployments. We lose flexibility. Mortarion gains time." Calgar's expression tightened. "You would leave Espandor to fend for itself?" he asked. "Leave its people to hold alone while we gamble on what may happen at Conor?" "I would leave garrisons and reinforcement, but not the full might of Fleet Primus," Guilliman said. "We do not have the luxury of drowning every fire in our reserves. We must choose where to cut, not merely where to bandage." "Those are lives you speak of," Calgar said, "not counters on a game board." "I know exactly what they are," Guilliman replied, his voice soft but edged. "Do not mistake calculation for callousness, Manius. If I could be on every world myself, blade in hand, I would, but I am not what I was. I am one man with one fleet and too many fronts." Silence fell. Colquhoun broke it. "The Primarch is correct," the custodian said. "This is war on a scale that would drown any lesser mind. You must think in terms of the realm, not a single planet, if the Imperium is to endure beyond this campaign. Felix looked from Konor's glyph to Espandor's burning icon. There is another consideration, he said. Mortarion will have predicted our urge to strike where the fighting is already thickest. Espandor and Ardium are bait as much as they are targets. If we lunge where he expects, we dance to his tune. Guilliman nodded once. Exactly, he said, which is why we go to Konor. We strike where he is still setting the board, not where he believes it already fixed. He stabbed a rune. Fleet Primus will redeploy to Konor at once, he said. We will detach sufficient forces to Espandor and Ardium to stave off collapse if possible, but our main spear goes where it can cut the deepest into Mortarion's plan. And Ajax? Felix asked. Ajax will have to hold, Guilliman said quietly, with faith, with discipline, with every doctrine and resource its commanders can muster. We cannot be everywhere. We can only be where it matters most at the right time. He met each of their gazes in turn. I do not make this choice lightly, he said. I will remember the names of any worlds that fall because of it. I will record them in my ledgers. I will not pretend their loss is anything but a tragedy. But if the realm survives because of their sacrifice, then their deaths will not be meaningless. There was a murmur of assent. Reluctant, but assent nonetheless. Orders rippled outward. Fleet Primus bent its course, engines flaring as ships turned like muscles in a single great body. The void ahead of them darkened as warp drives began to spool up. In the wake of their maneuver, far from human eyes, another fleet altered its disposition. The Terminus Est wallowed in the half-light between real space and the warp, its hull shedding streams of filth that froze into glittering trails. Typhus stood upon its plague-pitted bridge, watching augur ghosts of Guilliman's ships adjust course. So, he murmured, the lion shows his throat. Around him, the plague fleet answered the shift. Iconoclast destroyers and bloated cruisers adjusted their vectors, their paths bending to encircle the route Guilliman had chosen. They were shadows around a spear of light, rot encircling a blade. Let him come to Konor, Typhus said. Let him think he moves by his own will. The garden has many paths, all of them end in decay. By decree of the Konor Defense Network, our star forts are impregnable, our walls unbreachable. No foe shall pass into this system while a single gun still answers the call. Initial operational order of the Konor High Command, issued 3 days before first contact, the impregnable star fort burned. From the void, it looked like a slowly opening flower of fire, petals of molten metal peeling away from a core that spat venting atmosphere and spinning wreckage. Where once bastion guns had jutted like teeth, now jagged stumps spewed sparks and smoke. The proud bastion that had anchored one flank of the Konor system's defenses died by inches, its shields long since stripped, its hull flayed by repeated strikes of diseased munitions. Around it, the system roared. Konor's core worlds lay under bombardment. Industrial moons, once veiled only in honest smoke, now wore shrouds of plague cloud. Void shields flickered over manufactoria spires, straining against the constant rain of corrupted shells from orbiting plague vessels. Where those shields faltered, entire hab stacks sagged and fell, their skeletons eaten from within by invisible rot. In the upper atmosphere of Konor Primus, demons fell like rain. They poured from rent clouds in buzzing flocks and bellowing hulks, riding tides of unreality that coiled down toward the surface. Plague flies the size of transports beat their rotten wings, leaving contrails of filth. Great corpulent shapes forced their way through tiers in the air, laughing as they landed in plazas designed for parades and civic gatherings. The clean skies of Konor, once a testament to Ultramar's order, had turned sour overnight. Aboard the Terminus Est, Typhus watched the system die with the detached satisfaction of a craftsman seeing his design unfold. Hololithic projectors traced Konor's orbits in diseased green light. Worlds spun in overlapping arcs. Star forts marked the stable points like anchor stones. Icons marked Death Guard flotillas, easing into bombardment positions. Plague hulks drifting on. Prearranged vectors, demonic incursions thickening along invisible channels. Typhus stood in armor that had drunk so much warp filth that it no longer reflected light correctly. His helm's horned crest brushed dangling chains hung with bells. Flies buzzed around him, occasionally landing on his pauldrons before thinking better of it and taking off again. "A proud system," he said. "Proud fortresses, an admirable grid of defenses." His voice held no admiration, only mockery. Around him, his lieutenants and hand-picked champions loomed in a half-circle. Plague marines, bloated and corroded. A few robed mortals, their flesh already halfway claimed. A demon or two, allowed to manifest within the ship on sufferance. "Konor is a hinge," Typhus went on. "It is the joint between the arm that holds Macragga and the hand that grasps Espandor and Ardium. Break the hinge and the grip fails." He gestured. The hololith zoomed in on the outer reaches of the system. Konor's star forts were arrayed in a net that had once been described in ultramarine dispatches as flawless. Here, in glowing lines, its flaws showed. "Fortress Gamma," Typhus said, indicating the one that burned now. Taken off the board, its guns silent. The defenders fed to the tallyman. Already the system's firing arcs begin to show gaps. A hunched mortal officer, his eyes filmed and his lips cracked by some lingering fever, dared a cough. "Lord," he ventured, "the Primarch has come. Our augurs confirm Fleet Primus translation. Already their ships move to relieve the inner worlds. Our bombardments meet stiffening resistance." "Of course he came," Typhus said. "Robot cannot ignore a challenge laid so carefully in his path. He moves to Konor because he must, because his logic tells him that if this system falls, his precious Ultramar is hamstrung." He leaned closer to the hololith, helm lenses narrowing. "He will relieve Konor," Typhus said. "He will spend men and ships and his own strength to hold it. While he does, Macragga is cut off. Espandor and Ardium continue to bleed. Ajax ripens. And when he believes the system secured..." He flicked two fingers. A new icon appeared on the fringes of the projection. Not a ship, not a fleet, a world. It drifted on a course that would, in time, carry it into Konor's orbital envelope. Its trajectory was slow, its vector unnatural. "Lobos," Typhus murmured. "A death world, saturated with plagues beyond counting. Its atmosphere is a weapon. Its soil is a weapon. Its beasts and its plants all sing the grandfather's hymns. When it enters Konor orbit, every breath taken in this system will be an infection. Every drop of rain will be a curse." One of the demons clapped its moist hands together in delight. "We will drop a world on him," Typhus said. "We will turn his hinge into a festering joint he cannot bend without pain. He will be forced to commit even more, to containing it, leaving the rest of his realm ever more exposed." He straightened. "Until then, we bog him down," he ordered. "We do not seek swift, clean victory here. We mire him in filth, feed him a slogging war on every planet he values. Every trench, every bastion, every star fort becomes a mouth that chews on his strength." He turned from the hololith. "Signal Guron," he said. "Tell him his garden is almost in position." On one of Konor's beleaguered worlds, the war's Typhus spoke of swallowed men whole. Colonel Odremeyer crouched in a trench that had once been a drainage channel and wiped muck from his eyes. The muck might have been mud. It might have been something else. After a while, the distinction blurred. The Konor subworld they had been sent to defend was an industrial satellite, its horizon dominated by habstacks and processing towers. It had no forests, no oceans, just metal and stone and the thin line of the defensive ring, Odremeyer and his surviving regiment now held. The sky above him was a constant flicker of light. Artillery arcs, orbital strikes, the flash of teleport flares as demons forced their way into reality. Void shields shimmered over the nearest manufactoria like heat haze. Sometimes they flickered, sometimes they failed. "Artillery shift," one of his sergeants called along the line. "Incoming right sector." The warning came, but so did the shells. They fell in a stuttering barrage, each impact throwing up a fountain of dirt and shards of metal. The air shook. Odremiah felt the concussive blasts in his teeth. "Keep your heads down," he barked. "Do not bunch up. If you can see the enemy can see you. That goes for their gunners too." Men huddled deeper into the trench. Some made the sign of the Aquila with filthy fingers. Others merely clenched their jaws and waited. They were drawn from 3 different regiments now. Tartella survivors, Connor line troops, a scattering of auxiliar cadres. Their uniforms were a patchwork. Their fear was the same. The bombardment rolled on, then shifted farther along the line. In the lull, the sounds that filled the air were a chorus of pained noises, coughs, moans, the crackle of fire from shattered HAB units behind them. "Here they come," murmured the Vox operator. Odremiah lifted his field glasses. The plain beyond the trench line was a scarred expanse of craters and wrecks. Tank hulls jutted from the ground at odd angles. Broken gun carriages lay half buried. Across that tortured ground, the Death Guard advanced. Their tanks led, plague-burst crawlers, their hulls bloated with unnatural growths, rolled forward on tracks that left trails of slime. Their guns spewed shells that burst into clouds of shrapnel and spores. Behind them came rhinos, their once functional lines distorted by rust and extrusions, bearing squads of plague marines. Between the armor, a sea of plague zombies shambled, a carpet of grey and green, their numbers swelling with every bombardment that found new victims. Odremiah's jaw clenched. "Fire by ranks," he ordered. "First line engages as they enter optimum range. Second line holds until the order is given. Third line keeps reserves for anything that gets through." Lasguns rose, their muzzles peeking over the broken edge of the trench. Heavy bolters swiveled on their mounts, crews hunched behind their shields. Autocannons sat in hastily dug pits, their loaders sweating as they wrestled ammunition belts into place. "Steady," Odremiah muttered. "Steady, now." The trench line lit. Lasfire lanced across the no-man's land, stabbing into plague zombies and traitor armor alike. Limbs jerked, bodies dropped. Heavy bolter rounds tore ragged gaps in the foremost ranks of the dead. One of the plague tanks took multiple hits to its side. Armor ruptured. Something inside screamed. Smoke poured from the wound. Still they came. A zombie reached the trench and toppled in, landing almost at Odremiah's feet. Its face was a mask of sores, its eyes filmed, its mouth opened, and a sound like wet cloth tearing came out. The colonel shot it in the head with his sidearm and pushed the corpse back up onto the parapet. "They will keep rising until that engine dies," he said. He could see it now, in the distance beyond the Death Guard lines. A looming structure, a plague engine anchored into the industrial heart of the satellite. Cables ran from it into corpses and soil alike. Lights pulsed along its veins in time with some obscene heartbeat. "How long can we hold?" asked the Vox operator, voice thin. Odremiah opened his mouth to answer and found he had no honest words. A new sound cut through the thunder of guns. It was a roar, deep and sudden, building to a shriek. For a heartbeat, Odremiah thought it was some new weapon of the enemy. Then he saw the streaks of fire stabbing down from the clouded sky. Drop pods. They fell in a storm, their descent breaking through the barrage as if the guns had not been designed to counter such an audacious move. Several were torn apart in mid-air. Others smashed into the ground in fountains of earth and metal, their retro rockets firing at the last possible moment. One of them landed so close that the shockwave threw men from their feet. The pod's petals blew outward in a burst of steam and gas. Armored giants strode out. They bore the blue of Ultramar, but not all were the same. Some were primaries, their frames broader, their armor subtly different. Others were firstborn, bearing older panoply, their helmets crested with laurels, their armor marked with the scars of campaigns fought long before their taller cousins had existed. At their head came two figures: Justinian Paris, captain of Primaris, his bolt rifle already braced, his gaze flicking between targets with clinical speed; Cato Sicarius, veteran of the Second Company, his plumed helm a familiar sight to Ultramar's enemies and allies alike, his power sword drawn and humming. "Connor line!" Sicarius voxed on an open channel, his voice cutting through the static. "Stand fast! Reinforcements have arrived. We will not relinquish this ground." Paris's company split along pre-planned lines. Intercessors took up firing positions along the trench, their bolt rifles sending disciplined storm after storm into the oncoming mass. Hellblasters moved to higher ground, their plasma fire spearing plague tanks, turning corrupted metal into molten cascades. Aggressors advanced alongside Sicarius's veterans, their heavy gauntlets churning shells and promethium into the Death Guard ranks. Odremire watched, momentarily stunned. He had seen Astartes fight before. On Ajax, limping beneath bandages, they had been wounded gods. Here, they were in their element. Where the guardsman's fire had slowed the tide, the Astartes storm stalled it. Plague marines were thrown back, armor torn open. Zombies were shredded faster than the engine could send them scuttling forward again. "Colonel," Vox crackled in his ear, "this is Captain Paris. Your line holds the nearest approach to the engine. Keep it that way." "We will, Captain," Odremire replied. "For as long as we can." "You need only hold until we cut out the heart," Paris said. "Then the dead will stay dead." Sicarius leapt from the trench, a small vanguard of firstborn at his side. Primaris assault units moved with them, taller shadows in the smoke. Together they drove a wedge into the Death Guard formation, heading straight for the nearest gap in their armor screen. For a moment, Odremire saw something he had not expected. The older Astartes glanced at their newer kin with suspicion and pride intertwined. The Primaris eyed the firstborn with respect for their record and a soldier's cool assessment of another unit. There was tension there, but it was tension that did not slow their killing hands. "Guilliman made us to fight together," Paris voxed on a private band. "We will not fail that design." "See that you do not," Sicarius answered, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. Together, they cut toward the engine. Far from the trenches and bastions, in the cold dark between Konor's orbit and the wider warp, Lobos drifted. It had been a world once, in the simple sense that it possessed a core, a crust, an atmosphere, and things that lived upon it. Now it was a weapon more than a planet. Guron the Sistborn stood on a ridge of bone-pale rock and breathed in air that would have killed most men in a heartbeat. His armor's seals kept the worst of it out, but he savored the faint seep of flavor that managed to worm its way past. It tasted of mold and ash, and the sweet tang that came just before a wound turned bad. The landscape before him was a parody of life. Trees grew here, but their trunks were twisted, their bark soft to the touch, like scar tissue. Their leaves were limp sacs that drooled toxins when pierced. Vines coiled between them, their thorns glistening with fluids that could do to ceramite what rust did to iron. The ground was not bare. It was carpeted in a living mat of fungus and creeping growths. Some glowed in sickly colors, pulsing in time with the beat that ran through Lobos's core. Others lay still until stepped on, releasing clouds of spores that drifted upward to join the low-hanging canopy of haze. The fauna was worse. Creatures moved in the undergrowth, their shapes uncertain. Some were all limbs and too many eyes. Others slithered, leaving behind trails that smoked. Their calls echoed in the thick air, wet and hungry. Above, the sky was a lid of filth. The stars were dim, occluded by the constant churn of spores. Far beyond that pall, engines of great vessels burned, tugging Lobos along its current vector, nudging it closer to Konor with each passing moment. Guron's vox. Bead crackled. "Champion," came Typhus's voice, "how does our garden grow?" "Lush, my lord," Guron said. "Every step is a hazard, every breath a prayer to decay. When this world brushes Konor's skirts, the system will drown in its perfumes." "Gilliman moves to intercept," Typhus said. "He will not sit idle while a plague world drifts into his doorstep. Prepare yourself. He is too proud not to send a landing force, and too rational not to understand that he must destroy Lobos before it takes full orbit." Guron laughed, the sound like a broken bell. "Then we will welcome him," he said. "We will show him how little his clean war counts in a place where the ground itself hates him." He looked out over the heaving jungle. "Let him come," Guron said. "Lobos will feast." Gilliman did indeed come. When Fleet Primus's augurs first picked up the drifting mass of Lobos and extrapolated its course, the strategium filled with a sharp, focused fear. The numbers were clear. If Lobos reached a stable position within Konor's orbital band, the system would be uninhabitable within a short span. Every respirator would clog. Every filter would fail. Every food store would turn. "It is a planet," one mortal officer had said, voice incredulous. "You cannot simply destroy a planet. Not quickly. Not before it reaches point of no return." "Yes, we can," Gilliman had answered. "We have the means. Cyclonic torpedoes, vortex devices, tectonic charges. Those are reserved for exterminatus," the officer had said, already regretting the words. "This is exterminatus," Gilliman replied. "We simply happen to be standing on the world when we deliver it." Now dropships plunged through Lobos's churning sky. Titans rode down in armored cradles, their god engines dormant until they touched ground. Armored vehicles followed, suspended in grav harnesses that groaned as the atmosphere clawed at them. Stormbirds and thunderhawks darted between the slower craft, escorting them through wailing updrafts of poisoned wind. Gilliman rode in one of the leading vessels. He stood at the forward viewing screen, watching the ground rush up. Even through reinforced glass and layers of auger data, he could feel the malevolence of the place. It was not passive. It pushed against his senses, the warp signatures in its soil and sky coalescing into a resentful awareness. "We land, we secure a perimeter, we drive toward the target zones," he said. "The Mechanicus will plant charges along the fault lines. Once they are in place, we fall back and detonate. There is no room for heroics, no desire for drawn-out engagements. We are not here to hold Lobos. We are here to erase it." Tribune Colquhoun stood nearby, his golden form steady, even as the dropship jolted. "You intend to fight in person again," he observed. "Yes," Gilliman said. "If our men are to march into this, I will not send them alone." The dropship slammed into the ground. Ramps clanged down. The first breath of Lobos air rolled in, thick and damp. Gilliman's armor filters engaged, sealing him from the worst of it. The Emperor's sword burned in his hand, its light cutting through the greenish murk like a ray of honest sun. The jungle writhed before him. Titans strode from their cradles, each step sending tremors through the tainted soil. Knights loped at their feet, lances crackling. Guard regiments deployed in ordered blocks that immediately began to fray as the terrain defied their drills. Astartes squads advanced ahead of them, bolters and flamers carving swathes through the encroaching growth. Lobos fought back. Plants lashed out, thorns punching through flak armor, injecting toxins that turned flesh to slack meat. Insects swarmed in clouds, their bites leaving burning welts even through plasteel. Beasts lunged from concealment, their mouths rings of ragged teeth, their hides armored with bony plates that deflected last fire. A Titan took a stride forward and sank almost to its knees as the ground liquefied beneath it. What had seemed solid was in fact a crust over a pit filled with churning sludge. Filth surged up, eating at adamantium until the god engine roared in pain and fury. Guilliman pushed through it all. He moved at the head of a spearhead of ultramarines and primaris cohorts, his presence a beacon that steadied men's nerves. His blade burned, cutting through vines that reached for him, severing limbs from beasts that leapt. Wherever the Emperor's sword passed, Lobos recoiled, its warp filth burning away in hissing clouds. "Forward," he urged. "Do not give the world time to think." Mechanicus engine seers trudged in their wake, hunched over devices that clicked and whirred. They planted charges at designated points, burying them in the soil, anchoring them into exposed bedrock. Each placement sent data back to orbit, building a picture of Lobos's tectonic structure. "It will work," murmured one Magos, more to reassure himself than his Primarch. "The charges, detonated in the correct sequence, will strain the crust beyond its tolerance. The mantle will surge. The world will crack." "See that you live long enough to finish your work," Guilliman replied. They fought toward the final nexus point, where the readings suggested a merge of multiple fault lines. Predictably, that was where the Death Guard chose to make their heaviest stand. Guron met them there. He rose from the jungle like a tumor given legs, his armor slick, his cyst pulsing. Around him, plague marines planted their feet and raised their weapons. Demons capered and shrieked. The ground itself heaved, releasing gouts of spore-laden vapor. "You come to prune the garden, Robout," Guron rumbled. "You will find the roots run deeper than your neat plans." Guilliman answered with steel. Their clash was less a duel and more a collision of opposing principles. Guilliman's blows were precise, aimed at disabling joints, shattering key structures. Guron's were heavy, seismic swings that tore chunks of earth as well as armor. The air between them crackled with the interaction of the Emperor's light and Nurgle's filth. In the end, inevitability lay with the one who understood that this was not the true objective. Guilliman used Guron's mass against him, turning aside a swing so that the champion overextended. The Emperor's sword punched into the swollen cyst on Guron's armor. The explosion of filth and warp energy hurled them both apart. Guilliman rose first. "Charges in place," he voxed, his voice steady despite the ringing in his ears. "Affirmative," came the reply from orbit. "All tectonic devices armed and primed, awaiting your command." He looked around at Lobos, at the jungle that pulsed and heaved, at the Titans limping through muck that tried to eat their legs, at the guard regiments already thinning under the assault of the environment alone. He could hear the pain in their voices, the effort it took them to keep moving. "Begin withdrawal," Guilliman ordered. "All forces, fall back to extraction zones. Titans, mark your routes with bombardments. Knights, screen the infantry." He lifted the Emperor's sword. "In the name of the Imperium," he said, "in defense of what little order remains in this galaxy, execute the sequence." In the depths of Lobos, buried charges fired. Shockwaves rippled through the planet's bones. Fault lines groaned. Molten rock surged. The crust buckled. Mountains shuddered, their slopes sloughing away in avalanches of diseased stone. The jungle screamed, a sound heard not with ears, but with the mind. The sky darkened as pillars of dust and vapor climbed toward space. Evacuation craft clawed their way up through the choking atmosphere, engines straining. More than one fell back, overcome by the dying world's final convulsions. From orbit, Fleet Primus watched Lobos tear itself apart. The planet's surface split along lines that glowed with inner fire. Segments sheared away, tumbling into space. Great plumes of matter spewed outward, carrying with them some portion of the plagues that had once saturated the world. But without a coherent atmosphere to hold and concentrate them, they dissipated into the void, dangerous in the small scale, but no longer a system-killing threat. On the bridge of the Terminus Est, Typhus saw the icons associated with Lobos flare and vanish. For a moment, he said nothing. His gauntlets tightened on the haft of his man-reaper. "So," he said softly, "he cuts away even poisoned planets." One of his mortal captains shifted uneasily. "The Conor gambit is finished," the man ventured. "The star forts hold. Lobos is broken. Perhaps we should withdraw, conserve our strength for the campaigns ahead." Typhus's. Helm turned slowly toward him. "What do you think I'm doing?" Typhus asked, voice quiet and lethal. "I have no intention of squandering good plague fleets on a system that has served its purpose." He looked back at the hololith. Conor still burned. Its worlds were scarred. Its defenders were exhausted. Fleet Primus bore new wounds. Guilliman had spent himself and his forces to hold this hinge. "We withdraw," Typhus said. "We leave Conor to lick its wounds. We turn our attention to softer flesh. There are many ways to bleed Ultramar, many veins yet to be opened." The plague fleets began to turn, slipping back into the warp's shadowed currents, leaving Conor battered but unbroken behind them. On the Macragge's honor, Guilliman watched the same hololithic maps adjust. Conor's glyph remained blue, though ringed now with warning sigils. Espandor and Ardium still pulsed with red. Ajax's symbol had darkened further, a faint corona of warp taint growing around it. Mortarion watched that same symbol from his plague-shrouded throne. "Ajax," he murmured. He saw the hospital world as it had been, orderly, peaceful, a monument to Guilliman's belief that civilization could tame even a galaxy as cruel as this. He saw it now, through the eyes of demons and cultists and diseased refugees, its gardens starting to blister, its wards full of the dying and the damned. "Yes," Mortarion said. "Conor held, Lobos died, but Ajax will be my masterpiece." The scourge stars pulsed in answer, their storms billowing as if in approval, as the Lord of the Death Guard turned his full, festering attention toward the garden world that would soon bear Nurgle's touch in every leaf and stone. The dead would not stay down on Espandor. We shot them, burned them, buried them under half a fortress, and still they found their feet again. After a while, you stopped counting bodies and started counting bullets. Anonymous trooper of the Yi. Ultramar Auxilia, testimony archived posthumously, Espandor burned like an offering no sane god would claim. From orbit, Fleet Primus saw a system aflame. Its worlds turned on orbits drawn now in smoke and warp light. Some were half-shrouded, their atmospheres thick with poison storms. Others were veiled in the ash of their own cities. Auspec's returns crawled with hostile signatures, plague fleets in decaying orbits, daemon infestations clustering around warp rents, lines of Death Guard armor dug in along planetary choke points. Everywhere, the same pattern. Plague engines sunk into the crust like spears, pulsed with malign life. Plague zombies crawled from trenches, streets, and craters, dragged upright by invisible chains of contagion. Death Guard formations held lines not to conquer, but to delay. Their commanders content to soak up fire, so long as the engines could keep raising more bodies from the slaughter. Espandor was not a single battlefield. It was a network of them, interlocking and writhing. Guilliman watched the hololithic representation of it all and felt the familiar pull between anger and analysis. Anger at what had been done to a world that bore his brother's colors. Analysis at how best to unmake it. "Enemy deployment matches the pattern from Ardium," an adept reported, his voice crackling through the Vox choir's filter. Plague engines congregated near population centers and key forts. Death Guard lines arranged to funnel our forces into their zones of maximum corpse generation. Efficient, Gilliman murmured. Obvious once you see it, which means it can be broken. He let his gaze travel over the assembled projections of his own forces. Espandor's defense had swollen beyond anything its original planners had imagined. Ultramarines fought there, of course, their blue-armored companies dug into ruined hives and battered citadels. With them stood successor chapters, banners of many heraldries snapping over. The same trenches, white-scarred helms and raven-carved insignia, and the stylized sigils of countless founding lines flickered in the hololith. There were more, knight houses, their heraldry scarred and repainted with fresh kill marks, strode at the flanks of those bastions. Skitari legions marched in metallic lockstep, their cogwheel standards flapping over ranks of augmetic limbs and gun-limbed walkers. Grey knights, rare and silent, were small nodes of cold light on the map, moving with deliberate lethality wherever the demon presence thickened to a screaming pitch. Between and beneath the elite, the Astra Militarum filled the void. Regiment after regiment of guard had been fed into Espandor's maw. Lines of infantry, rivers of armor, wings of flyers. On the Strategium's projections, they were little clusters of light. On the ground, they were billions of men, each one a life spent in the calculus of survival. Gilliman's eyes narrowed. Order of battle is impressive, he said, but numbers alone will not win this. Mortarion is spending his forces to waste ours. He does not care how many hulls he loses, so long as our ledger drains faster. The men on the ground will not see it that way, murmured Marneus Calgar at his side. To them, this is their whole war. I know, Gilliman said. He forced himself to look away from the hololith, away from the dancing icons that marked brigades and engines and warp rifts. Down on Espandor, those abstractions wore faces. In Hive Damaris, Justinian Paris saw them clearly. The fortress hive had once been a model of ultramarine order. Its levels had been mapped with careful precision, population flows balanced against industrial output, defense lines calculated in accordance with Codex doctrine. Now the hive's design served as a labyrinth filled with disease and death. Paris advanced through streets that had become trenches. His armor's autosenses filtered the air, stripping away toxins, but the smell still pressed in. Burned promethium and melting plasteel, the thick, cloying taint of plague, the more subtle tang of fear. Primaris intercessors moved at his gesture, their bolt rifles up, their formation tight. To one side, brothers of the second company of the Ultramarines advanced with them, armor a slightly different cut, their movements a fraction less precise, but honed by centuries of experience. The two lines overlapped, blue on blue, new and old. Contacts ahead, voxed a veteran sergeant. Corner of the manufacture deck, movement in the mist. The mist was everywhere, a low hanging veil that had settled in from ruptured conduits and corrupted vents. Paris could see shapes in it, shifting and indistinct. Some were pipes and hanging cables, others were not. Grenades, he said. On my mark. They closed the distance, boots splashing through puddles of congealed foulness. The buildings loomed on either side, windows, dark or glowing faintly with unhealthy light. Somewhere above, a loudspeaker crackled, repeating the same broken half of a warning over and over. Paris saw the glint of an eye. Mark, he snapped. Frag and crack grenades sailed in arcs, disappearing into the mist. A heartbeat later, impacts hammered the air. Shock waves blew back the fog, revealing what had been lurking there. Plague zombies. They had been guardsmen once, workers, civilians. Now their skin hung in loose folds, their uniforms rotten and stained. Their eyes were dull. Their mouths gaped, snapping at the air as they staggered forward. Some bore clear wounds that should have killed them many times over. Fire, Paris ordered. Bolt rifles barked, disciplined volleys ripping into the onrushing tide. Heads burst, limbs were torn away, bodies fell, only for those behind to clamber over them. For every 10 that dropped, another 10 shambled into view from side passages and side doors, drawn by the noise, by the scent of living flesh. Alongside the primaries, the firstborn fired with an ease that came from repetition. They had seen this before, on 100 worlds that had fallen out of the Emperor's light. They knew at what point to shift their aim, when to switch from controlled shots to all-out barrage. "Grenades again," Sicarius voxed from the right flank. His tone was almost conversational. "Do try not to drown them in their own filth. It offends the aesthetics." Paris snorted despite himself. "Understood," he said. "We will leave some semblance of dignity to the scene, Captain." Between them, Primaris and Firstborn carved a corridor. The zombies that tried to flank them found their paths blocked by auto-turrets and temporary barricades laid down by Skitarii vanguards. Those that pressed too close were cut down by blades, power fields humming as they severed dead flesh from dead bones. It should have been enough. It would have been on a sane world. "Paris!" came a vox burst from an overwatch point. "They are getting up again. The ones we dropped earlier. They are rising." He risked a glance back. The street they had cleared was filling with movement. Bodies that had been headless now groped along, necks leaking filth. Corpses torn nearly in half crawled forward, dragging themselves by shredded hands. The pile of dead that had clogged a side alley shook, then burst outward as fresh zombies rose within it. "Engine still functioning," Paris said, "somewhere near the hive's core. As long as it stands, every corpse is another enemy." "Then we keep moving," Sicarius said. "The longer we stay tied up here, the worse our position becomes. The horde thickens behind us with every heartbeat." He pointed upward, toward the distant bulk of the hive's central spire. "Gilliman wants those engines silenced," Sicarius added. "We will oblige." High above them, on a balcony that had once served as a governor's viewing platform, Guron the Cisborn watched their progress and smiled a slow, cracked smile. The champion of the Death Guard loomed beside a bank of corrupted machinery that had once been the hive's traffic control hub. Now its consoles pulsed with sick light, their readouts meaningless to anyone who had not surrendered their sanity to understand Nurgle's gifts. Cables ran from those consoles down into the substructures, feeding into the embedded plague engine that hummed beneath the streets. Guron's armor was slick, his namesake growth beating a steady rhythm under torn ceramite. Flies landed and died on it, their bodies dissolving into ooze that sank back into the cyst. "Look at them," he said to the mortal adjutant that cringed at his shoulder. "Blue dolls, moving to their Primarch's design. Efficient, neat. They kill, and we gift them more to kill." Below, tiny figures of Astartes moved through the avenues, a line of icons on Guron's helm display. He could see where their fire cut swathes through the zombies. He could also see the necromantic pulse from the engine, animating fresh bodies behind them, sending a slow wave of reanimated flesh rolling up in their wake. "They are making ground, Lord," the adjutant said. His voice was raw, his lungs scarred by the fog. "If they reach the primary generator nodes, they could cripple output." Guron tilted his head. "Could they?" he mused. "Perhaps, with enough charges, with enough sacrifice, with enough time. Will their mortal allies give them that time? Will their command allow it? Gilliman might. He sees further than most, but he is not here yet." He spread his arms, indicating the hive spread out before them. "Every meter they move costs them," Guron said. "Every squad lost feeds my engine more grist. They advance into a cul-de-sac of corpses. There is a limit to even Astartes' endurance. There is no limit to decay." He touched a rune on the console. Far below, a distant section of street shuddered. Hidden hatches in the ground blew open. From them, fresh masses of zombies hauled themselves into the light, their bodies slick with the fluids of the engine's interior. "They may cut their way to this one," Guron said. "If they do, they will find another waiting, and another. How many can their Primarch locate before his attention is dragged elsewhere? How many can he personally destroy before his strength is stretched too thin?" He chuckled. "In the end, when the last Ultramarine falls, the last corpse will still rise," he said. "That is the beauty of it." In the strategium of the Macragge's honor, Gilliman listened to the reports of such clashes and knew that, in this at least, Guron was right. "Casualty projections are unacceptable if we engage every line head-on," a tactician said, voice tight. "At current rates, we empty our reserves faster than theirs. They are turning the entire planet into a weapon that grows sharper as we wear down." "We cannot simply bombard the surface from orbit," another argued. "Too many installations we may yet reclaim. Too many loyal citizens still trapped within the hives. We are not at exterminatus threshold." "Not yet," Guilliman said. He stared at the map of Espandor's primary world, its hives glowing like infected scars. Each plague engine was a point of poisonous brightness. Each Death Guard line was a smear of stubborn resistance. His own forces were thin blue strands, constantly shifting as companies were moved to plug sudden breaches or exploit fleeting advantages. "This is not a siege," he said. "It is vivisection. Mortarion has cut this world open and attached things to its nerves. If we fight his war, we lose. We must choose a different one." He gestured, and the plague engines highlighted. "These are his true centers of gravity," he said. "Not the fortifications, not the starports, not even the warp rifts. The engines. They turn every victory into more enemies. They take every act of courage and make it a liability. Destroy them, and the tide of zombies ebbs. Destroy enough of them, and we can finally reclaim and fortify instead of constantly firefighting." "Finding them all will be a monumental task," Calgar said. "The Death Guard built some deep. Others are shielded by layers of demon wards. We do not even know how many there are." "We do not need to know the exact number," Gilliman replied. "We need to cut away enough that the enemy's regenerative advantage collapses. That will be our spear of Espandor." He looked up at the assembled captains, guard generals, Mechanicus Magi. "I will designate kill teams and armored spearheads to each engine we can locate," he said. "Their orders are to break through at any cost, plant charges, and utterly demolish those constructs. Once the engines are gone, we can use more conventional methods to finish the remaining traitors and demons." Someone shifted uneasily. "That will mean intense, concentrated operations," an auxiliary general said. "High casualties, focused into narrow corridors. We risk losing entire battalions in single thrusts." "Yes," Gilliman said, "you do. I will not pretend otherwise. But you lose those battalions piecemeal already, stretched across a front that only grows. Better to spend dear now to end the debt than bleed slowly into bankruptcy." Down on Espandor's ravaged plains, one of those debts came due. An entire guard army group lay strung out along the banks of a river that had once carried water and now bore something less wholesome. The defensive line there had been holding against Death Guard armor for hours, their artillery chewing up advance after advance. The air was thick with smoke, and the stray flicker of Psyker fire as sanctioned witches battled with lesser demons that slipped through the cracks. They did not see Karamar arrive until it was too late. The great unclean one pushed into reality with the obscene inevitability of an abscess bursting. One moment, there was only smoke and warp haze. The next, the air congealed, a vast shape coalescing, pushing aside tanks and men without effort. Karamar's bulk was an affront to proportion. He towered over even the super-heavy tanks, his vast belly swinging, his skin an ever-shifting tapestry of sores and grinning mouths. Each step he took turned the ground into a slick, contaminating mire. His laughter rolled across the river like thunder, carried on gusts of polluted wind. He opened his arms. Filth poured out. It was not simply liquid. It was a tide of corruption given form. It washed over trenches, drowning men and machines alike. Those it touched did not merely die, they changed. Armor curdled on their bodies, weapons warped, flesh twisted. Some fell and did not rise. Others staggered up as twisted parodies, eyes glowing with unnatural light. The psychic shock of his presence shattered the minds of lesser mortals. Voxnets drowned in static and screams. Officers clutched their heads, blood leaking from their ears. Sanctioned psychers exploded like overripe fruit as their souls were dragged into the daemon's orbit. Odremire was not there to see it. He fought on another front, his own battles with plague engines and Death Guard advances taking his full attention. But he felt the tremor through the command channels. "Army Group Vardis is gone," came the blunt report. "No survivors, no coherent units. Their last transmissions were incoherent." "What did they say?" Odremire demanded. "Just one word, repeated over and over," the liaison replied. "A name, Karamar." Guilliman heard it too. On his command deck, the Primarch felt the warp ripple as the great unclean one took a foothold. He felt the way the battle lines sagged, the way hope dipped. "Where?" he asked. The answer came, coordinates spilling across the hololith. "Prepare a drop insertion," Guilliman said. "I will meet this demon myself." Calgar stepped forward. "You cannot fight every monstrosity they vomit onto these worlds," he said. "You will burn yourself away, one duel at a time." "If I do not meet him, who will?" Guilliman replied. "Our men break under such a presence. Our Grey Knights are already stretched thin. This one has taken an entire army group in moments. If he is allowed to rampage unchecked, Espandor will fall before we can cut enough engines." He tightened his grip on the Emperor's sword. "The realm needs symbols as well as strategies," he said. "A Primarch killing a great unclean one is both." He fell from the sky like a thrown spear. Thunderhawks knifed through the corrupted air, riding turbulence that would have torn lesser craft apart. Guilliman stood in their open ramp, wind battering against his armor. The light of the Emperor's soared a steady counterpoint to the chaos around him. Below, he saw Karamar lumbering along the riverbank, every gesture leaving ruin. He saw tanks sink into sludge that had once been soil. He saw pockets of surviving guardsmen falling back, firing as they ran, their rounds pattering harmlessly against the demon's hide. "Hold him!" Guilliman voxed on a broad channel. "Hold! If only in defiance! I am coming!" He leapt. The ground met him in a roar of impact. Cracked mud and fouled water sprayed outward. Karamar turned, many eyes focusing on the new arrival. "Little Lord," the demon boomed, voice bubbling with mirth and decay. "You come to scold me for playing too rough in your garden?" Guilliman did not answer. Words with such a creature were rarely worth the breath. He advanced, his steps steady, the Emperor's sword blazing. The presence of the daemon pressed against his mind and soul like a weighted blanket soaked in sickness. Each breath through his armor filters was a labor. Each beat of his heart felt as if it pushed against clinging slime. He moved anyway. Karamar swung a weapon grown from his own bulk, a vast flail of chain and diseased metal. Guilliman ducked under it, the impact carving a trench in the ground where he had stood a heartbeat before. In return, he slashed the Emperor's sword across the demon's extended limb. Light seared through rotten flesh. Karamar howled, the sound sending shockwaves down the river. The wound closed almost at once, bulging outward as the demon's unnatural vitality struggled to reassert itself. Again and again they clashed. Each strike Guilliman landed burned a hole in the demon's substance. Each one closed over, leaving scars that smoked. Each blow Karamar landed or glanced sent waves of force through Guilliman's armor, cracking plating, denting ceramite, sending pain lancing along nerve grafts. He pushed himself harder than he had since his return. Victrix's guard fought at the periphery of the duel, their shields raised against splashes of filth and lashings of warped energy. They cut down lesser demons that swarmed in Karamar's shadow, keeping the ring clear so that their Primarch could fight without distraction. Guardsmen who still had their wits rallied behind them, adding their fire where they could, tiny sparks against a storm. The world narrowed. Guilliman found his rhythm, each breath, each step, each swing a part of a pattern he had known since the days of the Great Crusade. He timed his blows to the demon's own motions, cutting where its mass shifted, striking into the inevitable opening that followed each overextended swing. In the end, it was not finesse that won, but relentlessness. He drove the Emperor's sword into Karamar's chest, sinking it to the hilt. Light exploded outward, a star born in rotten flesh. The demon's bellow turned into a drawn-out wail, its many mouths twisting in denial. For an instant, Guilliman felt the vastness of the plague god's domain pressing back along the connection. An ocean of rot and contented decay, affronted that one of its greater children should be so wounded. Then, Karamar burst. The demon's form came apart, dissolving into a storm of putrid matter that evaporated into greasy smoke before it could touch the ground. For a heartbeat, the air tasted marginally cleaner. Guilliman dropped to one knee, the Emperor's sword still buried tip first in the churned mud. His armor was scored and dented. Warning runes flickered at the edges of his vision, noting stress fractures in reinforced bone, micro tears in muscle grafts. He forced himself upright. "Status," he rasped. "The line holds," came the answer from a nearby officer, voice shaking with awe. "The demon is banished. The men saw. They will tell that tale for generations, my lord." "See that they live long enough to do so," Guilliman said. The work on Espandor did not end with Karamar's banishment. It merely became possible. One by one, the designated spearheads found their targets. In Hive Damaris, Paris and Sicarius reached the plague engine's core and planted charges under fire, dragging wounded brothers back through collapsing corridors as the construct above them tore itself apart. In other hives, night lances drove deep, their thermal spears carving into engine housings. Skitarii kill teams infiltrated through maintenance ducts to seed melter bombs where they would do the most harm. Each engine died hard. Some took districts with them, collapsing entire hab stacks into smoking craters. Others simply choked, their necromantic pulses stuttering and going dark. With each one, the tide of zombies ebbed. On the lines, guardsmen noticed first. The dead they dropped stayed down for more than a few heartbeats. Corpses that had jerked upright twice before finally lay still. The horde thinned, and for once, it did not immediately thicken again. "Something has changed," Odramire muttered as he watched a no-man's land that was, for the first time in days, not crawling with fresh horrors. "Either we are out of them, or the engines feeding them have died." "It feels quieter," one of his sergeants said. "Still wrong, but less wrong." The Death Guard fought on, but their unending wave had become finite. When a plague marine fell now, he stayed fallen. When a mortal cultist died, he did not drag himself up once more. It was enough. It still cost more lives than Guilliman cared to count. He counted them anyway. When the last known engine had been destroyed, when the last significant Death Guard resistance had been crushed or forced into rout, Espandor lay before him as a world on the edge of survivability. He stood on a balcony of a half-ruined command spire and looked out over a city that still smoked. Mountains of bodies lay where they had been stacked for burning. Ash drifted in the air like snow. The sky was a sullen grey, not yet the clean blue it had once been. Below, men worked. They hauled corpses. They cleared rubble. They raised new barricades against the possibility of counterattack. Their movements were slow, exhausted, but they moved. Espandor stands, Calgar said quietly beside him. Barely, but it stands. At what cost? Gilliman asked. Calgar did not answer. There was no need. The cost was all around them, underfoot and overhead. We will fortify, Gilliman said. We will cleanse as best we can. We will resettle where it is safe, quarantine where it is not. Espandor will be a scar, but scars are reminders, not deaths. He did not add that there were more such scars to come. There was no need. Far away, in the fetid glow of the scourge stars, Mortarion ran clawed fingers through a basin of seething filth and watched the image of Espandor's fall from his grasp. The plague scrying pool showed him glimpses, engines torn, apart. Demon hosts banished. Gilliman standing amid the ruin, his blade dimmer than before, his movements a hair slower, his aura of command frayed by weariness that no mortal could see. You are quick, brother, Mortarion rasped. Quicker than my lieutenants gave you credit for. You cut out the rot faster than it could spread. He did not sound angry. If anything, there was a grim satisfaction there, as if having a worthy opponent somehow validated the horror he unleashed. Behind him, Kugath Plaguefather stirred, his vast bulk shifting. You risk overreaching, the demon rumbled, pouring so much of your war into these worlds, only to have them clawed back from your grasp. The tally dips, the garden sulks. Mortarion looked up from the scrying pool. Do not lecture me on risk, he said. I have walked more battlefields than you have fingers. This is not the last front. Espandor was a test, a wound. I do not need every infection to take, only enough that the body fails. He gestured, and the image in the basin changed. Parmenio appeared. The fortress world's broad plains glimmered with the movement of massive engines of war. Its bastions bristled. Its fields had already begun to see skirmishes as Death Guard forces probed and withdrew, gauging responses. This is where we bleed him next, Mortarion said. Not with plague engines hidden in hive hearts, though there will be some, with titans and armor and demonic hosts, under skies that rain corruption. We will draw him into a war of giants. His duty will not let him refuse. Kugath's tongue lolled in a grotesque grin. And after Parmenio? The demon asked. Mortarion's gaze slid, in his mind's eye, toward a garden world whose name tasted sweet on his tongue now. After Parmenio, he said, we go to Ajax. Let Gilliman take his victories. Let him cleanse Espandor and hold Conor. In the end, he cannot be everywhere. When he arrives at that garden, it will be as a patient, not a savior. He watched the scrying pool darken, Espandor's image fading. The spear of Espandor drew blood, Mortarion murmured. Next, I will show him how well decay learns. Out on the plains of Hecatone, we walked through oceans of bodies and rusted armor. The Titans called it a battlefield. To me, it looked like a graveyard arguing with itself. Log excerpt attributed to a princeps of Legio Oberon. Recorded during the Parmenio campaign, Parmenio had always been a world built to endure. Its continents were armored in fortress lines and bastion chains, its cities designed less as places to live than as nests of guns. The codifiers of Ultramar had marked it as a bulwark, centuries before the Great Rift tore the galaxy open, and its people had learned to live under the shadow of walls and the rumble of distant drills. Now, it was the anvil upon which the largest armored and titan engagement of the Plague Wars would be hammered out. The plains of Hecatone stretched across one of Parmenio's major landmasses, a broad expanse of hard-packed earth and low ridges that had once hosted training exercises and parades. Now those plains were gouged by trench lines, cratered by constant artillery, churned to a clotted mess by the passage of 1,000 tracked and titanic feet. Guilliman had chosen this ground. He stood in a command bastion dug into one of Hecatone's ridges, its reinforced viewing slit opening onto the vast plain. Auspec's hollow displays flickered around him, but he kept one eye on the raw view, on the way the smoke twisted in the wind and the distant silhouettes of war engines stalked through it. "This is where we break Mortarian's spear," he said. "Here in the open, where titans and armor can bring their full weight to bear. No hidden engines in hive foundations. No city warrens for plague cults to breed unseen. Giants will decide this field." Maneus Calgar stood beside him, helm locked to his belt, his scarred features lit by the red glow of warning runes. "Provided the enemy allows us to choose the terms," Calgar said. Gilliman's lip twitched. "Mortarion is as proud in his way as I am in mine," he replied. "He will not turn from a challenge like this. He will bring his own giants. That is the point." Outside, the titans of Legio Oberon strode. They marched in line abreast, their banners streaming, their god engines striding like walking cathedrals of adamantium and machine spirit. Warhounds darted ahead, their smaller frames nimble, their weapon mounts tracking for targets. Reavers followed, mid-weight killers with carapace batteries and bristling volcano cannons. At the center strode the warlords, massive even by Titan standards, their backs crowned with massive weapon arrays, their steps shaking the ground. To their flanks came the crimson-hulled god engines of Legio Atarus, the firebrands, engines of hot-headed reputation, given cold purpose by the Lord Commander's command.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent into the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
Interspersed were the solid, methodical forms of Legio Fortis, the true lords, their gait steady, their vox intoning Binharic hymns of destruction. Between and around these machines of myth rolled the armored regiments of the Astra Militarum, Baneblades and storm swords, shadow swords and hellhammers, super-heavy tanks whose names were war stories in themselves, moved in echelon, their massive guns elevating as they reached their assigned firing points. Leman Russ squadrons snarled between them, track guards clattering, turrets traversing. Chimera transports and salamander scouts flitted across the rear lines, full of officers and vox operators trying to maintain some semblance of order amid the chaos. Above, squadrons of Imperial aircraft knifed through the lower atmosphere, engines howling. Thunderbolts, marauders, lightning fighters, their wings heavy with ordnance, dove and climbed, seeking gaps in the enemy's anti-air screens. It should have been a parade of Imperial might, a vision to stir the hearts of loyal citizens. The enemy turned it into a vision of apocalypse. Across the plains of Hecaton, the Death Guard and their demonic allies advanced to meet them. Traitor Titans strode opposite the loyal engines, their once noble forms bloated and twisted. Where loyal god engines bore litanies and household colors, these bore sores and rust, their armor plates buckled by internal growths. Their weapons dripped corruption. Flies clustered around their exhausts. Between those corrupted giants crawled demon engines like nightmares given steel. Plague-burst crawlers and fetid bloat drones, hulking blasphemies with barrel mouths and furnace guts, rolled and hovered. Filth cannons pumped diseased shells into the air. Great siege mortars belched payloads that would strip flesh and faith alike from any they touched. And beneath all of it, like rot under a veneer of paint, the poxwalkers shambled. They carpeted the ground, a tide of stumbling, diseased bodies in ragged uniforms and stained robes. Their limbs moved in jerks and spasms, guided by a will that was not their own. Their mouths hung open in wordless moans. Some still wore the colors of Parmenio's own regiments. In a forward command bunker churned from a captured trench network, Guron the Sistborn watched the plains and felt content. His armor was slick with congealed filth from the Espander campaign, his namesake Sist pulsing steadily beneath cracked ceramite. Around him, plague officers hunched over their own corrupted auger displays, the screens displaying not only the positions of enemy engines, but pulses of psychic disease and concentrations of corpse matter. "You see?" Gurun rumbled, gesturing with one-clawed gauntlet. "They bring their titans, their proud machines, their shining tanks. They think weight will win the day. They do not understand that weight can drown." He spread his hands wider. "Oceans of bodies," he said. "We have enough corpses on this plane to drown a warlord titan. Enough poxwalkers to climb a river and strip it like carrion. Every salvo they fire, every squad they cut down, gives us more." A junior Death Guard officer, his helmet off to reveal a face that had warped into a ruin of sores, frowned slightly. "They have brought many engines," he rasped. "Legio Oberon, Legio Atarus, Legio Fortis. Their god machines have felled demon engines before. Their void shields are strong." "Void shields do not stop tides," Gurun said. "Let them fire. Let them march. We will hamstring them with artillery and filth. We will send poxwalkers into their feet. Even titans slip when the ground becomes corpses." He leaned closer to the viewing slit. "And when they falter, the grandfathers chosen will fall upon them." As if summoned by the thought, the air ahead of the Death Guard lines wavered. Reality thinned on the plane's horizon. Colors bled. The sky sagged, drooping toward the earth like the roof of a tent under too much rain. From somewhere beyond it came a sound like the beating of diseased hearts and the splashing of a million viscous drops. Kugath's vanguard arrived. A rent tore open in the sky. Through it shambled and cavorted a host of demons, their bodies grotesque and joyful in equal measure. Plague-bearers marched in ragged columns, their single eyes gleaming, their banners woven from fly wings and stretched skin. Nurglings rolled ahead of them in chattering swarms. Beastly things slunk on all fours, their mouths rings of teeth, their hides textured like ulcerated flesh. At their head came Septicus, a towering figure almost, but not quite, as massive as his master. He was swollen, his girth dwarfing the plague marines around him. His head was crowned with rusted iron horns. Rusted organ pipes protruded from his back, wheezing out clouds of cloying vapors that clung to the ground like fog. In his hands, he held a weapon that might once have been a siege mortar, now fused to his own flesh, its barrel surrounded by muttering mouths and blinking eyes. He laughed, the sound a gurgling trumpet blast, and leveled his living artillery. The first shot he fired did not explode in fire and shrapnel. It burst in a rain of invisible droplets that fell across an advance company of Parmenio's armored regiments. Where they landed on paint, it blistered. Where they landed on metal, it corroded in moments, rust flowering across armor plates in great orange blooms. Where they landed on flesh, men screamed as their skin sloughed away in sheets of dead tissue. The battlefield's air grew thick, visibility dropping as vapors rolled in. The Titans' heads rose above it, but even their augurs struggled to see through the haze of corruption. On the plains, the clash began in earnest. Legio Oberon opened with synchronized fire, their volcano cannons and plasma destructors hurling spears of energy into the oncoming corrupted Titans. Shields flared and buckled. One traitor god engine took a full barrage and staggered, its knee joint exploding, sending it crashing to the ground in a roar of torn metal and psychic pain. Legio Atarus' engines darted in from the flank, their princeps pushing their walkers into aggressive strides. Macro cannons boomed. Warhounds raced ahead, their turbolasers lancing demon engines, turning them into slag heaps that nonetheless still twitched long after they should have been dead. Legio Fortis held the center, their disciplined volleys marching across the enemy line with pitiless regularity. Their void shields held longer, their moderati chanting Binharic prayers as they redistributed power to stressed segments. In their shadows, Bane blades fired storm after storm of shells, their main guns cratering Death Guard lines. Super heavy flamers turned waves of poxwalkers into burning silhouettes that stumbled a few halting steps more before collapsing. The enemy retaliated with equal fury. Corrupted Titans fired plague belchers that spat rounds that exploded in clouds of corrosive poison. Demon engines screamed as they loosed torrents of slime that ate through armor and flesh alike. Poxwalkers climbed the legs of crippled tanks, their hands leaving smears of filth that spread like oil. Some Titans found their footing slipping as the ground beneath them turned to a seething blanket of dead and half-dead bodies, each step a risk as bones and armor shifted treacherously underfoot. Inside the command bastion, Guilliman felt each loss like a pinprick. "Unit strength of the 3rd Armored Spear is below half," intoned an adjutant. "They are asking for permission to withdraw to secondary lines." "Denied," Guilliman said at once. "If that line falls back, the Titans on their flank are exposed. They stand." "They will be annihilated," the adjutant protested. "Yes," Guilliman said, his tone flat. "They will." The words tasted like ash. He did not flinch from them. "Their sacrifice will buy the time we need," he continued. "Order them to dig in and hold until their last shell is spent. They will die where they stand, but the machines behind them will live long enough to make those deaths matter." On the plains, the 3rd Armored Spear dug in. Tanks backed into hull-down positions, burying their lower halves in hastily gouged troughs. Infantry squads dismounted to lay minefields and set up additional anti-armor emplacements. Officer voxes crackled as men passed on the order to stand, to hold, to not yield, even as the enemy tide thickened. Many of them prayed as they worked. Above the grinding clash on the soil of Parmenio, Star Fort Gallatin hung in low orbit and hurled its own fury down. The fort was a relic of an earlier era, a massive construct of adamantium and rockcrete studded with weapons batteries and fighter bays. Its station had been to anchor Parmenio's orbital defense grid, its guns overlapping with other forts to make a shell of fire no enemy could easily breach. Now, with some of those other bastions already fallen or compromised, Gallatin labored alone on its arc. Its macro cannons roared, each shot a sun-bright streak that slammed into Death Guard cruisers and plague hulks. Lance batteries carved through demon-infested voidcraft, slicing them into pieces that tumbled burning through the atmosphere. Torpedo tubes spat payloads that carried through the gutters of space and into the upper layers of Parmenio's polluted sky, detonating in storms that scoured demon swarms from existence. Within Gallatin's halls, the defense was more personal. Chapter Master Barden Davaro of the Nova Marines led his warriors through corridors choked with smoke and the reek of ruptured Vitae tanks. His armor was marked in the white and blue of his chapter, its plates scarred by fresh impacts. A power sword hung at his hip, its edge humming. His Stormbolter barked bursts of disciplined fire as he advanced. Around him, Nova Marines fought shoulder to shoulder with Deathwatch kill teams and isolated Grey Knights. Ultramar Auxilia squads held choke points with grim determination, their laser guns bright against the shadows. Typhus's boarding teams had come in hard, riding the cover of plague mist, vented from sacrificial ships. Breaching torpedoes had torn through Gallatin's outer hull, disgorging squads of plague marines and poxwalkers into its lower decks. Now, wave by wave, they pushed inward, aiming for the fort's core systems. "We hold this hall," Davaro snarled to his company. "We hold the generatorium beyond it. If they take it, Gallatin's guns fall silent, and Parmenio's sky belongs to them." He saw nods. He saw determination. He saw, too, the calculation in the eyes of some of the Deathwatch warriors, the awareness that the odds were poor, that this might be their last stand, and that they welcomed that if it meant their enemies bled enough. The Plague Marines came around the bend in a wash of muzzle flashes and oozing fog. Bolter rounds spanged off Astartes' pauldrons, some bit deeper, cracking ceramite, drawing blood. Poxwalkers shuffled in front of the traitors, acting as a rotting screen, their bodies absorbing rounds meant for their masters. First rank, fire, Devarro barked. Second rank, ready to charge. His storm bolter chattered, sending a steady stream of mass-reactive shells into the oncoming horde. Each round that took a plague marine in the grill or the eye slit dropped the traitor, though not always for long. Each shot that detonated inside a poxwalker tore limbs and torsos apart, only for some pieces to drag themselves a few paces more. The hallway filled with noise and smoke, and the constant horrible sound of bodies hitting the deck. "Now!" Devarro roared. He surged forward, blade drawn, his brothers moving with him in a tide of time they held. But the boarding action's time they held. But the boarding actions came from more than one angle. Vox reports crackled in Devarro's ear, half-coherent warnings of breaches near the secondary plasma reservoirs, of cultists opening inner locks, of Grey Knights falling back under pressure from demons that should not have been able to manifest within the sanctified halls. "Lord," voxed one wounded sergeant, voice hoarse. "They keep coming. We are falling back to the inner sanctum. Recommend you withdraw to the chapter bastion." "There is nowhere to withdraw to," Devarro said. He drove his power sword through a plague marine's chest, wrenching it free in a spray of steaming corruption. "We are on a rock in orbit. We give ground here. We give them the heart." A bolter round took him in the side, punching a crater in his armor. He staggered, then righted himself, teeth gritted. "Nova Marines," he voxed across his chapter net. "This is Barden Devarro. We hold Galatan until our last breath. When we fall, we will have a pile of traitor corpses high enough to shade Parmenio. Make the enemy climb it." They made the enemy climb. They fell one by one, or in squads, fighting over every meter of deck. Eventually, inevitably, one of Typhus' champions broke through, his man-reaper scything in an arc that split Devarro from shoulder to hip. The chapter master dropped, his lifeblood spilling across Galatan's metal bones. The fort's guns kept firing for a while even after that, their machine spirits and surviving crews not yet ready to surrender. But with key sections lost, with demons pouring into magazine stacks and plasma conduits, it was only a matter of time. When Galatan finally died, it did so in a series of internal detonations that blossomed silently in the void. Its fragments burned as they fell into Parmenio's atmosphere, a storm of shooting stars that rained down on the plains of Hecatone. On those plains, Guilliman saw the burning streaks and knew what they meant. "Galatan has fallen," an Auspex officer confirmed, voice flat with shock. "Orbital fire support from that quadrant is gone. Then we do what we can with what remains," Guilliman said. "We do not break here." He looked down at the hololithic representation of the front lines. Kugath's vanguard had hammered into the center like a diseased hammer. Septicus's foul barrages had turned entire blocks of armor into corroded wrecks. The Titans held, but their void shields flickered. One engine of Legio Oberon lay on its side, its head half buried, its once proud crest mired in filth. It was not enough. "Signal the vanguard," Guilliman ordered. "I am going to the front." Calgar opened his mouth to object, then closed it again. There was no point. They both knew the pattern. Guilliman's presence on the line could do for morale what no number of extra shells could. On the plains of Hecatone, in the choking mire that Kugath's host had made of the once solid earth, Septicus oozed forward. He laughed as he fired, his organ pipe vents wheezing gout after gout of noxious vapors. Tanks collapsed as their tracks rusted through. Men fell, their lungs filling with their own liquefying insides. Even Astartes coughed within their armor, filters crying out under the onslaught. He did not see Guilliman approach until the first arc of golden light burned through his vanguard. Plague bearers burst into greasy smoke as the Emperor's sword cut through them. Lesser demons fell back, howling, their corrupted blades and tongues shriveling. Guilliman strode into the gap, a storm of blue plate and golden flame, his Victrix guard forming a bulwark around him. "Septicus," he called, his voice cutting through the cacophony of battle. "Your master's work ends here." The greater demon turned. "Little administrator," he bellowed, voice booming across the plain. "Come to file a complaint?" He fired his living artillery. The shot hit Guilliman full on. Filth splashed across the Primarch's armor, steaming. For a moment, it clung, eating at ceramite, seeking the flesh beneath. Then the Emperor's light flared, burning it away in a wash of radiance. Guilliman's reply was wordless. He advanced. The duel was ugly and close. Septicus swung his mortar like a club, each blow sending shockwaves through the ground. Guilliman parried and dodged, his blade hacking at the demon's limbs, carving chunks of diseased flesh that sizzled and evaporated. Each time he struck, the air cleared a fraction, the oppressive weight of the demon's presence receding. Septicus tried to drown him. Gouts of vapor blasted from his organ pipes, trying to choke the Primarch, to seep into any microscopic seam. Guilliman moved through it, the Emperor's sword carving a tunnel of clarity around him. His armor's warning runes screamed, his enhanced lungs labored, his genetically forged muscles burned. He did not stop. At last, he saw the opening. Septicus overextended, his bulk too ungainly to recover in time. Guilliman stepped in, the Emperor's sword thrusting up beneath the demon's torso, driving deep into whatever passed for its heart. Light roared. Septicus froze. For a moment, silence fell on that part of the battlefield. Then the demon shuddered and began to come apart, its vast mass collapsing inward, sucked into a point of impossible brightness before winking out entirely. The pressure on the center broke. Imperial forces surged into the gap, Baneblades and Titans driving forward, crushing demons underfoot, sending poxwalkers flying. Kugath's vanguard reeled, its cohesion shattered by the loss of its lieutenant. It was not victory, not yet, but it was breathing room. The battle on the plains of Hecatone raged for hours more. Titans fell, their deaths leaving craters of wreckage and psychic feedback. Super heavy tanks burned out, their crews consumed. Entire guard regiments were ground into the mud. Demon engines died screaming, their twisted frames still twitching long after their animating spirits had been banished. When at last the guns slackened, when the smoke rose in thinner columns and the screams faded to groans, Parmenio lay bruised but unbroken. The Death Guard lines had been pushed back from the critical bastion chains. Kugath's main host had been forced to withdraw to regroup. The corrupted Titans limped away, some dragging broken limbs or leaving trails of sparks. "Stalemate," Calgar said, surveying the after-action reports. "We have held them. We have not broken them." Guilliman stood silent for a moment, looking out over the plains. From this vantage, the oceans of bodies and rusted armor were more than a metaphor. They covered the ground in drifts and piles, human and posthuman, demon and machine, all jumbled together. Salvage crews were already moving, picking through for gene seed, for reusable components, for anything that could be repurposed. Medicaid teams searched for survivors. "How many Titans did we lose?" Guilliman asked. "Several engines of each legio," Calgar said. "Entire banners crippled, armored regiments reduced to skeletons, Astra Militarum formations. Decimated is too kind a word, but they stood, and in standing they stopped the rot here." Guilliman nodded slowly. "We have checked Mortarion," he said. "Not defeated him, but checked him. Parmenio does not fall into his hands today. That will have to suffice." He let himself think, briefly, of Ajax. Reports from the hospital world grew worse by the day. Demonic manifestations increasing, plague symptoms mutating. Odremeyer's messages had taken on a brittle edge of desperation. Mathieu's dispatches were more prayers than reports. "We have to move," Guilliman said. As soon as we have stabilized this front, as soon as the Titans can be repaired and the lines fortified, we cannot leave Ajax to fester. Deep within the Scourge stars, Mortarion listened to his lieutenant's reports and considered the same facts from the other side. Typhus stood before him, armor still bearing scoring from the Conor campaign. Kugath lounged nearby, stirring a simmering vat with a finger the size of a tank. The air aboard Mortarion's flagship was a tapestry of fumes. Parmenio did not break, Typhus said. We bled them. We killed their engines and their men in droves. But Guilliman's arrival on the plains of Hecatone turned what should have been a rout into a stalemate. He killed Septicus, Kugath said, not sounding particularly upset. A good blow. I will miss his music, but the loss is acceptable. Mortarion's lenses flickered. He was always too fond of his little performances, the Primarch said. Perhaps death will teach him humility next time the grandfather births him. He stepped closer to a scrying basin, gazing into its foul depths. Images swirled there. Parmenio's plains, Espandor's ruins, Conor's scarred forts, Ajax's green gardens, now mottled with creeping blight. You both speak as if this were an ending, he said. It is not. Parmenio was never the destination. It is a step. Guilliman grows tired, Typhus said. We have seen it. Each time he throws himself into these battles, he frays a little more. His strength is not endless, no matter what his followers whisper. Exactly, Mortarion replied. Parmenio cost him dearly. Conor drained him. Espandor scarred him. Now, with his forces stretched and his attention demanded in a dozen places, we offer him the next choice. He reached into the basin and stirred. Ajax's image rose to the surface. The hospital, world's once pristine surface, now showed threads of discoloration, like mold creeping through a loaf of bread. Warp shadows pooled in its valleys. Tiny sparks of demonic presence glimmered across it. Ajax, Mortarion said, a garden world, a symbol of his precious civilization, a nexus of his medical logistics. If we take it, corrupt it, turn it into a branch of the grandfather's garden, the wound to Ultramar will be deeper than any we have yet inflicted. Kugath grinned, his many chins jiggling. The cauldron fragment is ready, he said. Godblight nears perfection. Give me that world, and I will brew a plague worthy of ending a demigod. Mortarion nodded slowly. We lure him, he said. First Parmenio, to fix his attention. Then Ajax, to tempt his heart. He cannot ignore a hospital world under siege. He will come. He will throw himself into its defense, as he has so many times already. Typhus's armor creaked as he shifted. And then? He asked. Then, Mortarion said softly, we poison him. Not his body alone. His hope. His belief that he can remake this rotting empire into something clean. We show him that even his brightest garden can become a plague pit. He closed his hand, fingers clenching above the scrying basin. Parmenio was the plains, he said. Ajax will be the garden. Between them, we will bury the Lord of Ultramar. Your brother's false order will crumble under the weight of a single sickness. All his walls, all his codes, all his shining cities, undone by a cough. Attributed to Mortarion, spoken to his war council before the Parmenio campaign. The order to make ready for Ajax was barely an hour old when the news reached Guilliman. The strategium of the Macrage's honor thrummed with restrained urgency. Hollow projectors cast a ghostly map of Ultramar into the air above the central dais, each world a glowing sphere wreathed in attendant sigils. Ajax shone among them, its glyph already darkened by warning runes. Fleet dispositions scrolled in quiet, relentless columns. Officers moved like cogs in a well-made machine. Guilliman stood at the heart of it all, issuing instructions with the precision of a master artisan. Detach the reserve battle groups from Espandor, he said. Assign them to the Ajax relief force. Parmenio's lines are stabilized for now. Its titans will function as a deterrent while they refit. We have a narrow window to reach the hospital world before it sinks beyond recall. Astropathic traffic from Ajax grows more erratic, Lord, murmured Decimus Felix. Each new message is more fragmented than the last. Whatever is happening there, it accelerates. Then so must we, Gilliman replied. We cannot leave a garden world, a hospital world, to become a plague shrine. Prepare Fleet Primus for translation as soon as the last wounded from Parmenio are aboard. Every moment we lose adds to Mortarian's tally. He turned to a cluster of Mechanicus Magi. I want the cyclonic stock checked and ready, he went on. I do not intend to order Exterminatus on Ajax, but intent and necessity do not always align. We will not arrive unprepared. They bowed, cog-haloed heads dipping. Before they could reply, a new rune flared on the hololith. It pulsed a deep, unhealthy green, worming its way outward from the icon that represented Parmenio. New warp anomaly in Parmenio's upper atmosphere, called an Auspex adept. Magnitude, rising, multiple demonic signatures, one primary presence of exceptional intensity. Correlation with previous datasets suggests... He faltered, throat working. Suggests what? Calgar demanded. Suggests a demon Primarch has arrived in theater, the adept whispered. Correlation highest with Mortarion. The Strategium's background murmur died. For a moment, Gilliman said nothing, his gaze fixed on the spreading corruption around Parmenio's glyph. He felt something stir in the warp, even through the muffling barrier of his own disciplined mind. A familiar presence, a memory turned rancid. So, he said softly. He could not resist. Calgar stepped closer. We knew it would happen eventually, he said. He would not allow his vanguard to bleed alone on such a field. But if we go back now, Ajax will suffer, Gilliman finished for him. If we do not go back now, Parmenio breaks, and the whole eastern flank of Ultramar collapses. Mortarion will have a foothold he can exploit at will. Every world between here and the Scourge stars will feel his breath. He looked from Parmenio to Ajax. The two glyphs hung there, one scarred by recent war, the other darkening with a more insidious threat, duty and pride. The first demanded that he face a traitor Primarch when one stepped openly onto his soil. The second refused to let Parmenio become a tale of failure, told in whisper and shame. Delay preparations for translation to Ajax, Gilliman said. We return to Parmenio first. The Lord of Death has shown himself. We will answer. Felix's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Calgar bowed his head with the grim acceptance of a man who had seen this pattern too many times. We will hold what we can on Ajax in your absence, Felix said, if there is an absence left to fill. See that you do, Gilliman replied. I will not be long. It was a promise he meant. It was not one the galaxy felt obliged to honor. On Parmenio, Mortarion walked the air. He stood upon a promontory of broken stone overlooking the plains of Hecatone, the same ground that had drunk so much blood in the earlier clashes. His presence leached color from the scene. The sky above him was a low, bruised ceiling of clouds. The wind smelled of old graves and chemical burns. Below, his armies redeployed under his direct gaze. Death Guard companies trudged into new positions, their formations less concerned with neat lines than with the flow of contamination. Plague engines were dragged and coaxed into place, their roots sunk into soil already rich with corpses. Artillery pieces, some conventional, others grown from demon flesh and twisted metal, pivoted to cover choke points and likely approaches. Demons played across the broken earth like flies over a carcass. Plague-bearers shuffled in ragged chains, counting, always counting. Nurglings tumbled over one another in heaps, giggling as they rolled in pools of filth. Larger beasts lurked at the edges of mortal vision, their outlines uncertain, their hunger palpable. Mortarion drank it in through cracked lenses. "This is a gift," he murmured. "A world already half broken, lines already drawn in blood. All it lacked was a guiding hand." He lifted silence and gestured lazily. At his signal, warbands shifted. A line that had been thin thickened. Another line, seemingly fat, peeled away to reveal baited gaps. Plague engines that had been placed low in valleys were winched higher, their vents aimed like mouths toward likely avenues of advance. He was not a subtle man by nature. He was a warrior of attrition and inevitability. But he had learned tactics from brothers who had once prized such things above all else. He understood kill zones and overlapping fields of fire as well as any chapter master. If Guilliman was coming, and Mortarion had no doubt that he was, then the Lord of Ultramar would find every approach to the front loaded with death. "Seed the approaches with disease," Mortarion rasped. "Not just the obvious plagues, new strains, slow ones, fast ones. Let his men breathe in my name with every step." At his back, Typhus bowed his horned head. "It is already done," the first captain said. "The reinforcement corridors, the supply routes, the fallback trenches, all sprayed with loving care. We have brewed gifts for every caliber of lung." Mortarion's lenses narrowed. "Fine work on Conor," he said. "Even when he cut away Lobos, he had to spend blood to do it. Do the same here. Tie his limbs before we cut his throat." Typhus smiled, a thin, joyless expression unseen behind his visor. "With pleasure," he said. He left the promontory and descended into the polluted air. He moved like a shadow along Parmenio's rear lines, his presence announced only by the way flies stirred in his wake. Where Imperial Reserve regiments gathered, he and his chosen boarded plague hulks and rusted drop barges, slipping through gaps in the fleet screen and along forgotten ravines. The first regiments never knew what killed them. They marched in disciplined columns, boots thudding on the packed earth of relocation routes, armor dented but serviceable, laser guns slung at the ready. Their banners bore the marks of earlier battles. Their officers wore their best grim masks. The fog rolled in along the trench floors and roadways with suspicious speed. Men pulled rebreathers over their faces, muttering complaints about the constant damp. Medici officers noted the change in humidity and filed it away for later attention. None of them saw the tiny, unnatural motes glimmering in the vapor, each one a seed of something much worse. Coughing started within minutes. At first it was a tickle, a scratch at the back of the throat, an irritation easily blamed on dust or smoke. Then it deepened. Men doubled over, hacking. Their breath came ragged, their eyes watered. A few fell, their legs refusing to respond. "Keep moving," barked one captain, voice distorted by his mask. "It is just the air. You have marched through worse." He was right. They had. That was the cruelty of it. By the time the first soldiers collapsed and did not rise, by the time their skin began to change, by the time their comrades realized something was wrong, the damage had already been done. The plagues Typhus unleashed were patient and precise. They did not kill cleanly and leave corpses. They shuffled victims over a boundary, leaving something that looked like a man, but thought with another will. Reserve lines broke as men turned on one another in confusion. Rear echelon command posts sent panicked messages to the front. "Plague outbreak among the 23rd Reserve," came one vox burst, overlaid with screaming. They are attacking us. Shots fired. We request... Ah!" Another channel cut in with overlapping urgency. "Typhus," hissed a general's last recording, as if naming the disease that had taken hold of his cause. The plague fleets probed the orbital lanes at the same time, forcing the Imperial defenders to divert resources to protect supply ships and evacuate the worst afflicted units. The organized network behind Parmenio's front lines dissolved into a maze of quarantines, emergency redeployments, and hastily erected cordons. It was into this growing chaos that Mathieu's words tried to thread. On Ajax, the militant apostolic stood in a chamber that had once been reserved for quiet contemplation and now hummed with astropathic strain. The air was thick with incense, burned more for tradition's sake than because it did anything against the realities he faced. The astropath slumped in his chair, veins standing out along his temples. Sweat beaded on his brow, evaporating in tiny puffs of steam as psychic energies coursed through him. "Again," Mathieu urged. "Please, one more time." The blind man nodded, teeth clenched. Mathieu closed his eyes and spoke, trying to keep his words ordered, even as the world beyond the walls frayed. "Lord Commander," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "This is Mathieu of Iax. The hospital world is no longer merely a sanctuary. It is a seedbed. The plagues here do not follow any pattern we know. Gardens rot overnight. Wards fill faster than we can clear them. The air tastes wrong, even inside the chapels. I fear Iax is becoming part of a larger design, a garden for another god." The astropath's fingers dug into the arms of his chair. Warp static clawed at the message, tearing, distorting. Words bent, some fractured into images and sensations that even Mathieu could taste, though he had no sanctioned talent himself. "Demon presences increase," he continued, forcing his voice to hold shape. "There are whispers in the walls, voices in the trees. If this world falls fully, it will not be a simple loss of beds and medici. It will be a wound in the heart of Ultramar. I beg you, if you can hear this, come. Or if you cannot, if the war elsewhere demands too much, then do what must be done from afar. Do not let this place become a shrine to rot." The astropath gasped. A thin trickle of blood ran from his nose. Mathieu hesitated, then added one more line, barely more than a breath. "Please," he said, "do not let us be forgotten." The message tore free, half devoured by the howl of the Great Rift. Fragments reached Guilliman at Parmenio, snatches of words, hints of images, enough to make his jaw clench. He received them on the move. He strode through the corridors of a mobile command crawler, grinding its way toward the front, the Emperor's sword resting against his shoulder. Outside, Parmenio's skies boiled. The air grew thicker with each kilometer they closed on Mortarian's position. The wind carried not just dust, but spores that sizzled against the crawler's armored hull. "Intercept from Iax, my lord," Felix said, holding out a slate. His voice was tight. Guilliman took it, scanning the transcript as he walked. The words stuttered, broken by static, but the meaning showed through in the gaps. Seedbed, garden, wound. He handed the slate back. "We were right," he said. "Iax is not just another target. It is an altar." "And yet you are here," Felix said. "And yet I am here." Guilliman agreed. "Mortarian plans in layers. He draws me back to Parmenio with one hand, while corrupting Iax with the other. He knows I cannot ignore either, so I will not. I will cut his hand here, and then break his fingers there." "Assuming he does not cut you first," Felix murmured. Guilliman's eyes hardened. "He has had centuries to try," he said. "Let him have another attempt." The ground transport ground to a halt at the foot of a shattered promontory. The ridge rose like broken teeth above the plain, its flanks scarred by artillery, its crest shrouded in low, hanging fog. The air here was thicker than elsewhere on Parmenio, the miasma almost tangible, greasy against armor and skin. "This is where he waits," Guilliman said. "How can you be sure?" asked one of his Victrix guard. Guilliman stepped down from the crawler. The Emperor's sword flared, its light cutting a clean hole in the fog around him. "Because this is where I would stand, if I were him," he said. "Above the lines, within sight of the greatest ruin, close enough to feel the battle, far enough to see it." He began to climb. Every step up the promontory felt heavier than it should. The stones seemed to resist his boots, as if the world itself resented his presence. The fog pressed in, trying to smother his senses. Through it, he saw shapes, figures, memories. His father's face, distant and unreadable. His brothers as they had been, as they were now. Cities burning, worlds dying. He pushed through them. Mortarion waited near the summit. The demon Primarch stood like a corpse nailed to the sky, his tattered cloak hanging heavy in the damp air. His armor was a patchwork of rust and growth. Tubes and pipes jutted from it, venting streams of filth that vanished into the fog. Silence rested in his gauntleted hands, its blade a crescent of shadow. When Guilliman emerged from the mists, they faced each other across a stretch of broken rock. For a moment, there was only the wind and the distant, constant thunder of the war on the plains below. "Robut," Mortarion rasped. "Mortarion," Guilliman replied. They regarded one another like men seeing a ghost they had expected, but never truly believed would come. "You have grown busy," Mortarion said, running from one fire to the next, putting plaster over cracks that reached the foundations, scrubbing mold from walls while the supporting beams rot. "And you have grown eloquent," Guilliman answered, "for a man who once prided himself on bluntness." Mortarion's shoulders hitched in something that might once have been a humorless snort. "Bluntness is for killing, not speaking," he said. "Besides, I wanted you to understand. When my work is done, when your precious Ultramar lies in ruins under a sky of spores, when your hospitals are plague pits and your libraries swarm with flies, I wish you to appreciate that it did not happen by accident. I did this to you." "And then?" Guilliman asked quietly. "What satisfaction will you have when there is nothing left but rot, when no one remains to hate you?" Mortarion's lenses narrowed. "I will have the knowledge that your false order died screaming," he said. "That is enough." There was nothing more to say that had not been said in other words on other fields. They moved. Mortarion lunged, silence scything in a low arc that would have disemboweled lesser warriors. Guilliman met it with the Emperor's sword, light clashing with darkness in a burst that sent shockwaves cracking through the rock under their feet. The duel was a storm contained on that ridge. Blows that could shear through tanks met and diverted. Each parry sent sprays of corrupted matter or sparks flying. Mortarion's strikes were wide, brutal, overwhelming arcs meant to crush and contaminate. Guilliman's were precise counters, angled thrusts and cuts, aimed at joints and weak points. The fog thickened around them. Mortarion drew it in with each breath, exhaled it through his vents. It clung, worming at seals, gnawing at discipline. Guilliman felt it trying to find a way into his lungs, his blood, his thoughts. Each inhalation tasted of old bitterness, of Angron's bellowing rage, of Fulgrim's smooth lies, of Lorgar's whispered heresies, all blended into a single suffocating miasma. He pushed it back with iron will and the cold, burning focus that had carried him through the heresy. A shell screamed overhead, detonating somewhere beyond the ridge. The promontory shook. Shards of rock cascaded down its flanks. Below, titans traded earth-shaking volleys. The duel on the ridge became the still point around which the wider chaos spun. Mortarion's scythe scraped along Guilliman's pauldron, gouging a furrow. Where it passed, metal blackened. Runes flared warningly. Guilliman stepped into the follow-through, slamming his elbow into Mortarion's chest, driving the demon Primarch back a pace. "You cling hard," Mortarion wheezed. "So do you," Guilliman answered. Silence swept in low again. Guilliman leapt, the blade passing beneath his feet by a whisper. He landed on a jut of rock and brought the Emperor's sword down in a two-handed blow that bit deep into Mortarion's shoulder guard. Corrupted metal shrieked, filth sprayed. Mortarion staggered. For a heartbeat, Guilliman saw something in his brother's eyes behind the lenses, a flash of the man he had been. the dour, stubborn lord of a toxic world who had hated tyranny and yet allowed himself to become a vessel for something fouler than any he had overthrown. Then it was gone, drowned under centuries of spite. Mortarion wrenched free, his own blow catching Guilliman across the side. Armor cracked, pain flared, sharp and clean. The wound burned in a way that told Guilliman it was not merely physical. Below, the entourages clashed and died. Victrix Guard fought against Death Shroud Terminators, their shields ringing under the impact of Reaper scythes. Demons swept in where they could, only to be met by storm shields and disciplined bolter fire. Each casualty was a tithe taken by the wider war. The duel dragged on. Neither Primarch could land a decisive strike without exposing himself to one in return. Each cut took pieces out of them both. Powerfield grazes scorched ceramite. Plague rancid air found hairline cracks in seals, testing immune systems already pushed to their engineered limits. Guilliman felt his limbs heavy. The Emperor's sword weighed more with each swing. Mortarion's breath rasped louder, the strain audible even through his rebreather grill. They were not what they had been in their youth. One had spent centuries as a corpse on a throne of machinery. The other had drowned himself in a god's garden. Both bore the wear of a galaxy that refused to end neatly. The duel might have ground on until mutual exhaustion forced a reckoning. It did not end that way. Mortarion drew back a step, raising one gauntleted hand from Silence's haft. He gestured, fingers crooking in a pattern that hurt to watch. The fog thickened into something solid. It poured up the ridge, a tide of shadowed vapor that hid the world in a shroud. Within it, shapes moved, worms of smoke, flies the size of men, their wings cutting the air with the sound of churning cauldrons. Kugath's laughter rumbled through it, a delighted, bubbling mirth. The Plague Father manifested on the lower slopes, his massive bulk looming. He extended a claw, and from one rotten finger dripped a bead of something blacker than the fog around it. Godblight, Mortarion said. The prototype, not yet the full perfection my lord intends, but enough for an experiment. He extended his hand toward Guilliman. The bead of darkness floated, suspended between them. Guilliman felt its presence like a weight on his bones. Every instinct screamed that to allow it to touch him would be to invite a death that went deeper than mere flesh. He stepped forward, raising the Emperor's sword to cut it out of the air. Mortarion moved with him, silence sweeping low. Guilliman had to divert his strike to parry, his blade meeting the scythe in a clash that sent sparks and filth flying. The bead drifted closer. Around them, Victrix Guard fell back under a renewed demonic assault. Kugath's minions hurled themselves up the ridge, their blades and claws hungry. Guilliman's personal guard fought in a tightening ring, battered but unbroken. It might still have been enough. He might still have found some way to dodge, to divert, to endure. Instead, the light came. It began as a pinprick in the fog, low on the slope, where the shattered remnants of a Parmenio Auxilia platoon lay broken among the rocks. A child's voice rose, singing a hymn that had not been heard in full since before the heresy. A girl stepped into view. She was small, her features smudged with ash and blood. Her clothes were the tattered remnants of some simple garment, perhaps those of a refugee, perhaps those of a servant who had clung to a regiment's march. In one hand, she clutched a battered, half-melted devotional icon. Light poured from her. It was not the harsh, sun-bright blaze of the Emperor's sword. It was a softer, but no less terrible radiance. It pushed the fog back as if it was smoke before a gale. It turned the crawling shapes within it to silhouettes, and then nothing. The bead of Godblight shuddered and froze. Kugath recoiled, multiple chins wobbling. "That is not in the recipe," he muttered. Mortarion snarled. "Faith," he spat. Always faith, always his hand in everything. The girl raised her icon. Her eyes glowed, not with her own light, but with something that burned through her from a source far distant and yet never entirely absent. She spoke words that had been drilled into every citizen of the Imperium, but few had ever believed would be answered. "By his will," she said, "you shall not pass here." Divine fire tore through the ridge. It washed around Guilliman without burning, though he felt it as a heat that went far beyond any physical sensation, searing not flesh, but doubt. It hit Mortarion full on, slamming into his corroded armor, blasting filth and rust from his form in sheets. For a moment, the demon Primarch's true outline showed, skeletal and gaunt beneath the layers of corruption. He screamed. Demons in Kugath's vanguard caught the edge of the radiance and vanished, their forms unraveling in howls of shock. The fog retreated, boiling away. The bead of proto-godblight shrank and hissed, reduced to nothing. Mortarion staggered back, raising an arm to shield his lenses. "Enough!" he snarled. "Enough!" He felt Nurgle's amused irritation through the warp, felt other older hatreds stir as the echo of the Emperor's light spread. He could not risk more of his power here, not with rival gods watching for weakness, not with his chosen plague still unfinished. "Fall back," he growled to Kugath. "Get your cauldrons and your wretched experiments to Iax. This field grows too bright for my liking." Kugath grumbled, but he obeyed. Demonic presences began to thin, pulled back into the warp or into prepared conduits that led toward the hospital world's rising infection. The Death Guard disengaged in ragged but coordinated withdrawals, their bolters and artillery still snapping to cover the retreat. On the ridge, Mortarion gave Guilliman a last, venomous look. "This is not over," he said. "You cannot stand in the path of every plague. You cannot be on every world. You cannot be everywhere my father's love seeps in." He stepped backward into the receding fog and was gone, his form dissolving into shadow and spore. The girl's light faded. She swayed, eyes rolling back, and would have fallen if a nearby Victrix guard had not caught her with surprising gentleness for such a giant. Guilliman stood in the sudden, strange clarity. The air felt thinner, cleaner. The constant weight of Mortarion's presence had lifted. The Emperor's sword dimmed, its light subsiding to its usual steady glow. He looked at the child, still limp in the Astartes' arms, then at the scorched stone where the duel had taken place. Calgar clambered up the ridge with a small escort, his armor bearing fresh scratches and stains. "My lord," he said, voice crackling through his grill. "We saw something. Reports are confused. A light, a figure. The enemy is withdrawing. Mortarion has gone. What happened?" Guilliman's gaze lingered on the girl. "Our father interfered," he said quietly. Calgar hesitated. "That saved your life," he said, "and likely the battle. I will not pretend I am ungrateful." "Nor am I," Guilliman replied, "but I would have preferred to win or die by my own efforts, not to be plucked from the fire by a hand I have spent my waking life trying to drag down from heavenly myths into practical absence." "You cannot deny what you saw," Calgar said. "No," Guilliman said, "and that is the problem. Every miracle like this feeds the notion that we are not responsible for our own fates, that we can rely on unseen intervention instead of hard choices. I have seen what such blind faith breeds. It is a sickness as dangerous as any Mortarion crafts." He looked down at his gauntlets, at the faint scorch marks where the Emperor's light had brushed them. "And yet," he added, so softly that even Calgar barely heard him, "if not for that sickness, I would be dead." He straightened, armor creaking. "Send word to the men," he said. "Tell them the enemy has been thrown back from Parmenio. Tell them they have held. Attribute the victory to their courage, their discipline, and their blood. If they wish to add miracles to that list, I will not stop them, but I will not build policy on it." Calgar inclined his head. "And Iax?" he asked. Gilliman's gaze turned back to the hololith on the slate Felix carried up the ridge. Ajax's glyph pulsed with a deeper corruption now. Reports filtered in of full demonic incursions, of gardens turned into pestilent jungles, of hospices overrun. "That is where he goes next," Gilliman said. "Mortarion flees what he cannot control here to feast where he can. Ajax is becoming his command throne, whether he knows it or not. Every path leads there." Felix voiced the thought they all shared. "It will be a trap," he said. "As Conor was, as Parmenio was, as every stage of this war has been." "Yes," Gilliman said. "He knows I cannot abandon that world. He counts on my duty. He counts on my pride." He looked out over the plains of Hecatone one last time. Titans stood like wounded beasts, their carapaces scorched, their banners torn. Tanks lay in jagged lines, some still smoking, others already being cannibalized for parts. Men moved like ants among the wreckage. "We go anyway," he said. "Prepare Fleet Primus for immediate redeployment. Parmenio will hold under the garrisons we leave. Every ship that can still translate will head for Ajax." He touched the Emperor's sword, feeling its weight, its warmth. "Mortarion has had his first taste," he murmured. "At Ajax he will seek to finish the meal. Let him set his table. We will overturn it." In the warp's sour depths, Mortarion felt his brother's attention turn and smiled behind his mask. The garden was almost ready. The gardens of Ajax used to smell of wet earth and cut grass. Now the statues rust, the fountains bleed, and the trees grow tumors instead of fruit. If anyone finds this, burn this world before it grows teeth. Last testament of Guardsman Halvan, Ajax Defense Auxilia, Ajax bloomed. From ye orbit, through Auspex lenses and armored viewports, it still looked like a jewel. Its continents were veiled in soft greens and golds, its seas a calm blue, its atmosphere a gentle swirl of clouds. A world as it appeared on recruitment picts and inspirational posters. But the longer one looked, the less right it seemed. Patches of darker color spread across the landmasses, stains leaking outward from points that should have been hospitals and orderly groves. Cloud formations bulged unnaturally over certain regions, sitting thick and heavy as if reluctant to move on. Lightning flickered inside them in shades no natural sky should know. Ajax had been a hospital world. Now it was a garden. The narrative of its fall could be read from high above as well as from the muck on the ground. Hospitals that had once been clean-lined structures of white stone and steel now resembled hives built by something that revered pus and rust. Wards spilled outward in cancerous growths of architecture, corridors and annexes extruding in all directions, their walls bowed by internal pressures of flesh and fungus. Windows bulged with translucent membranes instead of glass. Orchards that had provided fruit and shade for recovering soldiers had thickened into forests of meat. Trunks that had been bark and sap were now columns of striated tissue, their surfaces slick with sweating secretions. Branches forked in unsettling patterns, bearing not leaves, but clusters of sacs that pulsed and periodically split, belching clouds of spores into the air. Paths were overgrown with mats of creeping fungus that squelched when stepped on, exuding scents that veered between sweet and rotten. Statues of Medici saints and ultramarine heroes stood where they had always stood, hands raised in benediction or victory. But their stone was speckled with corrosion, their faces streaked with weeping stains. In some places, the stone itself had softened, features drooping into leering visages, as something inside pushed outward. At the world's heart, where the primary Medicae Basilica and its surrounding gardens had once formed a symbol of Gilliman's benevolent order, a new shape loomed. It was not a building in any human sense. It was a cauldron. Kugath's fragment of the cauldron of Nurgle sat half sunk into the earth like a meteor that had struck and chosen to stay. Its lip rose higher than most hab blocks, formed of fused bone and corroded ceramite. Its interior was a roiling mass of plague stuff, churning in slow, obscene currents. Vents ringed its base, breathing flickering fumes into the soil. The land around it responded. Roots twisted toward the cauldron, eager for its runoff. Streams diverted, turning into sluggish rivers of discolored fluid. Stone cracked as tubers and veins of unfamiliar material pushed through, seeking the broth's heat. Kugath Plaguefather sat at the lip of his work and smiled with a mouth that was several mouths, overlapping. He stirred the cauldron with a ladle made from a titan's spine, watching the way the mixture changed with each sweep. Within the bubbling stew, shapes formed and dissolved. Faces surfaced, screaming silently, then slipped under again. Limbs folded into new configurations. Wings sprouted and then rotted away in the space of a breath. Around the base of the fragment, legions of demons cavorted. Plague-bearers marched in ordered chains, their tally marks glowing faintly on parchment skin. Nurglings clambered over rocks and each other, diving into rivulets of seepage and emerging with delighted shrieks, their bodies briefly more bloated. Diseased beasts prowled and snuffled, their hides plated with scabs and barnacle-like growths. "Perfect," Kugath murmured, "or near enough for a test." He cupped one handful of bubbling matter and held it close, letting its fumes roll over his cracked nostrils. "Godblight," he crooned. No longer a mere prototype. No longer a draft. A plague to unmake demigods, to humble false sons. Oh, grandfather, you do spoil me. He let the handful dribble back into the cauldron. Each drop birthed a different horror before dissolving, as if the plague itself could not decide how best it wished to kill. "Look at them, little ones," Kugath said to the Nurglings gathered at his belly. "An entire world for our experiments. A petri dish painted in Guilliman's colors. We test the tincture on mortals, on Astartes, on Titans, on Saints, on Primarchs. A full study, proper methodology." One of the Nurglings burbled something that might have been a question. Yes, we must be thorough," Kugath chided gently. "The first attempt at Godblight was hasty. The next will be art." On a mound overlooking the cauldron, another figure worked with less glee, but equal care. Epidemius, the tallyman of Nurgle, crouched among piles of bone and rusted metal, his quill scratching steadily across the pages of his titanic ledger. The book rested on a stand woven from spines. Its pages were made of cured skin, its ink a mixture of blood and other fluids. He did not look up as Kugath cackled. He did not need to. He saw everything worth seeing. "Espandor," he muttered as he wrote. "Souls tallied, corpses counted, variants catalogued, Parmenio, Conor, Tartella, Eax." He paused over the last name, the quill tip hovering. The page he was on was nearly full, the columns of script and numerals crammed together, a dense record of suffering and corruption. Every death in Ultramar that could be attributed to Nurgle's work was captured there. Every cough that led to a grave. Every regiment that died from slow, wet fevers. Every world that lost a harvest to blight. He turned the page. A fresh sheet waited, pale and taut. "The wars of plague have been profitable," Epidemius said. "The tally swells. Soon we will reach the desired index, the moment when the weight of our work in this region tips the balance of decay in the greater Imperium." Pleased. He made a tick mark. "Yet not complete," he said. "One Primarch walks. One realm still pretends at order. The ledger cannot be closed while Guilliman draws breath." His voice held no malice, only the calm inevitability of a bureaucrat noting an outstanding account. Far from the cauldron fragment and its harmonious industry, Iax still held pockets of resistance. They were islands in a rising sea, their shores eroding with each passing hour. One such island was an imperial redoubt that had once been a medici outpost, then a logistical hub, then a refugee processing center, and finally a fortress only in the sense that men with guns refused to leave it. The walls were prefabricated rockcrete, reinforced with scrap and prayer. The defense lines were sandbags and barricades made from upturned gurneys and broken benches. The air inside smelled of sweat, disinfectant, and the ever-present hint of rot from beyond. Colonel Odremeyer stood on the makeshift parapet, watching the tree line. There had not been a tree line before. Ajax's main medici complexes had been surrounded by flower beds and low hedges, not thickets. Now, a forest pressed up against the outer wire of the redoubt, a writhing mass of fleshy trunks and drooping sacks. The shapes within shifted. Sometimes they were branches in the wind. Sometimes they were something else. "How long until the next assault?" he asked without turning. A junior officer consulted a slate, though its readings were no more accurate than the colonel's gut. "The last push slackened an hour ago," the man said. "Pattern from earlier attacks suggests they will test us again within 2 hours, maybe less. They are unpredictable, sir." "They are demons," Odremeyer said. "Unpredictable is their discipline." He felt tired, bone tired, the kind of fatigue that no amount of sleep could cure, even if he had time for it. His greatcoat hung looser than it had when he had first arrived on Ajax. Lines had etched themselves into his face. Behind him, men moved about their tasks. Some checked lasguns and recharged packs. Others cleaned wounds, redressing bandages that had already been through more than their intended tour of duty. A few sat very still, eyes closed, lips moving as they whispered prayers or recited doctrine. Mathieu moved among them. The militant apostolic was as exhausted as any soldier, but his gaze remained sharp. His vestments were scorched and patched, his once white tabard stained beyond saving. A chainsword hung at his hip, a bolt pistol at his side. The fingers that had once turned pages of scripture without tremor now bore calluses and scars from use of those weapons. He paused by a cluster of wounded guardsmen. "We will fall, Father," one of them said bluntly. The man's arm ended at the elbow now, the stump neatly bandaged. "You know it. We know it. They know it." He jerked his chin toward the trees. "Perhaps," Mathieu said. "Perhaps not today." "You have faith," another muttered. "I have eyes." Mathieu looked at them, at their raw honesty. He could not lie to them. Not now. Not after all they had seen Ajax become. "I do not promise you rescue," he said. "I do not promise that a golden host will descend from the heavens and make all this right. I promise you this. Your duty has meaning. Your stand buys time. Your refusal to break denies the enemy something he craves." "Souls?" the first guardsman asked. "Certainty," Mathieu said. "He wants you to believe that rot is the only end, that nothing you do matters. Every last bolt you fire in defiance, every step you hold when your instinct is to run, says he is wrong. That matters." Odremeyer joined him as he moved on. "You are not promising victory anymore," the colonel observed. "I promise what I can," Mathieu replied. "I have seen too many miracles withheld to talk of guaranteed deliverance." They shared a look. "Yet you still believe," Odremeyer said. Mathieu shrugged slightly. "I still act as if it matters," he said. "Perhaps that is all belief is, under enough pressure." They were very different men, one built from doctrine and devotion, the other from orders and logistics. On Ajax, those differences blurred. Both kept men moving when they would otherwise have sunk to their knees. Above the besieged pockets of resistance, the sky tore. Fleet Primus arrived in the Ajax system in a storm of warp lightning and shaken reality. Ship after ship clawed its way back into real space, hulls shedding empiric frost. Battle barges bearing the heraldry of ultramarine companies and their successors formed the backbone of the formation. Strike cruisers moved among them like wolves among larger beasts. Great lumbering troop transports and hospital ships followed, surrounded by screens of escorts and light cruisers. Night houses, barges nestled alongside mass conveyors loaded with armor. Mechanicus vessels glided coldly, sensor masts bristling. Titan demi-legions slumbered in holds and on reinforced decks, their god engines quiet but ready. The sight would have heartened any loyal subject. For Kugath, it was an opportunity. He watched the translation signatures through a warped auger pool, chuckling as around him plague-bearers formed ranks and shook rust from their swords. His attention was only half on the fleet. A different pressure tugged at him, pulling from another direction. The war in the rift had begun to bite. Far away, in the impossible geometries of the warp, Nurgle's garden walls shuddered under assault, from powers that delighted in stealing rather than growing. Tzeentch's schemes had stirred, bringing rival hosts crashing against rotten hedges and slime-soaked fountains. The grandfather's attention was divided between enjoying the sport of defending his realm and the irritation of having his comfortable stagnation disturbed. His summons went out along rot-slick channels. Some demons felt the call as a pleasant itch, a tug at their essence, inviting them home to defend their master's patch of eternity. Others felt it as a command. A few, those rooted deeply in Mortarian's designs, felt it and chose to ignore it. A plague-bearer shuffled up to Kugath's dais. "Master," it said, its voice a wet croak. The tally changes in the garden. Rivals prod the fences. The grandfather calls. Some of the hosts slip away already. Kugath sniffed. Indeed, some of his lesser minions were fading around the edges, their outlines fuzzing as they were pulled back. The plague soup in his cauldron sloshed in response to distant impacts. "Nuisance," he grumbled, "always when I am close to a breakthrough." He poked the cauldron's contents with an irritable finger, setting off a chain of screams and bubbles. "We are ordered to withdraw?" the plague-bearer asked, quill trembling. Kugath considered. He would prefer it, the demon mused aloud, but he also wants Guilliman's heart. Both wants cannot be equally served with the same resources. Dilemmas, he chuckled. "Good thing Mortarion is here," he said. "Let him argue with father. I will keep stirring until someone makes me stop." Mortarion did argue. On a ridge overlooking one of Ajax's new plague jungles, the demon Primarch stood with his scythe, grounded, and his cloak fluttering in a wind that had never been part of the planet's original climate. Warp flies buzzed around him, their patterns disrupted by the distant call of the garden. He heard it as a pressure in the back of his mind, an invitation to bring his favorite toys home. "No," he said. The word was not shouted. It did not need to be. It resonated along the frayed leash that connected him to his patron. Images and impressions flooded back. Rotting orchards under a green sky, bubbling pools, a playful, chastising irritation. "You risk much," the sense of Nurgle seemed to say. "The others nip at my borders. You have had your fun in Ultramar. Come home and help grandfather swat the flies." Mortarion clenched his jaw. "I am close," he growled. "Ajax is almost gone. Guilliman is coming. I can kill him. I can corrupt his realm so deeply that it will fester for millennia. The loss of a few garden walls is a small price for that." Nurgle's attention swirled. "Pride," the god said in feeling rather than language. "You stink of it. It suits you." Mortarion did not flinch. "I stink of your gifts," he said. "Let me use them. Recall the lesser hosts if you must. Let Kugath complain. But leave me enough. I will make you a monument here that will not crumble, even if every hedge in your private plots is torn up by Tzeentch's talons." The god considered. Pride met indulgence. Obsession met an ancient being's disinclination to change plans it had set in motion. The pressure eased. Some demons winked out, their forms pulled back into the realm from which they had been vomited. Others, those bound closest to Mortarian's will or Kugath's projects, remained. Typhus voxed from orbit, his tone rough. "The plague fleet feels the tug," he reported. "Some of the lesser entities that bind our storms are fraying. Warp cover thins in places. Our approach lanes are more exposed." "Maintain enough cover for the initial landings," Mortarian said. "After that, Guilliman will be too deep in the rot to climb back out, regardless of what happens in the wider warp." "And if your god tires of your defiance?" Typhus asked. Mortarian's laugh was a dry cough. "Then he will take his due," he said, "as he always does, but not yet." In the clean, ordered void outside Ajax, Guilliman stood in the Macrage's honors, strategium, and examined the diseased jewel below. Hololithic projections showed warp turbulence around the world like storm bands. Demonic concentrations glowed as unhealthy nodes. Known pockets of imperial resistance flickered faintly, like embers in ashes. "We cannot cleanse the entire world in one stroke," he said. "We cannot even reclaim it fully in one campaign. Our objective must be focused." He tapped a glowing icon at Ajax's heart. "The cauldron fragment," he said. "Kugath's plaything. As long as it bubbles, this world will only grow worse. Every drop it sheds is another foothold for their corruption. We cut it out. We cauterize the wound as best we can. We deny them their masterpiece." "Mortarian will be there," Calgar said. "He knows it is the prize." "Good," Guilliman said. "Then we know where he will be." He turned to Justinian Paris, who stood among the ring of Astartes captains and guard generals. "Captain Paris," Guilliman said, "you and your Primaris cohorts have proven adept at thrust operations. On Ardium, on Espandor, on Konor. Ajax will require that skill." Paris bowed his head, helm held at his side. "Name the target, Lord," he said. "We will reach it or die on the way." "You will lead a strike force aimed directly at Kugath's cauldron," Guilliman said. "With you will go selected squads from other chapters, Mechanicus breaching units, and whatever remains of Eax's defenders that can be assembled for such a push. Odramire's regiment remnants, any knights that can be persuaded to ride into that mire. You will not hold ground. You will not attempt to secure perimeters. Your only aim is to reach that fragment and destroy it." "That will mean fighting without expectation of extraction," one of the other captains observed. "Yes," Guilliman said, "it will." He looked around at them all. "I will not dress this up as anything else," he continued. "Those assigned to the Cauldron Strike are unlikely to leave this world. Your deaths will not be wasted, but they will be certain." Paris's expression did not flicker. "Then we shall make them expensive," he said. Odramire, patched into the conference from a field vox on the surface, gave a short, humorless bark of a laugh. "With respect, Lord Commander," the colonel said, his voice coarse with static and smoke, "my men have been dying cheap for some time now, paying in bulk. If we have the chance to pay high for once, we will take it." Mathieu's image was grainier, his transmission more distorted, but his tone was steady. "We will go where we are sent," the priest said, "and if we can drive a sword into the heart of this blasphemy on the way down, so much the better. I will not have Ajax's name spoken only in whispers of failure." Guilliman nodded. "Then the roles are set," he said. "Paris leads the spear. Odramire and Mathieu strengthen its shaft. The rest of us will hammer at Mortarian's lines wherever we can, to draw his eye away from that thrust." He lifted the Emperor's sword. "Fleet Primus will hold orbit until insertion is complete," he added. "Then we commit the Titans we can spare to open lanes in the worst of the corruption. Once you are down there, you are on your own." He did not add that, in truth, they had been on their own since the first spores touched Ajax's air. The order went out. Drop fleets formed up, their massive hulls aligning in tight patterns. Launch bays opened, disgorging strings of drop pods, stormbirds, thunderhawks, bulk landers. Their engines flared, painting streaks of fire against the darkness as they began to descend. In one stormbird, Paris checked his armor's seals for the countless time. The Primaris captain stood in the center of the transport bay, harnessed to the deck. Around him, his squad secured their weapons. Odremiah sat on a bench, helmet in his hands, lasgun propped between his knees. Mathieu stood near the rear ramp, his fingers running along the teeth of his chainsword as if counting them. The Voxlink crackled. "Paris," came Odremiah's voice in his helm. "Colonel Odremiah, I am told I will be landing near your vector." Paris voxed back. "We will likely be dying near each other too," he said. "It is good to know the man whose back I will be watching." "You can watch mine," Odremiah said. "I will watch my men's. Between us, perhaps some of them will make it to the cauldron before they fall." Mathieu cut in, his voice softer, but no less firm. "This is Mathieu," he said. "In case there is no time later, I will say this now. I do not expect to leave Ajax alive. I do not expect any of us to. That does not make what we do here futile. It makes it final." Paris considered his reply. "I was grown for war," he said at last. "My first breath was in a casket. My first sight was a drill hall. I have died a dozen notional deaths in Guilliman's plans. If this is the one that takes, at least it will be for something more than another line in a scenario." Odremiah snorted. "I signed up for a pension and 3 meals a day," he said. "Life rarely delivers on its promises, but it does offer chances to do something that matters. This is one." Mathieu's reply was a simple, steady phrase. "Then let us go and matter." The Stormbird shuddered as it hit the upper layers of Ajax's atmosphere. Outside, the world's changed air clawed at its hull, spores hissing against ceramite. Through the forward viewplate, the clouds below glowed with their own sick light, pulsing like a layer of living tissue stretched over a wound. All across the invasion armada, other craft followed the same path, burning through the foul sky toward a world that no longer wanted them. The drop fleets fell, spears of steel and faith plunging into a garden that had forgotten what either word meant. Here I stand before the purest distillation of pestilence. Let my soul be the wall that no corruption crosses. Oath etched along the blade of a grey knight of the 8th Brotherhood. The first to die on Ajax never even saw the ground. Thunderhawks and stormbirds punched through the poisoned cloud layers, hulls shuddering under the drag of spore-thick air. Drop pods burned as falling stars, their course true in spite of warp eddies that tugged at their machine spirits. Landers bearing guard regiments and Mechanicus cohorts followed in dense waves. The atmosphere fought them. Invisible toxins, brewed in Kugath's cauldron and exhaled by the world's new flesh forests, drifted in dense strata. Some penetrated seals already strained by the Plague War's long campaigns. Filters corroded, Auspex lenses fogged from within. Men coughed in their harnesses and spat black. A Stormbird carrying a full company of auxilia went silent. From the outside, nothing changed. Its hull remained intact, its engines burned, it stayed in formation. Inside, every mortal aboard clawed at his throat, lungs liquefying in a heartbeat. By the time the craft hit Ajax's surface and broke apart in a plume of soil and fractured bone, it was a coffin falling from the sky, the dead inside already swelling with early, eager growths. Other landers flared their retros above what had once been garden terraces. Their ramps slammed down. Demons were already waiting. Plague-bearers lurched from behind softened statuary and bulging trees, rusted swords raised, single eyes gleaming with dull hunger. Nurglings poured like a tide from ruptured fountains, their giggles high and shrill as they climbed the legs of disembarking guardsmen. Beasts of Nurgle bounded forward, eager as diseased hounds, their tendrils reaching for anything that moved. On one landing zone, a squad of ultramarines came down into what Auspex had marked as a clear quad. They glimpsed a colonnade of Medici saints, their carved faces sagging, and the stumps of fruit trees now sprouting tumors the size of men. Then the ground flexed. It was not stone, it heaved like muscle. A fissure split open under the Thunderhawk's prow. The gunship pitched forward, nose dropping. A maw lined with teeth of shattered masonry, and rebar yawned, swallowing it whole. For a moment, the gunship's engines flared as the pilot fought. Then the world slammed shut around it, the hull crumpling like tin. The scream of rending metal blended with the laughter of distant great unclean ones. Those landings that survived the first minute found themselves in a war with no front line and no horizon. Guilliman made his own landing and fire. The Macragge's Honor held station above Ajax, its guns already dueling plague hulks and demon-infested cruisers. From its bays, the Lord Commander's personal Stormbird tore downward, wrapped in a sheath of counterfire from escorting craft. Even the air seemed to recoil from its passage, warped clouds twisting aside. Guilliman stood in the forward compartment, braced against the floor, the Emperor's sword held in a relaxed, two-handed grip. Around him, Victrix's guard checked weapons and seals with ritual precision. Even these giants looked small beside him. A spray of spore cloud hit the Stormbird's prow and sheathed its viewports in bilious slime. Warning runes flared. The machine's spirit howled in clipped Binharic. "Compensate," Guilliman said, voice flat over the internal vox. The gunship's picked feed flickered, then cleared as backup Auspex cut in. Below, Ajax rolled up to meet them. A patchwork of fleshy forest, rusted towers, and boils of demon light where plague engines pulsed beneath the soil. "There," Guilliman said. "That ridge. It gives us line of sight toward Mortarian's last known locus." The pilot acknowledged. Engines screamed. The Stormbird knifed low, flak fire clawing after, it in arcs of corrupted light. Another gunship to port took a hit to its tail. It spun, dropping from formation, its wake a smudge of smoke. The Stormbird slammed down hard enough to buckle its landing struts. The ramp crashed into a carpet of pulsing moss. Guilliman strode into hell. The air was thick and wet. His armor filters tasted a dozen different plagues in the first breath, each one probing for a purchase they did not find. The Emperor's sword burned, its golden radiance pushing a bubble of clarity into the murk. Around him, the central spearhead deployed. Ultramarines of the 2nd and 3rd companies formed a cordon, bolters raised, eyes scanning the warped tree line. Primaris cohorts of Paris's command hit the ground at staggered intervals, their heavier frames making the ground flex. Knights landed from their own barges, picked their way down from makeshift ramps. War machines that had once stalked noble fields now stepping into glades that stank of gangrene. Guilliman took it all in a glance and moved. "Forward," he ordered. "We make straight for Mortarian. No lateral engagements unless forced. Let him feel our presence. Let him come." Behind and around his thrust, the larger plan unfolded. Strike forces peeled away from the main deployment zones, their routes threading through the densest parts of Ajax's new growth, angling toward the Cauldron's locus. Their Vox traffic was tightly coded, their movements masked as much as possible by artillery barrages and massed assaults elsewhere. Mortarian watched it all from high above. He walked air that was no longer air, each step leaving behind a faint trail of spores that hung in his wake. His plague fleet hung like bruises against the sky, their hulls shedding contaminated vapors that rained down in invisible curtains. Below, his armies moved according to patterns he had set in motion long before Guilliman's first Stormbird pierced the atmosphere. He saw Guilliman's spearhead advancing. He saw the way it cut a clean path through the corruption, the Emperor's sword at its tip, burning disease to ash. He saw the titans that had survived Parmenio, striding among the fleshy forests, each footfall cracking corrupted soil. He saw the nights that lanced between them, and the billions of lesser lives that filled the gaps. "Of course," he rasped, "straight at me. He cannot resist." Around him, demon flocks wheeled. Plague drones buzzed, their riders chatting in guttural voices about where best to spill their payloads. Lesser demons capered, eager to be pointed at something to kill. Mortarians' lens screens flickered with data. Casualty projections ticked upward. Each red mark on the invisible ledger pleased him. "Every meter you take, little brother," he said softly, "costs you rivers. Every tank, every titan, every man. All of it pours into Kugath's cauldron. Every death you spend refining the god blight that will kill you." He had tasted the plague in its early form, let a droplet of its essence whisper across his armor. It had caressed him like a lover and like a knife. Power enough to wound gods, distilled from misery and betrayal and the agony of an Eldar deity's death. It needed deaths. It needed a war. He had given it one. "Keep the corridors tight," Mortarion ordered. "Let him see progress, but force him through narrow places. Poxwalker, kill pits. Chokes filled with cloying gas. Artillery zones ranged in advance. He must believe he can reach me if he pays enough." Typhus's voice crackled over the warp-tainted vox. "The reinforcements he throws in already choke on their own blood," the first captain said. "Reserve lines collapse into panic and plague. Our rear assaults have turned his logistics to slurry. He marches on spite and obligation alone now." "Good," Mortarion said. "Let him come angry. Let him come tired. Pride makes poor armor." He turned his gaze toward Iax's heart. The cauldron's boil thrilled him. It was there that the deeper cut would be attempted, he knew. Guilliman was not fool enough to ignore it. Some spear, some brave little band, would be angling through the mire to hack at Kugath's toy. Let them, he thought. Let them bleed themselves dry in the attempt. The cauldron was not the only vessel for godblight now. In the twisted forests between Guilliman's main advance and the world's heart, one of those spears forced itself forward. Justinian Paris moved at its head. His armor was streaked with spore stains and blackened where toxic sprays had splashed against its plates. Warning sigils blinked at the edges of his vision, reporting cumulative contamination levels that would have killed a mortal 10 times over. His transhuman physiology and the armor's seals held, for now. To his right strode Lieutenant Edemo, leading a cluster of Victrix Guard and Primaris veterans. To his left, a handful of Astartes from successor chapters kept pace, their colors dull under clinging rot. Behind them, Colonel Odremeyer's regiment remnants slogged through the muck, laser guns held high, faces hidden behind stained rebreathers. Mathieu walked among the mortals. The militant apostolic's robes were soaked and heavy. His chainsword's teeth were clogged with demon ichor. His rosarius dangled at his chest, its field flickering fitfully under repeated psychic buffeting. His eyes were hollow. "Marker ahead," voxed Edemo. "Auspex shows a concentration of non-mortal signatures, heavy, possibly one of the demon guard cadres." "The keepers of the cauldron," Paris said. "We were warned about them. Cultists who tend Kugath's work, demons, mortals, something between. Our path does not go around them." "It never does," Odremeyer muttered, audible over the squad link. They stepped into a clearing and found the enemy waiting. Plague bearers formed the first rank, their serried lines extending between fleshy trunks. Behind them lurked taller shapes, robed in ragged vestments stained with broth. Their faces had once been human, perhaps, but Nurgle's touch had swollen them into masks of boils and split lips. Each carried long-handled ladles or iron-bound tomes, their weapons as much priestly implements as tools of murder. "Keepers of the cauldron," Mathieu whispered. He could feel their attention. It pressed against his mind like a damp cloth. These were not mindless cultists. They were acolytes of disease, their devotion as deep as his own, aimed at an opposite shrine. They raised their ladles and tomes and began to chant. The air thickened. Paris did not wait for the litany to conclude. "Fire!" he snapped. Bolt rifles roared. Plasma incinerated the front ranks. Mortals and demons alike were blown apart, their remains splattering the forest flesh. Laser guns from Odremire's line added their own lesser fury, bright lances, stitching the center of the enemy formation. The keepers answered. They swung their censers and ladles, flinging arcs of gleaming ichor into the air. Where drops landed on Astarte's plate, buboes sprouted, swelling in heartbeats until they burst, spraying more filth. Where they touched guardsmen, flesh melted away from bone, leaving screaming men clawing at their own dissolving faces. Mathieu saw a squad of troopers vanish in a single vicious moment. There had been 7 of them, 7 men, pressed side by side behind a barricade of overturned Medici trolleys, sighting along laser guns with grim focus. 7 shapes when the spray hit them, 7 screams as they fell, 7 wet thuds as they hit the ground. 7 is the favored number, some detached part of his mind noted. Holy, in a fashion he wanted no part of. He felt something inside him falter. For a heartbeat, the fighting blurred into a smear of color and sound. Bolter flashes, demon howls, human pleas. The air, reeked of offal and burnt propellant. Trees shook as oversized beasts pushed through, only to be felled by concentrated fire. "What does it matter?" whispered a voice he recognized as his own, hollowed out. "You hold for a day, for an hour, for a minute. They fall anyway. Worlds fall anyway. Your prayers have not saved them. Your words have not saved them. Your emperor did not stop Tartella burning or Espandor rotting, or Parmenio drowning in corpses. He thought of the girl on Parmenio's ridge, of the light that had blasted Mortarion from the promontory when Gilliman's strength had begun to fail. He had not seen her with his own eyes. He had heard the stories, the rumors, the whispered, half-ashamed accounts of men who had witnessed it and did not know how to file such a thing in their ordered minds. A miracle, they said, or perhaps a fluke, a confluence of psychic phenomena, a freak empiric event. No, he thought, no lies, not now. He saw Odremire ahead of him, hauling a wounded guardsman out of a patch of sucking mud while lasfire splashed around them. He saw Paris wading into the plague-bearer line, power sword humming as it sheared through parchment flesh and rotten bone. He saw Edemo fall and rise again, a demon's blade embedded in his pauldron, its owner burning under point-blank bolt fire. They had not stopped. Their faith, such as it was, lay in duty, in orders obeyed, in plans carried out, in brothers not abandoned. What right do I have to falter? Mathieu thought. He stumbled, catching himself on the haft of his chainsword as the world seemed to tilt. The fog on Eax thickened, but so did a different light. It came not from without, but from within. A pressure built behind his eyes, a weight on his chest. He gasped, thinking for a moment that some new plague had found him. Instead of rot, he tasted metal and incense and the smell of cool stone warmed by candles. Voices whispered. Not the giggles of Nurglings, not the croaks of plague-bearers, not the sighs of dying men. It was a choir, distant and immense. Words he had chanted all his life came back to him, not as rote phrases but as commands. Stand, advance, do not let this world become his. Mathieu sucked in a breath that tasted of ash and gold. He did not fall. Forward, he croaked, his voice rough. No one heard him over the din. He straightened. Forward, he shouted, and this time the word carried, riding a note that did not belong to any natural throat. Forward, in his name. There is work yet to do. Men nearby glanced at him, eyes bloodshot and wide. Some straightened. A few took a step. It was enough. Paris's strike force drove through the Keeper's line. They left behind a carpet of bodies, human and demon and things between, their fluids mingling with Ajax's already fouled soil. Above, the canopy of meat trees shivered as the cauldron's pulse quickened, sensing threats drawing closer. The way to the heart was not a straight corridor. It bent and twisted through ravines choked with diseased vegetation, through courtyards where fountains now pumped black slurry, through wards whose beds crawled with maggots sprouting eyes. At each turn, something tried to kill them. They paid for every step. When at last the cauldron chamber opened before them, Paris's strike force was a fraction of what it had been at deployment. The space was vast. Once, it had been the central garden of Ajax's primary Medicae Basilica, a carefully designed oasis of lawns and ornamental trees, with paths laid out in pleasing geometry. Now, the cauldron fragment dominated it like a cancerous growth, its lip towering, its contents seething. Around it, demon hosts waited. Plague-bearer ranks circled the base, their banners of stretched skin fluttering in a wind that smelled of opened graves. Great unclean ones lolled among them, their bellies resting on mounds of skulls, their tongues sampling the air. Kugath himself loomed where the cauldron's lip met the world, his bulk dwarfing even the other greater demons. He turned, his many eyes focusing on the newcomers. "Oh," he said, voice booming like an avalanche of offal. "Guests, how thoughtful of you to come to the tasting." Paris's jaw set. "Guard," he said. "Fan out. Take what cover you can. Target the lesser demons first. Astartes, form on me. We will punch a hole toward the cauldron's base." "And me?" Odremire asked. Paris looked at him. "You hold their attention," the Primaris captain said. "Long enough that someone reaches those supports with melter charges and crack. Long enough that Mathieu does what he has to." Odremire laughed, a short bark that held no humor. "So the story ends the way we all knew it would," he said. "Fine. Men of Ajax Defense Auxilia, Tartella Rifles, Conor Reserves, form on me. We are going to die loudly." They cheered. It was not wholehearted. It was not joyous. It was defiance. They surged forward. Demons met them. The first volley from the guardsmen tore chunks from plague-bearer ranks, blowing eyes and horns into the air. The demons stepped over their dissolving comrades, swords swinging. Guardsmen fell in waves. Bodies turned into mist by thrown gobs of cauldron broth. Odremire kept walking. He fired his last pistol into the face of a Nurgling, the tiny demon popping like a boil. He bayoneted a plague-bearer, its ichor eating at the metal until the blade snapped. He punched another with his bare fist, knuckles breaking. Something tore through his side. He did not look down. "On!" he roared, blood bubbling at his lips. "On, damn you! If we are to be numbered, let it take more than one scratch of the quill." He saw Mathieu stumble behind him, ducking under a demon's swipe. The priest's eyes burned with a light Odremire could not name. That was enough. He pushed further, deep into the press, dragging death around, himself like a cloak. At the cauldron's base, Paris and what remained of his Astartes slammed into a wall of demon flesh. Kugath's deeper guard had moved to block the direct approach. These were not mere plague-bearers. They were hulks of fused bodies, writhing masses of limbs and mouths and eyes, their surfaces slick with broth. Bolter rounds sank into them and vanished without effect. Chains wards tore strips away, only for the wounds to fill with fresh horrors. "Charges!" Paris shouted. "We need a breach!" One of the Mechanicus engineers staggered forward, a melter bomb cradled to his chest. A tendril whipped out from the demon wall, wrapping around his throat. It lifted him, squeezed, and snapped him like a twig. The melter bomb fell from nerveless fingers. Mathieu saw it, tumbling in slow motion, about to vanish into the churn. He moved without thinking, his hand closed around the device's casing. It was warm, already primed. He could feel the charge, counting down in its tiny machine spirit. One more heartbeat, and it would have been lost. "Father!" someone shouted. He barely heard. The world narrowed. The cauldron's stench was a living thing, pressing at his face. The demon's howls layered together into a roar that threatened to drown thought. Behind it all, like a whisper through stone, he heard a different sound. "Stand." Mathieu looked up at the seething wall of flesh, at the bulk of Kugath beyond it, at the cauldron whose contents promised a kind of ending he could not allow. "For every bed you fouled," he said, voice shaking, "for every man you slew under white ceilings, for every prayer that went unheard until now." He stepped forward. The Melterbomb's rune flared green. He cradled it to his chest and walked into the demon wall. For an instant, there was only dark and pressure and the sensation of slick surfaces sliding over him. Then the charge detonated. Light tore through the cauldron's shadow. It was not the Emperor's sun, bright gold. It was white, the color of overexposed memory. It burned through demon matter, vaporizing flesh and broth alike. It punched a hole in the wall, big enough for a knight to walk through. Mathieu should have died. He did not. When the glare subsided, he stood in the gap he had made, his robes hanging in tatters, his flesh unburned. His chainsword and pistol were gone. In their place, light poured from his hands. He felt it surge through him, a river of force that made the air hum. The Emperor had not answered when he pleaded for Tartella. Not in any way Mathieu had understood. He had not spoken when Espandor bled or Parmenio drowned. Perhaps his hand had been elsewhere. Perhaps he had simply watched. Now, on Ajax, with a world on the brink of becoming a shrine to rot, he reached. Mathieu opened his mouth. The words that came out were not his. "Begone," he said, and the sound was a hammer. Waves of radiance burst in showers of harmless ash. Beasts burst in showers of harmless ash. Beasts howled and fled, their hides sloughing off as they dissolved. Even Kugath staggered. The Plague Father threw up an arm, his massive bulk reeling as the psychic blow hit him full on. Sores on his skin dried and cracked. Flies orbiting his head fell from the air, their wings burning to stubs. His beloved cauldron fragment smoked where the light touched it. "No," Kugath groaned. "No, no, no, not again. Not another shining interruption. I was so close." Mathieu walked forward, each step a footfall of judgment. He did not see himself as anything more than a man shored up by something immeasurably greater. He was painfully aware of his own doubts, his own fears, his own failures. They burned away under the current that flowed through him. He raced along its sides. The broth within raced along its sides. The broth within boiled, screaming, each dying bubble a plague unborn. The cauldron exploded, not outward in shrapnel, but inward, collapsing in on itself as if some enormous hand had squeezed it. The roar of implosion shook Ajax's core. Shockwaves rippled through the warp. Every demon on the world felt it as a jolt, a momentary lurch in the fabric of their being. Epidemius, far off in his tally place, looked up sharply as ink ran in unexpected patterns across his ledger. "The experiment has been disrupted," he said slowly. Back at the shattered heart, Kugath bellowed. Mathieu's radiance dimmed, the effort of the act leaving him swaying. The Plague Father lumbered forward, rage lending his movements a grotesque speed. "You ruin everything," he snarled, spittle spraying in gobbets that killed plants where they landed. "You little candle, I will snuff you and mix your tallow with the next batch." He raised a hand the size of a tank, fingers tipped with rusted claws. Odremeyer stepped between them. He did not think. There was no time. He hurled himself into the Plague Father's shadow, firing his last pistol up into Kugath's looming face. The shots were gnats against a wall, but they got the demon's attention. "Here!" Odremeyer shouted hoarsely. "Here, you bloated sack! Look at me!" Kugath's eyes, all of them, flicked down. "Annoying," he muttered. The hand came down, bones broke, organs ruptured. Odremeyer felt his body break like a crate under a dropped promethium barrel. Pain flared, then receded, replaced by a strange lightness. He hung for a moment, skewered on Kugath's claws, then was flung aside, landing in a heap near the cauldron's shattered base. He knew he would not rise. He could not feel his legs. His chest moved with wet, bubbling effort. Above him, Kugath reeled again as residual light from Mathieu's act flared. Paris and the surviving Astartes drove into the opening, blades biting into the demon's thick ankles. One knight, summoned by Vox, desperate and cracked, crashed into Kugath's flank, its Reaper chainsword chewing through rancid flesh. The Plague Father staggered, half falling against the ragged stump where the cauldron had been. Odremeyer dragged his hand across the ground until his fingers closed on something hard. It was a fallen melter charge, discarded or dropped in the chaos. He could barely lift it. His vision blurred at the edges. His lungs burned. He thought of the men he had led, of the ones who had died in trenches on Tartella, on Parmenio, on Ajax, of the ones who still lived here and elsewhere, because there were always more wars. "If you are listening," he whispered, not sure to whom he spoke, "remember us in the margins at least." He pushed the charge against the ground, activating its rune with a trembling thumb. It hissed to life. He dragged himself the last handspan nearer to Kugath's bulk. The demon's shadow fell over him again, massive and stinking. With the last of his strength, Odremeyer hurled the charge into a rent in Kugath's side. It lodged there, half swallowed by rancid tissue. The detonation burned clean. Melter fire punched into the Plague Father's core. Combined with the psychic trauma of the cauldron's destruction and Mathieu's radiance, it was enough. Kugath screamed, the sound rising in pitch until it became something beyond hearing. His immense form shuddered, then began to dissolve, collapsing into a slurry that stank of defeat and laboratory waste. His essence was dragged back toward Nurgle's garden, a recall more violent than any polite summons. As he went, a final, petty act recorded the moment. Far away, Epidemius' quill flickered. For a heartbeat, a faint halo appeared around one line in his ledger. Odremeyer, Colonel, Ajax Defense Auxilia, it read, a death of note. The halo winked out as more numbers crowded in. On Ajax, the man himself lay still. His eyes stared up at a sky that swirled with unnatural colors. Blood bubbled at his lips one last time. He turned his head with difficulty toward the glow that still clung to Mathieu. "Worth it," he managed. Then he died. Mathieu sank to his knees. The light around him faded, but did not vanish entirely. It clung in a faint aura, a reminder of what had burned through him. His body felt hollowed out, his reserves scraped clean. He looked at Odremeyer's body. He had no words. Instead, he bowed his head. The cauldron was gone. Its destruction sent ripples through Ajax and beyond. Plague growths withered. Trees of meat sloughed their tumors, collapsing in on themselves as if ashamed. The air, still foul, thinned. Some demons flickered and vanished, their anchors severed. Others howled as the world's sympathetic resonance with Nurgle's garden weakened. Mortarion felt it like a knife between his shoulders. He staggered where he stood, Silence's haft biting into his palm. The godblight had been brewing here, refined in Kugath's fragment with every death, every infection, every failure. Its distillation had not yet reached the perfection its creator desired, but it had come close enough. The cauldron's shattering threatened to bleed off the last stages of that refinement. "Now!" Mortarion hissed. He saw Guilliman's spearhead cresting a ridge ahead, the Lord Commander's blade blazing. Titans loomed behind him, their carapaces scarred and smoking. The central battle on Ajax had reached a precarious balance, demonic losses, and Imperial casualties spiraling together. He could not allow the momentum to shift. He could not allow Guilliman time to consolidate what had been done at the cauldron. He reached into a recess on his belt and drew out a vial. It was small. It did not look like a weapon that could harm a Primarch. Its glass was dark, not because of any tint, but because what swam within rejected light. The liquid inside moved with a mind of its own, forming patterns that hurt to look at. Shadows of an Eldar god's dying scream writhed in its depths. Kugath's finest work, perfected as much as it ever would be. Mortarion unstopped it. The fumes that spilled out would have killed an Astartes at 100 paces. They caressed his warped lungs like incense. He poured the vial's contents along Silence's blade, the liquid crawling over the metal in eager rivulets. The scythe shuddered. For a moment, even the demon bound into its edge seemed uneasy. "Drink," Mortarion whispered. "This is why you were forged. This is why I was broken and rebuilt, to cut down a brother who would not see what this empire truly is." He lifted his gaze. Across the churned ground, through thinning mists and the smoke of dying forests, he saw Guilliman advancing. Their eyes met. Mortarion hefted Silence, now glistening with godblight, and stepped forward to meet him. "Let them drown worlds in toxins and ash. However many lives they steal with their plagues and virus bombs, we will answer in kind upon them and their ilk, tenfold and again, until treachery itself is exhausted. Robute Guilliman, Lord Commander of the Imperium." The garden died around them. Guilliman and Mortarion met in the ruins of Iax's heart, where once there had been ordered lawns and marble colonnades, and now only ruptured flesh forests and toppled saints. The shattered stump of Kugath's cauldron smoked behind them, its collapse still echoing through earth and warp alike. The air was a storm of ash, spores, and the lingering afterglow of saintly fire. Every step the Primarchs took rewrote the ground. Where Guilliman's boots fell, corruption withered, meat trees shriveling to brittle husks. Where Mortarion's weight settled, the soil blackened and split, slick pools of filth boiling up. Their auras pushed against one another, order against entropy, reality complaining at the strain. They closed. The first clash of blade on blade shook the world. Silence scythed down in an arc that blurred the air. Guilliman met it with the Emperor's sword, golden fire slamming into edge of absolute shadow. The impact slammed out in concentric waves. Plague-bearers within sight burst like overripe fruit, their forms torn apart by the Force. Guardsmen on distant firing lines were flung from their feet, weapons tumbling from stunned hands. A Titan half a plane away staggered, its god-machine spirit howling as its stabilizers bucked. They broke apart and came together again. Each exchange was less a duel and more a tectonic event. When Mortarion missed, Silence carved furrows through the landscape, turning blossoming groves into trenches lined with dissolving stone. When Guilliman's thrust went wide, his blade punched burning holes through reality itself, momentary windows opening onto a light that had nothing to do with suns. From the broken crest of a collapsed ward, Justinian Paris watched in stunned silence. He had seen Primarchs fight before, on Macraga in the first days of Guilliman's return, in hololiths of ancient campaigns. None of it prepared him for this. "Pull the men back another block," he voxed, voice taut with shock. "Any closer and their footwork alone will kill us." His remaining Primaris obeyed without argument, dragging wounded away from the blast radius of blows that did not even touch them. Across the wider front, commanders did the same wherever they could. It felt like hauling troops back from the edge of a volcano that refused to decide which way it wanted to erupt. Mortarion pressed, and the ground quailed. Godblight gleamed along Silence's edge, a darkness that hurt to look at, as if it drank the color from the air. Each time Guilliman's blade met it, the Emperor's sword flared brighter, its fire trying to burn the corruption away. It managed, but only just. "Do you feel it?" Mortarion rasped, voice thick with exertion and cruel delight. "The weight in your lungs, the drag in your limbs, every breath you take in my garden is another step toward your grave." He swung again. Guilliman parried, but the angle was wrong, the footing treacherous. The scythe's tip kissed his breastplate, skipping across ceramite with a gesture that barely counted as a hit. Pain lanced through him. It was not the pain of a wound. It was the cold ache of poison, the black ice of something profoundly wrong washing through his superhuman system. For a moment, his heart staggered, his eyes blurred. Warning runes exploded across his helm display, entire banks of them flaring red and then blanking out. He forced himself to move. The Emperor's sword came up in a sweeping cut that took a chunk from Mortarion's shoulder guard, shearing away rusted metal and the swollen growth beneath it. Filth splashed, evaporating in the sword's light. Mortarion fell back a pace, cloak snapping. "Good," the Lord of the Death Guard hissed. "Fight, make it worth the test." He came again, relentless. Toxic fog swirled tighter around them, drawn by Mortarion's breath. Each inhalation pulled more of Ajax's tainted air into his ravaged lungs, each exhalation pumping out a denser, more venomous cloud. Guilliman's armor filters screamed under the load. His gene-forged organs strained against the onslaught. Silence bit him twice more. Once across the flank, once along the thigh. Each contact was a caress compared to the scythe's full might, but each left a smear of godblight in its wake. The plague did not burst or roar. It crept. It seeped into wound edges and micro-fractures, probe tendrils slipping past. Defenses crafted on Mars and refined by Cowl. Guilliman felt it. His muscles burned, his vision narrowed. The Emperor's sword grew heavy in his grip, its balance starting to drift as his control faltered. His blows remained precise, but the pauses between them lengthened. Down on the mangled plain, an ultramarine sergeant saw the Lord Commander falter and felt something cold trickle down his spine. "My lord is hurt," he whispered. Paris heard the murmur over a shared Vox channel and cut it off before it could spread. "He is Guilliman," the Primaris captain snapped. "He has been hurt before. Keep firing. Keep advancing. We do our work. He does his." Even as he spoke, he saw the truth. Guilliman's movements had changed. They were no less determined, but they held an edge of desperation now, a knowledge that the tempo was slipping beyond his control. Mortarion's ragged laughter carried even through the thunder. "For all your codes and ledgers," the demon, Primarch croaked, "you never understood the simplest equation. Everything rots. Given enough time, given enough pressure, every structure fails. You keep patching, keep rebuilding. I merely have to wait." "You mistake yourself for a natural law," Guilliman growled, forcing the words past a throat that felt lined with glass. "You are a symptom. I am the cure." He lunged. For a moment, the duel teetered. The Emperor's sword slid under Silence's haft, its tip driving for Mortarion's corrupted chest. For the width of a hair, it seemed as if the scythe might be turned aside, the killing strike finally found. Mortarion twisted. The motion was ugly, a hitching jerk that no fencing master would have approved, but it worked. Silence rolled over Guilliman's blade, knocking it off line by just enough. In the same movement, Mortarion stepped in close, letting the scythe's long haft work against him as he shifted grip. He dropped low, then rose, driving Silence's tip up. It punched through Guilliman's abdomen between plates, Godblight's slicked edge sliding into flesh engineered to shrug off weapons that would pulp tanks. For an instant, everything stopped. Up on the ridge, Paris's breath caught. Down among the torn wards, guardsmen looked up as if feeling a change in gravity. The Titans paused in mid-stride. Guilliman gazed down at the scythe jutting from his midriff. Then he looked up at Mortarion. "This," Mortarion whispered, almost tender, is what you refuse to understand on Terra. You are not exempt. You are not above consequence. You bleed. You sicken. You die. He leaned in, his voice a plague wind against Guilliman's helm. And my father loves you for it, he hissed, because you will feed his garden so very well. He twisted the scythe. Godblight flooded into Guilliman's system. It did not burn like flame. It did not freeze like ice. It felt like subtraction, as if something reached into him and began removing pieces. Strength unhooked from bone, memory peeled from mind, certainty flaked away. The Emperor's sword slipped from his fingers. Golden fire dimmed as it struck the ground. Mortarion planted a boot against Guilliman's chest and wrenched silence free. The Primarch of Ultramar staggered, then fell to one knee, then to his back, armor thudding against the broken earth. "Rowboat!" Paris shouted before he could stop himself. The cry spread, taken up by Vox and Throat both. On 100 different fronts, men and Astartes risked a glance away from immediate threats and saw their Gene Father fall. They saw the Lord Commander of the Imperium lying motionless, the light gone from his sword, smoke rising from the wound that had taken him. Morale dipped like a sun behind clouds. Lines faltered. Some broke. Mortarion straightened, the scythe slick with the last traces of godblight that had not already been pumped into his brother's veins. "Look," he called, gesturing with silence toward Guilliman's still form. "Look, sons of Ultramar. Look, lapdogs of a corpse. This is where your order ends. In the dirt, in the rot, as it always was fated to." He raised silence high, intending to bring it down, to sever head from shoulders, to make the ending literal and irrevocable. He never completed the stroke. Roboute Guilliman was elsewhere. He stood, or thought he stood, in a place without clear dimensions. There was no sky, only a deep, endless dark. There was no ground, only a sense of support beneath his feet. The colors that bled around him were unfamiliar, as if someone had taken reality's palette and rearranged it without care. Far ahead, or perhaps very near, a single point of golden light burned. He knew this place, not literally, not in terms of coordinates or maps, but he recognized the shape of it. He had stood in a chamber like this on Terra, in the shadow of a throne that devoured men, and spoken to a presence that might have been his father. He took a step toward the light. "You let him strike," he said. His voice did not echo. It simply existed. "You watched. You did nothing." No answer. Guilliman's jaw clenched. "Is this what I am to you?" he demanded. "A tool to be picked up and dropped as the mood takes you? You send me back to mend your crumbling empire, then allow one of your failures to cut me down like a conscript." He thought of Ajax's gardens, of Tartella's hives, of Espandor's plains, of Parmenio's oceans of rust and bone, of the girl on the ridge, of Mathieu blazing in the cauldron's glow, of Odramaya's last, broken laugh. Was this the plan? He asked. Bleed me on every cursed world until I collapse, then let plague finish what treachery began. The light did not answer in words. It swelled. Images unspooled not in a line, but as a web, touching his mind's eye on all sides at once. He saw the Imperium as it was. 1,000,000 worlds, most dim, some guttering, a very few burning bright. He saw warp storms like great raw wounds. He saw chaos gods squabbling and feasting. He saw humanity shrinking inward like a wounded animal, teeth bared. He saw himself, not as a heroic statue, not as a demonized traitor, as a vector, a line drawn from Terra's throne outward, through Ultramar, into the wider dark, a line that could carry disease or cure. He hated the simplicity of it. "I am not your priest," he said. "I am not your saint. I am a commander, a maker of plans, a builder of structures. If you turn me into a banner to be waved whenever you wish to hearten the superstitious, you undermine everything I am trying to do." The light pulsed. It did not care about his protests, not in the way he would have wished. It cared that he functioned. It cared that Ultramar did not fall yet. It cared that he remained a tool, sharpened whether he willed it or not. "You are a tyrant of necessity," Guilliman said. "You always were, and I am your accomplice." He thought of denying it, of turning away from the light, letting Godblight do its work, letting Mortarion have his corpse to gloat over. Perhaps his death would shock the Imperium into some new configuration, some desperate innovation he could not foresee. He thought of the men on Ajax's redoubts, of Paris's strike force, of Mathieu, hollowed out by a miracle he had not asked for, of Colquhoun, measuring cost against duty, of Calgar, carrying burdens he had not sought, of the billions elsewhere who would never know his name, save as a half-remembered legend. "I do not believe you will save us in the end," Guilliman said to the light. "Not by yourself. Perhaps not at all, but I cannot abandon them to prove the point." He straightened. "Very well," he said. "Use me. But know this, I will also use you. If you insist on wearing the mantle of divinity, then you will live with the consequences of the faith you demand." The light surged. It poured into him. Godblight recoiled. Back on Ajax, Mortarion's downward stroke met something that was not armor. The air around Guilliman's fallen form became dense, white bright. Silence struck an invisible barrier and skidded aside with a scream like tortured glass. Shock ran up Mortarion's arms. He snarled, hauling the scythe back for another swing. Guilliman moved. He rose, not like a man pulling himself from the ground, but like a puppet yanked upright by strings of pure force. The wound in his abdomen still gaped, but no fluid leaked from it. Light burned there, sealing, knitting, scouring. Godblight writhed, tendrils of dark matter lashing out, only to be incinerated wherever they touched the radiance. His eyes glowed, not with the tactical coldness his sons knew, but with something older and less personal. The Emperor's sword leapt from the soil into his hand, as if grateful to be held again. Its fire was not the soft gold of before. It was glaring, painful to look at, its edge a line of absolute judgment. Around them, even demons flinched. Paris, watching from the ridge, felt his heart's hammer in his chest. "That is not just him," he whispered. A nearby Victrix guard made the sign of the Aquila without thinking. Mathieu, kneeling amid the wreckage of the cauldron chamber, felt the same power that had burned through him surge again, this time not as a single torrent, but as part of a vast, branching river. His own faint radiance flared in answer, golden arcs leaping from his hands into the smoking stump of the cauldron. The two channels met. For a moment, the Emperor's presence bridged Ajax. From Guilliman, rooted in flesh and will. From Mathieu, rooted in faith and sacrifice. The blow that fell was not aimed solely at Mortarion. It drove down and out and sideways, slipping through the weakened membrane between real space and the warp. It speared through the half-healed wound the cauldron's collapse had left in Ajax's fabric. It plunged into Nurgle's garden. Rotting orchards shuddered. Trees that had borne skulls and boils for uncounted ages withered in an instant, their branches snapping under their own suddenly dried weight. Cauldrons bubbled over, then cracked, their contents spilling out and evaporating. Nurglings shrieked in dismay as their playfields turned to dust under their feet. Kugath, dragged back to his master's realm, barely beginning to reconstitute his bulk in preparation for a sullen report, took the full force of the backwash. His newly forming body came apart before it properly coalesced, scattering him in a mist of disappointed curses across a third of the garden. It would be some time before he gathered himself again. Epidemius's ledger burst into flame along one edge. He yelped, batting at it with a hand that left smears of foulness on the scorched parchment. "Unexpected strike," he muttered. "Unprecedented. Adjusting figures, adjusting. In 1,000 plague pits, and on 100 disease-soaked worlds, demons paused, gagging, as the shock rolled through them. Behind the line where Ultramar's forces fought, men who had been moments from turning poxwalker felt whispers in their blood die away. Blisters shrank, fevers broke, not everywhere, not perfectly. The Imperium did not receive a full reprieve, but the curve of the infection bent. On Iax, Mortarion reeled as if struck in the chest. The tether between him and his patron jerked. For the first time in longer than he could remember, he did not feel the warm, amused presence of Nurgle at his shoulder. He felt something else: irritation, reproof. Overconfident child, the sense seemed to say. You promised me a garden, and instead you bring my walls down. Mortarion snarled and threw himself at Guilliman. He had no choice. Retreat now would mean more than tactical withdrawal. It would mean conceding to his brothers, in damnation, that he had failed in his chosen harvest. Silence swept in a blur. Guilliman met it with a single-handed parry and turned the force aside, as if swatting away an insect. The duel resumed, but the roles had reversed. Mortarion's blows were still heavy. They still carried plague on their breath, but they no longer ate into Guilliman as they had before. Godblight recoiled from the light that poured from the Primarch's wounds and eyes. Each time the scythe connected, it sparked harmlessly, as if striking a statue of living gold. Guilliman's strikes, by contrast, now bit deep. The Emperor's sword carved furrows through Mortarion's armor, through his warped flesh, through the demonic energies that held his body together. Each cut left lines of burning emptiness that did not close over. Bits of him sloughed away, falling to the ground as dead lumps that did not twitch, did not hatch new horrors. You called yourself inevitability, Guilliman said, voice layered, his own tones underpinned by something older. You are only one disease, and I am tired of watching you spread. He drove the blade through Mortarion's chest. Light exploded. The Lord of the Death Guard screamed. It was not the bellow of a proud warrior or the howl of a demon. It was raw, animal pain, ripped from a throat unused to such surprise. His wings, tattered things of bone and rag, flailed wildly. The scythe slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground, its edge smoking. Guilliman stepped in close, face inches from Mortarion's cracked lenses. For every life you took on Iax, he said, for every man you drowned on Espandor, for every world you turned into a midden, the debt is not paid. But this is a start. He wrenched the Emperor's sword free in an upward arc. Mortarion's form came apart. His armor burst, segments flying outward in slow motion, trailing ectoplasmic filth. His flesh disintegrated into clouds of spores that burned away before they could land. His core essence, the thing that had once been a man who resented tyrants and feared nothing but the poison in his own lungs, was yanked backward, dragged screaming into the warp. He did not die. Primarchs seldom do, but he lost Iax. He lost the Plague Wars. He fled, not in proud retreat to the Scourge Stars, but in a ragged, uncontrolled plunge back to his patron's domain, there to endure whatever consequences a disappointed god cared to impose. On the ground, the effect was immediate. Death Guard lines faltered, then broke. Without Mortarion's oppressive presence, without Kugath's cauldron to knit the world to Nurgle's garden, the traitor's cohesion dissolved. Some warbands tried to fight on, out of stubbornness or ignorance. Others turned and ran toward extraction points that no longer existed. Typhus saw the shift and made the only rational choice. Withdraw, he snarled across his own vox nets. All plague fleets. Break. Engagement. Fall back along prearranged routes. We have spilled enough blood here for now. The Terminus Est turned, its bulk ploughing through the battle space like a wounded predator. Lesser ships followed, trailing fumes and wreckage, vanishing into warp tears that fluttered like infected wounds. On Iax, The remaining cults and demon packs were hunted down or burned in waves as Imperial forces advanced, anger and sudden hope lending them fresh fury. The price to cleanse the world fully, though, was beyond even Guilliman's new reach. He stood on a shattered balcony, the Emperor's radiance dimming back towards something more mortal, and watched Ajax breathe. It wheezed. The forests of meat had collapsed in places, exposing bedrock slick with residue. The hospitals were half-melted hives. The soil was saturated with plagues that would not die in a single generation, or 10, or 100. Even with the cauldron gone, even with demons banished, the taint lay deep. Tribune, Colquhoun approached, his auramite armor scorched, his cloak torn. "Lord Commander," the custodian said, "we have conducted initial assessments. The Mechanicus and the Ordo Sepulturum concur. Even with total quarantine, even with centuries of dedicated labor, Ajax will never be truly safe again. Not as a populated world." Guilliman did not answer immediately. He had known, the moment he saw the cauldron's roots, that this conversation would come. "What do you recommend?" he asked at last. Colquhoun's face was hidden behind his helm, but his voice was steady. "Exterminatus," he said. "Cyclonic cleansing. Turn the crust. Boil the seas. Vaporize the atmosphere. Deny Nurgle even the corpse of his garden." Guilliman's hands tightened on the balustrade. "Ajax was a symbol," he said quietly. "A promise that even in war, there could be places for healing. A showcase of everything Ultramar tried to be that the wider Imperium forgot." "It still is," Colquhoun replied. "A symbol that you will not let infection stand, even when it hurts. A reminder that some sacrifices are too large to ask of anyone but yourself." He paused. "And," he added, "the Emperor wills it." Guilliman almost laughed. After everything he had just experienced, after the light that had filled him, he could not entirely deny the claim. He still hated it. "Give the order," he said, "but not until every living soul we can reach is off the surface. Every guardsman, every auxiliar, every medicae, every child. We will not trade one crime for another." The evacuation was frantic and imperfect. Dropships and bulk landers shuttled between orbit and surface, engines straining. Men with bandaged limbs and hollow eyes were herded up ramps. Mathieu, his saintly aura banked to a faint simmer, was hustled aboard a gunship with others from the Cauldron strike, protesting that there were still wounded to tend. "There will always be wounded," and as Ultramarine told him gently, "You have done enough for one life, Father." Paris limped up the same ramp moments later, armor scarred, one pauldron missing. He glanced back once, taking in a last, lingering view of Ajax's broken gardens. "For what it is worth," he murmured, "you were beautiful once." The gunship rose. High above, cyclonic torpedoes slid from the launch bays of capital ships, their casings etched with litanies, their machine spirits aglow with terrible purpose. They fell in silent arcs toward the world that had been a sanctuary and had almost become a shrine to despair. Impact. For a brief, impossible moment, Ajax shone. The torpedoes drilled into the crust, their charges igniting deep beneath the surface. Shockwaves raced through mantle and bedrock. Volcanoes flowered where there had been none. Continents split. Seas flashed to steam. The atmosphere boiled. From orbit, it looked like a flower of fire blooming in slow motion, petals of molten rock, opening to reveal a core of white light. Then it dimmed. Where Ajax had been, there remained only a churning, cooling mass of glassed rock and vapor, still glowing at its edges, its former shape lost. In the warp, something howled. Nurgle's disappointment was not a storm. It was a sigh. A long, rustling exhalation as a favorite toy was broken. He would find others. The galaxy was full of worlds, but this one had been special. On the Macragge's honor, Guilliman watched the readings stabilize and felt nothing that could remotely be called triumph. In the weeks and months that followed, Ultramar staggered, then slowly straightened. Plague zones were quarantined, then burned, then rebuilt where possible. Espandor's scars were mapped and left visible, an admonition. Parmenio's rusted oceans of armor became monuments as much as graveyards. Banners raised over titans sunk up to their knees in hardened mud. New forge complexes rose on Macragga and elsewhere, designed with Primaris production in mind. Carl's vaults were tapped with more care and more oversight. Guilliman established protocols governing when and how new generations of his father's enhanced warriors would be birthed. "We cannot simply drown problems in more Astartes," he told Calgar and the assembled chapter masters. "We must build the foundation beneath them, fleet capacity, logistics chains, civil structures that can survive without a Primarch standing in every bloody courtyard." The vengeance campaigns were planned, not as a single grand crusade, but as rolling operations. Strikes into the Scourge Stars, sweeps through the remains of the plague fleets, assassinations of key cult leaders who had escaped the collapse on Ajax. Guilliman delegated as much as he could bear to, sending trusted captains and chapter masters to prosecute the war in his stead while he looked at the bigger picture. The cicatrix still burned across the sky. The wider Imperium still rotted in, places he would never see. The plague wars, for all their cost, were only one infection in a body riddled with them. In a quiet chamber in the fortress of Hera, lit by a single lumen, Guilliman stood alone before a slate bearing names: Tartella, Espandor, Ardium, Connor, Parmenio, Ajax, Odramaya, Halvern, Dovaro, 100 others. Some he had known, most he never would. He added another word beneath them all: remember. His quill paused. He thought of Mathieu, now a living saint whether he wanted it or not, preaching to crowds who saw in him confirmation that their emperor was more than a corpse. He thought of his own resurrection on Ajax, of the way men had looked at him afterward, not as a general, but as something to be knelt to. He did not like it. He knew he could not stop it. He set the quill down. "Very well," Robut Guilliman murmured to an absent throne and a garden he had wounded but not destroyed. "You have had your miracle. Now I will have my work." He turned away from the wall of names and returned to his duties. Outside, Ultramar's skies were still scarred, its world still healing. The war was not over. It might never be. But for the moment, the plague had been checked. For the moment, the spear of order still held.